Hey, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're back for day number two in the African online qualifiers for ISF, focusing more on the MLBB women's scene. We're back again with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as we do have three matches ahead of us, all in a best of three, to finally find that position, that spot to journey into the AEC.
It's going to be a crazy, crazy day. Again, some of these teams will actually be able to qualify today, I think, if they top their group. So, really high stakes already as we get into technically day number two for the MLBB women's, but overall, it's day number four. And we're going to, in a bit, see the match lineup for today as well, today's schedule to tell you guys exactly what matches we're going to see. And here it is, Eterna.
We have Namibia versus South Africa in our first best of three of the day. For our second, we have Egypt versus Tunisia. And for the last and final match of the day, we have Egypt going head to head against Ghana. So after these three matches, we will have a little bit more information as to who will be able to qualify from their respective regions from either the south or the northern side of Africa.
I think it's great the fact that we get to see Egypt versus Tunisia, especially after listening to the interview yesterday, the interview with
Mhm.
you and Naisu when you guys were talking to the player from Egypt, where she mentioned specifically that she wanted to go up against Tunisia, and she will be getting that just today. And luckily for us, fortunately, we get to see it streamed. Another big match, definitely that I am looking forward to, has got to be Egypt versus Ghana later, because I think if Egypt wins against Tunisia and then they win against Ghana, that means they are going to be the first MLBB women's qualified team from the northern side of Africa to AEC Casablanca.
That's just going to get more and more exciting, and we're going to get a little bit more of a view of how these teams actually work, right? What kind of play styles or different sorts of strategies that we will be seeing in today, because ladies and gentlemen, the stakes are definitely high in the sky today if they do want to make their way to AEC Casablanca, Morocco. So we got a little bit of a feel yesterday of what these teams like to go for. I mean, we've seen them really just draft outside of the box with their comfort picks, their pocket picks as well. With the Hellcurt, we also had a little bit of seeing into the double retribution strategies that were utilized, and even a double gold laner meta that unfortunately didn't work out for Djibouti yesterday. But these are the kind of things that we will keep an eye out for today.
I think as well, when we take a look at our first match, right, we were highlighting match number two, match number three as well, but match number one is I would say, a match that you do not want to miss either, because Namibia versus South Africa, I think this matchup in particular can give us our first ever full best of three series that we've been waiting for all the way from day number one of even the MLBB men's. And so far, unfortunately, we haven't seen any series go full three games. But again, I think this match has the highest chance out of the three that we have today. Because for South Africa, we did see them unfortunately take a loss yesterday. It was 2-0 as well. And for Namibia, we haven't really seen them, not yet, in the MLBB women's scene. So it should be both these teams having kind of the same level of play. And if that does happen, ooh, we're going to get a very, very spicy game. I really hope it also gets to the late game, because South Africa, they showed a lot of unique ways to play the game. It was the Saber Jungle, if you remember, Eterna from yesterday, and the Hanabi as well. They tried in game number two. So a lot of unique picks definitely coming in from South Africa. And technically, Namibia, they're also known for their unique picks. They also really like going for their, like, it's Namibia styled picks. Because I remember in day number one when me and Naisu got the opportunity to cast for a Namibia game, they picked up an alpha in the jungle, which is not that weird, but then the Sylvana in the XP. So they wanted to use that combo of the Imperial Justice straight into the AoE of the Spear of Alpha to just lock them down for that combo to happen. So interesting ways to play the game for Namibia. South Africa, we already got to see their style yesterday. So yeah, that's why I'm very excited for this match.
Yeah, it's basically a wild card in Namibia, right? Sure, we've seen the male scene come through with the comfort picks that you mentioned earlier on, but for the female side, right, we've seen already distinct differences between the same region, but from the different genders, right? From the female versus the males as well. So I'm wondering what exactly will come through for Namibia today against their match here with South Africa. For South Africa, like you mentioned, Saber in the jungle time and time again. We see that come through. There was also a lot of emphasis on Novaria. So I'm wondering whether or not these kinds of picks will come through again, or they're actually cooking up a different play style for us today. Because, like we saw yesterday, it didn't really work out for them in the end, despite the Saber, by the way, putting a big fight in the jungle. But we're going to take a look at the official team lineup now for Namibia with the main five. We have Hecate, XO, Ayaka, Asuna, Dark Empress, as well as Blondie 203. I'm wondering who will be playing what. I mean, yesterday we saw these roles actually being able to be flexed. Whether or not we're going to see a similar shade of that as well today from Namibia.
I really hope we get to see that because, yeah, we have seen so many teams, so many different lineups in the Africa regional qualifiers where they just like to role swap. And for South Africa, it'll be the same Aradia 90, Love Witch, or how did you say it yesterday? It's sort of love. I said Love Witch.
How did I say it? Love we ticha or something?
Like Love Whites or something,
Oh
yeah. But
yeah,
then we have
love white,
Raisha,
love white.
Fatima, Love White, yeah, and then we got Young One too. And we already have data on South Africa on what they like to go for, but unfortunately,
Mhm.
not yet for Namibia. We'll get to see that in this game. But I think for South Africa, this is something that they really need to work on, right? The fact that they picked up the Saber in both games, even in the games that they lost both games and they picked the same pick over and over again. Same goes to the CC for Young One. So for Namibia, they already have two heroes that they can actually utilize to ban out and deny away in the early phase of the bans up against South Africa, and that might give them the edge.
Definitely. Saber, one of the main picks, right? We saw CC time and time again in both of their
Hmm.
games yesterday in that best of three, as well as the Novaria. So already a little bit of room for, of course, Namibia to kind of rule out in the drafting phase whether or not they want to go for respect, push these players on heroes that they're not comfortable with. But we are going to go ahead straight into the drafts for game number one, ladies and gentlemen, this best of three between Namibia as well as South Africa. And we see that actually Namibia is
Ooh.
going to be on blue side with a very early Ixia being banned out here.
Yeah, the Ixchel was also a pick that we saw yesterday, by the way, from Team South Africa. Wait a minute. I don't know if I'm just seeing things here, Eterna, but it looks like South Africa are playing with four members. Doesn't seem like that final slot is filled in the bottom side of the bottom right portion of the screen. It's only Raisha, Aradia, Fatima,
Huh.
and Lovewitch. So it seems they're missing one member, but I'm not too sure if that's, a visual bug. We'll get to see that later. But what I'm glad to see is that change on the Uzon because that marks the official patch release coming in already just earlier today. Uzong getting a little bit of a visual change. Honestly, dude, the Uzong change is insane. Like the visuals, it almost feels like the classic skin is now a collector skin because my god, they change a lot about that Uzong skin. But let's talk a little bit about the patch. Already some crazy differences, man. Some new items being added in. Actually, not some. A lot of new items being added in. A lot of old
Yeah.
items getting revamped as well. Not a lot of changes for the heroes. Like we get to see, the changes in the heroes here and there, but mostly it's got to be with the items. Those items are going to change a lot as to how we see these games played.
Let's actually talk about that a little bit more, right? Like you have some examples for the items that perhaps we'll actually see being highlighted here in this matchup.
I think the wishing lantern has definitely got to be one of the picks, one of the items that actually like change a lot in the game, right? It's a new item, 70 magic power, 10% cooldown reduction. It has a very unique passive. For every 800 magic damage dealt to an enemy hero, there is a summon attack again to deal more damage, equal to 10% of their current HP. So it definitely seems like Moonton, they're kind of tired of the tank meta, right? And I think a lot of these tanks will actually suffer because of the wishing lantern, especially for the mages in the early phase, all the way to the late game, especially once you get like a Sky Guardian helmet, these HP items, you're going to get punished a lot. But that's a first pick for Kagura. Okay, Asuna, first pick Kagura.
Yep, it looks like the Kagura will be picked up first. And, talking about respect coming through in the bans, the Saber gets eliminated away from South Africa. We
Hmm.
talked a little bit about that before we entered the drafting phase to begin with. And we said Saber was one of the biggest highlights of their entire best of three. Two times in both games, they utilized it in the jungle, and now they're actually forcing South Africa to consider a different pick. And with that being said, that actually does give Madagascar, sorry, with Namibia, a little bit of an edge in this upcoming fight. But it looks like the Alucard has been picked up. It's hovered over. Could this possibly be an
Ooh.
Alucard in the jungle? Is that the replacement for the Saber yesterday?
I guess we have to say yes, right? I mean, Raisha already with the Irithel to trade in or to change, or not to change, sorry, to replace the Ixia that has been denied away from them, and then the Alucard as well. Technically, on paper, makes sense, right? Why you would go for these picks, to say the Alucard over the Saber now that it's banned out, but that's a good Diggy ban, or Diggy pick rather, and Fatima, whoa, interesting choice, straight into the Masha. I was about to say that the Alucard will get a little bit more value here now that we have the new item called the Sky Piercer, because with every single kill, with every single execute that you get, you actually get a lot of stacks of lethality and 30% of the current stack each death and kill you get. So I mean, there's a lot of new items that we have to like really look at again in the game to actually see the differences that it will make. But technically for Sky Piercer, if you snowball in the early game, you're going to be an absolute monster in the mid game. You might be able to just take the game in your hands in the mid game much faster than we did see before. Even though we're already technically in an early mid kind of meta, this new item will definitely push that early game even further.
And essentially, that's what the Alucard is all about, right? The fact that on an Alucard, you'd require that snowball to have a little bit more say in these team fights, in these neutral objective takes. So, with the change of that item, we will be seeing whether or not it does get picked up. But I think one of the main things about this item is that once you do get eliminated out of the game with this item, the loss is quite significant. And that kind of thing can change the course of the tempo of an Alucard, especially in the early stage of the game when that's when you want to find your footing into the game. But if we take a look at the second phase of the bans, the Clint has been eliminated. We've been seeing a lot of Clints being resurfaced in the gold lane. A lot of things to say with the burst damage, the base damage from the Clint to really control that lane, the gold lane. As like you mentioned actually yesterday, right? A good lane bully for that gold lane has been taken off the board. But it looks like a Matilda as well as a Minotaur has been picked up. So wait a second, who's going where? We have Kagura, Chip, Diggy, Matilda, and a Minotaur. Who's the
We've got an
jungle?
interesting lineup. I don't think we're going to see a jungler return. There's no retribution, it seems, even earlier. So, no jungler. But I think the biggest concern for me has got to be South Africa, who are playing with just 4 players. I didn't see that the 5th player come up at all. So, no 5th hero as well. Don't know how that's going to be played in the game itself. We're talking about how good the early game is, how important getting the early game lead is. And I think with an auto disadvantage at the start of the game, with just 4 members compared to 5, you're already placed in a spot where it's going to be tough to control those neutral objectives with a man down.
For sure, right? Who's going to be the missing link, right? Are we going to be missing in wait, we had the jungler, we had the Irithel early on in the gold lane. We had a Masha. Is this a Masha roam? Is this a Masha in the EXP lane? But it looks like we are getting some confirmation that they
Yeah,
are going to be reloading the lobby. So
there
that
we go.
actually
Okay.
evens the playing field a little bit better because
Yeah,
otherwise
yeah.
South Africa, they're being placed in a position where it's a little bit too difficult, too disadvantages for them in this best of 3 against Namibia.
Breath of fresh air for sure, man. You know, like
Whew.
a big sigh of relief as well for a lot of the viewers and the fans of South Africa, and also technically the fans coming in from Namibia, because the drafts also were kind of weird, right? Like for South Africa, obviously, they had their fair share of problems with just having 4 members in the lobby, but I think having no jungler is kind of a big problem as well, and we did see that from Namibia. So for both teams, they should be able to reevaluate their drafts, what they want to go for as well. Maybe go and change some of those pick orders, because picking up the Alucard as a first pick and the Kagura as well is just definitely not things that we are used to seeing. Not the super prio picks that we know, especially in this meta. Well, to be fair, technically nobody knows what's super prio in this meta. Not just yet, right? We're gonna have to figure that out together as we get through these games of the, because obviously of the crazy patch just dropped. And this is probably the biggest patch of the year so far, right? We have not seen a patch this big this year, not just yet. It's interesting stuff, man. I don't know how it'll actually play into the meta. I don't know if it's gonna kill tank junglers completely. I don't know if assassin junglers will be the meta again. But I think from what I've been like, from the information that I've gathered, at least some of the conversations that I've had with some of the other casters, is I think tanks will not be as prevalent, and fighters will actually be dominating in the jungle over those tanks and even over assassins. So Alpha, Martis, we're gonna see a lot of them.
What do you think about the X-Borg in the jungle? Because I've started to see the
It's a
X-Borg in the
fighter.
jungle a lot more often in that respective role. I mean, technically, like you mentioned, right, fighter is going to be a little bit more prevalent in the jungle. So do you think we'll be seeing a lot more X-Borgs coming through? And as for the mid laners, right, with the changes in the items that you mentioned during the drafting phase, I hope, here's hoping, as one of uh, the biggest fans of a Xavier, will actually get to see
Yeah.
Xavier a little bit more as well.
Yeah, we were already talking about the Xavier, I think, in a lot of the group chats of the casters, just trading thoughts here and there. And yeah, the Savior, it has looked really good. Again, I've played like a few ranked games, but I don't really have the full grasp on the meta just yet. I haven't seen any Xaviers pop
Hmm.
up, not just yet actually, but I'll definitely try to test that out as well. The further you are, you can actually go and deal more damage. But all right, we're gonna get straight into the drafts again. It seems for game number one, this is a redraft after a few of those mistakes, and it does seem like, yeah, this time Young One will be in the lobby. Same bans though, so same idea with the Ixia and the Yuzong. It's gonna be the Saber. And what was that last ban that they went for? It was also another respect. CC. Okay.
Okay, we'll see if that comes through once again. And remember, earlier on, Namibia were able to get their hands on the chip. So maybe does South Africa want to go for a little bit of a change in the first phase of the drafts? Maybe take out the chip earlier on before it gets picked out?
The night sky tells all. Your team is
I don't know about the chip. We have seen zero prio on the chip in the last few days, and every single team that actually goes for the chip, it almost seems like they don't know how to utilize it properly, right? Or maybe the rest of the team doesn't know how to maximize the potential of the chip roaming and rotating across the map. So it's one thing getting the chip, a very, very meta pick, but it's a whole other thing trying to make it work when you're not comfortable on it, right? And so far, we have seen, especially for the MLBB women's side of the African regional qualifiers, that comfort pick triumphs over these meta picks. But still, we will see that chip still banned out. I think there's a bit too much respect there given over. You still got to respect that chip. Lo Yi, however, is up for grabs. They went for the Kagura earlier. This time we see the Fredrin. So there you go. If Nice2 was here, he would breathe a breath of fresh air.
He loves that fresh air, and it looks like they're going to be liking this fresh air as well, with Namibia picking it up earlier on. So
Wow.
the lack of the jungler earlier was just an error, right? They do come through with the first phase of the picks here with actually quite high priority picks, right? Fredrin, we see
Yeah.
the Angela being hovered over. But from the side of South Africa, they are sticking to their comfort. We saw the Hanabi prioritized in the early stage of the drafts yesterday in their best of three, and it looks like they're gonna pick up the Hanabi once again, but with a little bit of an edge here to kind of balance out the early game. They pick up a Roger in the jungle.
Oh, Fatima as well. Gonna go for the Tigreal. We saw the Belleric come out yesterday. We didn't see the Tigreal. I'm glad to see the Tigreal, a setter hero. And technically, when we go through, if you guys, people watching back at home, remember yesterday, we were actually talking about how Fatima, if she wants to try to make a composition with a lot of AoE work, she needs to act as the setter. She shouldn't be on a hero that is reactive, kind of like the Belleric. Especially when she goes flicker on the Belleric, right? So she was trying to be proactive on a reactive pick. They should have gone for something like a Tigreal, something like not Minotaur, Tigreal, or something like a Terizla in the XP to go and help for the setup so that the AoE damage can actually be utilized in these team fights. Just as I say that, the Terizla does get banned out, but they already have that covered with the Tigreal, right? They're gonna have a way this time around to actually maximize the potential of that Lycan Pounce being an execute and of the damage output that Raisha can produce with the Hanabi, with the AoE. So far, pretty good synergy, but we do see that favorite Eterna hero banned out. No Lilia this game.
No Lilia this time. And so they're going to have to think about a different solution as to how they're going to be able to capture the early stage of the game, because going in a lane against the Vexana is definitely not as easy, right? The Vexana has such good wave clear. The Vexana has really good utility in her kit as well, with the knockups, with the disengages, and even the engages, depending on how you utilize this Vexana. So with the Lilia being taken off the
Your
board,
team
what's
is
kind of the
ready.
idea for South Africa? Yesterday, we saw the Novaria being picked up. That's definitely still an option for South Africa
Your
to go
team is
for
picking.
if that's the way to go, if that's what they're comfortable with. But it looks like an alpha has been banned out. Are they thinking
Your
that
team is
this
picking.
alpha can be flexed into a different role? I mean, seeing that Roger has already been locked in into the jungle.
Are the two
It
greatest
has to be it. That has to be it, right? But you can already see the long-lasting trauma of going up against a Layla that snowballed yesterday. They do not want to go up against a Layla, not anymore after yesterday's loss up against Madagascar. And it looks like, whoa, Tyroth's going to be the final pick here to end out and end up this draft for South Africa. I like the synergy, you know, you have the physical defense shred into the damage that's going to come through from the Hanabi and the Roger, so mainly physical, but man, you have two marksmen and you're up against a Thamus with the Vengeance plus the hard guard too. So many ways to soak in the damage and actually play a more clean front to back for the side of Namibia over South Africa. We'll have to see. Those different angles have come in very, very handy for the African teams in the regional qualifiers that we have right now. So I'm definitely going to be looking into these individual lanes before these team fights. Are they going to be able to get the lead? Because yesterday, whoever got the lead in the early game in their respective lanes, they just ended up dominating. They just ended up taking these fights without even really going for any big setups.
For sure, 6 to 7 minutes. We saw that happening in their first
Yeah.
match of the MLBB's female scene earlier on yesterday, and then afterwards, it all ended in the 9th and 10th minute mark. So that's the average duration that we're looking at. But of course, this was before the changes that happened in the patch. I'm wondering if that will actually affect the duration of these games as well that we're seeing today. And despite Fatima being on a very big hero that can go in for the offense and look for the setups and the playmaking, none of the people from the side of Namibia have actually opted to go for Purify. So that's another layer that we should be looking at, especially when these teams are going to be grouping up as 5. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get you into the first game of this best of 3 series between Namibia versus South Africa.
And early on, Eterna, it seems Lovewitch has already shot that flame shot away, wondering who it actually got, right? Because it doesn't seem like from anyone from the side of Namibia they've lost any of HP. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, a little bit of an early rotation here. Hecate is in the bottom lane. It does seem like Dark Empress will be able to pick up the gold crab, and Raisha is just trying to shove this wave with Lovewitch rotating to the bottom lane. Still Blondie up top as well, just with a little bit of a duel. And based on the emblems, it doesn't seem like anybody's going for anything too unique. However, that's a quantum charge in a Roger, so it's a bit safer than we usually know, right? Like, usually we see a bit more of, I think, aggressiveness in the emblem setup, especially in the African regional qualifiers. But in the bottom lane, it does seem like with the Inspire, that's a lot of damage placed down by Hecate. Over to Fatima, who's not going to be immobilized as well, locked down. But she does still have the Flicker, and she will be able to utilize that Flicker as, again, the muddles. Just a bit too much for South Africa to deal with. Dark Empress doing a good job in the bottom lane.
But it looks like Namibia are actually going to go for more. That's a 4v1 in the bottom lane, and that's going to be first blood handed over. But it looks like there's going to be a trade back with Ayaka already eliminated out of the Land of Dawn as well. So that's a 1-for-1 in the early stage of the game. But remember, Ayaka is holding on to the Retribution, and therefore she will be the main source of utility when it comes down to this neutral objective take. Let's hope she's going to be able to come back as fast as possible to get in time when both of these teams look for the neutral objective take onto the turtle. But it looks like 1v1, Youngwon gets caught really low right before this turtle.
Wow, I mean, with the Abyssum Strike, she definitely wanted to try to go for some damage there, but she ended up eating 3 big turret shots. And take a look at Ayaka, who's already rotating back again. Despite the death, she's able to rotate fast, and now Eternal Guard is going to be used up, and that's going to be Retribution secured over by Namibia. A big Appraiser's Wrath as Aradia is forced to just consume all of that damage straight up. Namibia with a big win here in the 2nd minute of the game. A big turtle, too.
That's a 2-for-0 trade, right? And an objective. So you can even say that it was a 3-for-0 trade in favor of Namibia early on. And that's a really good way to start the game, right? And that's the beauty of the Fredrin still up until this point. A lot of utility around his kit. There's early game damage as well. But the main point of a Fredrin is the fact that they are going to be able to take these neutral objectives a lot easier as compared to the Roger in the jungle. Meanwhile, that kill over does propel the Melissa a little bit better, a little bit faster as well. 1-0-0 KDA in the first 3 minutes of the game. One of the greatest things about having a Hanabi is the range, right? But against a Melissa with the models, the Hanabi is actually severely lacking in that range, and it's going to be very difficult for her to clear, especially with the babysitting that has been given over to this Melissa by her Kate on Angela.
The timing is just not on point for South Africa, right? Because they wanted to go and utilize the Tigreal early to try to punish the no purify Melissa. But you really don't have any ways to set up to actually go for the initiation on the Tigreal before level 4. Now that she is level 4, it's very difficult for her to find anything, and now it's going to be a skirmish down below once again. An attempted gank, and Aradia will be caught. Good kill over the Dark Empress, who used the Inspire earlier. And now with Aradia taken down, Namibia wants to try to force the issue on the bottom lane, wants to try to push into that turret. But so far, with a good rotation over to Fatima, they're still able to evade from this. Fatima going to be poked down so much, tied up as well, able to flicker, but not into the right zone. And it's going to be the Cursed Blast that connects in the back, and Dark Empress still able to get that kill. Now on a killing spree. That's a snowballing Melissa.
That's not great at all, right? 3-0-0 KDA at the moment, and it looks like Namibia will be leading with almost a 4K gold lead in the first 4 minutes of the game. And to make it all worse, if South Africa were banking on the fact that they would rely on that snowball, especially with the Roger in the jungle, she's actually behind up until this point. Does it look like South Africa want to go for the contest here? We do see that the Dairoth is scouting, looking in for information, but that retribution has been used, and that's going to be the next turtle given over for free for Namibia's taking.
A much slower game here compared to yesterday's matches, Eterna, but Namibia still so dominant in the early game, only dying once, and that was only a kill over to the roamer. So still a very good trade to give that kill only to Fatima. And so far for South Africa, they haven't been able to utilize or even to punish the bottom lane. Good go away placed down by Dark Empress to nullify the threat of an implosion catching her. She knows that she doesn't have the Purify. She knows that she needs to use the go away in a preventive measure. But in the mid lane, South Africa completely let that go. Asuna was able to take it down all alone as a mid laner, a mage just sieging down the turrets.
She's being super aggressive now, and it looks like she's going to be able to dish out that damage as well.
Good Eternal Guard, and now in Appraiser's Wrath, Young One will not be able to take that damage. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Dark Empress with a dash forward, but will not be able to actually fully get the damage down still, though. That's a great outplay. She actually is able to maneuver into the turret. Great spacing for Dark Empress to outplay South Africa.
That was a 2 versus 1 situation down in the gold lane. And the fact is, South Africa, despite the lead coming in from Namibia, they have been looking for picks around the board. They have been trying to stay active as they possibly can. And they were looking for a mirror play down bot against the Melissa. But the fact that the Melissa was able to outplay that entire situation actually left South Africa wondering how to make it equal for them. And that's going to be a turret given over to Namibia as well in the bottom side of the map as they continue to push down onto the tempo. And look at that damage already coming through from the model placements as well.
When there are minions, you run away from a snowballing Melissa, man, because there has been a change onto the Melissa, right? You can't just randomly basic attack to get the damage down onto the muddles. But when there's an entity, anything, a turret, a neutral objective, some creeps in the jungle, especially minion waves, run away from the muddles, get yourself out of that range, because my goodness, the damage is still quite ridiculous, especially with the Inspire. Young One rotating over, that's a third turtle, third and final one picked up by Namibia, no contest whatsoever. And it does seem like for the Roger, Aradia will be forced back. What happened in the bottom lane? Dark Empress is getting rid of every single one of them with the Inspire and is able to escape as well from the implosion of Fatima through the go away. Nothing is going right for South Africa in the 7th minute of the game.
Another huge outplay coming through from Dark Empress, just really denying any potential that South Africa is looking for. And meanwhile, in the top lane, that's going to be a kill over Young One, caught in a 4v1 situation. It's going to be a little bit too much for her to handle, and she's going to be taken out. So you see all the action happening all across the board. It looked like Young One was looking for a similar play that perhaps Dark Empress was able to kind of execute in the bottom side of the map, but she just couldn't. And again, Namibia picking up every advantage that is possible to find on every single side. This is almost a big Goldie, but what's going on in the top lane?
Fatima was able to flick around, but now the chase continues from Namibia. Great muddle placement, and it catches Aradia. That's an unstoppable picked up by Dark Empress, and they're going to go for more here. Into the base turret they go. Love Witch still able to pop into Astral Recall to escape, but the chase continues, and it seems like, for Ayaka, she definitely took a little bit too much damage. Turret splash from the base turret up top, still going to be able to clear out those waves, so preventing an end in the 8th minute of the game. But in the bottom lane, you do see a little bit of a trade here from Raisha. I would say really good maneuvers. You know that up top, and I think anywhere you try to match Namibia at this point, with you guys down 10,000 gold, it'll be very tough. But there you go, an appearance of the new item, Eterna, the Sky Piercer for the Melissa. So we were talking about how the early game is going to be really, really scary, especially when you have that item in your inventory. She's completed 3 of her core items, and she's added in the Sky Piercer. So I guess we'll get to see how much damage she actually can do with that Sky Piercer on a snowballing Melissa, because in the bottom lane, it seems Aradia wants to go for an initiation. Not the best of choices here. That's a good go away to disengage, and it does seem like for Aradia, she'll just be able to escape. Oh, what the heck? What happened to Love Witch? Deleted from the game almost instantaneously. And there's no response from South Africa. They couldn't even get their rotations down onto the Lord that was taken for free.
Definitely. It's South Africa just really being on the back foot here after this 10-minute game already being utilized. And like you mentioned, is that a fleeting time, Miracle? Is that the 3rd item that the Fredrin is holding?
Yep, that's the fleeting time. The changes of the fleeting time means that now you will have adaptive damage. So it can actually just follow whatever damage you're building, and you can go physical. But in the bottom lane, it seems the Sky Piercer is very, very valuable for now. All these tanks, not even just the tanks, everybody technically in the game has just been melted down. And man, Fatima, that's the main front line. If you can take her down that fast, it'll be tough. But yeah, going back to the fleeting time, it does seem like Ayaka wants to utilize as many of the appraiser strat that she can get down here in this game. Another muddle placed down into the bottom side of the map there in the mid lane, and that's a good taunt to lock Young One down. The Sky Piercer doing work, and now the Malefit gun too. Up top, another muddle placement now onto Love Witch, and that's gonna be the implosion onto nothing, only onto the Lord. So far, good defense, but look at the muddles again, able to take Raisha down, and that's another, now with the dash forward, almost getting Love Witch, but fortunately for Love Witch, the muddles expires before she can even get that last basic attack. And it does seem like right now Fatima won't be able to do anything. Even with the shove, it gets cancelled out by Eternal Guard, and Love Witch is the only member of South Africa who can look to defend. But there's still a big cannon minion. There's still a big wave in the mid lane with Young One respawning. They're just gonna go for the turret on the base. A few more shots to end this game, and certainly in the 11th minute and the 40th second, they get the job done.
Namibia was on fire in that first game of this best of 3 series against South Africa. And from the very beginning, right, we were just really highlighting the Melissa Dark Empress. At the end, was she sitting at a 13-0-0, maybe even a little bit more towards the end after they went in for the siege into South Africa's base. But you can even say that this must have been a power pick, right? You were wondering about the damage coming through with the new items given over through the patch. The Sky Piercer, in addition to all her 3 core items that already were built. And we saw that shred coming through. Literally nobody could stand in the way of the model's placement. So she had the range, she had the damage. And South Africa, despite the tools that were there for themselves in their kit, with the Tigreal as well with the implosions, just none of them were able to kind of get onto this Melissa, especially with the go away. utilized time and time again till the very end. What a game from Namibia in this first best of three.
Splendid work, right? I mean, phenomenal stuff from the side of Namibia, but from South Africa, you gotta start thinking. When the Sabres, when the CCs get banned, even the Ixia, it does seem like they're just not too comfortable on these picks, Eterna, right? All throughout the game, even the Roger, it does feel like he was playing it more like a Saber, walking up, trying to look for those assassinations, and it's just a completely different hero. And I think for now, Namibia, they've been able to utilize the data that we were talking about just of yesterday's games that were streamed to completely bully them into drafts. This is another rare case that we have seen so far that it's just a pure outdraft. Namibia have been able to take everything, and you mentioned it earlier in the draft as well. It looked like they have a core understanding of what prio picks are in the meta currently, because they went in for the first pick Fredrin, and then they were hovering over to Angela that they decided not to go for, but they still went for the Vexana. So still very, very good understanding of the prio picks that we have currently, and it seems like they're also comfortable on these prio picks, right? The big concern for us, for a lot of these players, is that are they going to be able to perform on these prio picks that might not really be a comfort pick for them on, technically the online stage that we have here, because it is going to be a stream match. Additional pressure added in. Usually a lot of teams, a lot of players, they opt to go for their comfort picks over their prio, but it doesn't seem like, for Namibia at least, they had any problems with utilizing and executing the prio picks. They played very, very well.
For sure, right? The Fredrin did the job perfectly, being able to get 100% of the turtle rate. All these objectives were given over to Namibia. And with the help as well of the Angela and the healing coming through, it was very difficult for South Africa to actually put into a fight. But there were so many moments where South Africa actually looked for more active plays on the map. But again, back to this, right? Highlighting the plays coming in from the Melissa, denying these rotations from South Africa to look for trades over the map. If they lose an objective, they wanted to go for a gank onto Melissa. But the Melissa Dark Emperor was so great at denying all these plays from happening from South Africa, and they were left with absolutely no choice on what to do all across the board. Were they supposed to go for counter takes in the objectives? The Roger was already falling so far behind in terms of that EXP to get that retribution battle in a 50-50. Were they supposed to look for picks? Instantly denied away. Thamus was doing a great job in the lane as well in the EXP to hold her ground. And so did the Melissa. So what would you think would have been the proper adjustment from South Africa aside from the drafting? Was it execution in the game?
For sure. I think the execution could make they could make a lot of things happen through the execution, right? I think the execution was definitely a big problem for them, because the way that they were tackling the game was a bit confusing as well. It just doesn't feel like they were comfortable on these picks. Again, I already mentioned it earlier, but Fatima, we were talking about how yesterday she tried to utilize the Belleric as a setter, using a flicker and trying to be proactive on a reactive pick, and it ultimately did not work out. Something like a Tigreal should work better in theory, but I think the timing was just off, right? You would want to go into the bottom lane and start to bully the Melissa once you have the implosion, but we saw that from Fatima way too early in the game. Pre-level 4, she was already down there, and usually up against a Melissa with a Hanabi, and up against a Melissa with a Hanabi in your side, by your side, it'll still be good. But the fact is, in that game, they had an Angela too. So it was a constant 2v2. And without an implosion, without a real way to engage and catch these members from the opposing team, the Tigreal in the bottom lane just had no use. And that's the timing that they need to try to fix, right? It's a bit of that execution. If they try to rotate into the bottom lane, make sure they have someone that can actually lock the Melissa down, punish the no purify. But even then, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a struggle, Eterna. Because even with that, even though Melissa doesn't have the purify, she'll probably have to go away by the time, the Tigreal has the level 4. And the Hanabi is another big problem, because I think there's no real way to get out of this problem unless they just, pick a different hero. But Hanabi in the early game basically has 0 kill threat. You don't have enough damage. Even if, let's say, you lock down the Melissa can just pop and Inspire and probably out damage both of them. So yeah, a few dilemmas, definitely, a few mistakes made in the draft, and ultimately it did pay into the game. It did play into the game as to how they were able to execute, and they weren't able to fully bully the Melissa, giving her all the space necessary, all the resources necessary to go for 3 items in the first 7 minutes. That's impressive. And then a sky piercer.
For sure, for sure. And actually, we saw that happening a lot, right? There were so many moments that the Tigreal was looking for picks over on to the Melissa, but the Melissa in a 1v2 situation, in a 1v3 situation, was able and always able to outmaneuver this and deny that kill threat from happening. And again, right? I think one of the I understand in the early stage of the game, sure, the Hanabi doesn't really have a lot of damage to put through. There's absolutely no burst, so there isn't too much of a chemistry going through with the Tigreal. But what I really dislike about the Hanabi as an opponent, right, going against the Hanabi in the lane, like I mentioned in the game, was its range, right? The fact that the basic attacks can kind of mirror on the minions and actually eventually slowly like put you down in terms of that HP, definitely a big problem. But going against something like the Melissa, who has even better range, that entire advantage gets eliminated from you from the get-go just because you're in that 1v1 lane against the Melissa. And honestly, a Melissa is not something that we see too often as well in the gold lane. She's not meta. She's very conditional as well, but they were able to make it work extremely well. And again, one of my biggest highlights, if I had to choose an MVP, would have been the Melissa 13-0-0 at some point. I'm wondering whether or not she's going to stick with this Melissa pick or we're going to be seeing a different flavor to her. I'm wondering about the hero pool because definitely coming to game number 2, South Africa knows that this Melissa is a big threat. Will they deny it away as a respect ban in even the first phase, right? Because we've been seeing a lot of first phase respect bans coming through in the African online qualifiers, and it's warranted how comfortable these players are on these particular heroes.
It does seem like we will be getting more of that Melissa. We will be seeing way more of that Melissa, especially if Raisha and South Africa continue to pick up the Hanabi in the first pick. And that was a big issue that we were talking about yesterday as well, right? If you want to go for the Hanabi, if you want to go for the Layla, if you want to go for these cheese picks, it's completely fine. It can work. I can definitely see a world and a game where that actually can fit, right? It's a very situational pick, but it can work. The fact that they pick it up in the first phase makes it so easy for the opposing team, in this case it was Namibia, to just counter it. We saw it yesterday. We already saw the exact same thing. Right after the Hanabi was picked up against Madagascar, Madagascar went for the Clint. That's kind of roughly the same thing as a Melissa, but just with more burst over DPS, right? You have a little bit more of that explosive power, and Melissa does more, damage per second in the long run. But it's the same idea. Now with the Melissa, you kind of outrange the Hanabi, you zone her away from the minions where she's she's strongest. That's the point of the game where she's the strongest, right? When she does get into the minion range, when she can use her bounces on the basic attack passives to use as a way of trading. But yeah, I think going for the Hanabi later on could be a good move. But I also can kind of feel them. I understand where they're coming from, because with the Ixia and the Saber and the CC ban down in the first phase, if they didn't go for the Hanabi pick in the first phase, it would be very, very unlikely for them to get it in the second phase. It just seems like for Namibia, they've done their homework really, really well. They have all the data that they could possibly have for South Africa, and they're using that advantage all the way. Really impressive stuff in the bans. Even then, like the Lilia ban, right? So taking away another pick that was used yesterday. Yeah, I can definitely understand why they had to go for the Hanabi. But even then, it's just so tough, Etern. I really don't understand here. Like, I feel like they have to improve so many things, and it has to happen in a few minutes. Like, they're gonna have to fix it in just a couple of minutes before we get into the drafts.
That's what I really wanted to get at, right? Because you were talking about the Hanabi first pick, and I was like, that's because Namibia forced it in the first pick. The fact that the Ixia was already banned out. So I'm actually guessing that perhaps the gold laner from South Africa doesn't have too much of a wide hero pool, right? Maybe these are the heroes that she's most comfortable with, especially like you mentioned, when you're playing and it being streamed and it being casted over, there's a different kind of
Mhm.
layer of pressure coming through. So you definitely want to be playing heroes that you're most comfortable with. And perhaps her most comfortable heroes are literally the Ixia and the Hanabi. So it's also very intelligent from Namibia, really forcing the these pressing issues onto South Africa to outplay them in the drafts and to go in for the counter setups in the drafts as well, because I felt like that really was the setting stone and the foundation of the entirety of the gameplay that Namibia were able to bring in game number one. So the question is, what does South Africa do? How are they supposed to find a loophole over Namibia, who technically we don't have information about, right? That's one of the perks of being Namibia at this point. There's no issue, there's no data on what kind of heroes they like to play. Now we have a little bit of more information, but who's to say that if you ban one of these heroes, either the Fredrin, the Vexana, the Melissa Angela, or the Thamos, that they don't have anything else prepared in their kit to utilize against South Africa?
When you tell me, when you ask me that question, Eterna, I just have to keep on thinking again as to like what they can actually do, right? Because it's so tough. It's one thing already utilizing your own comfort picks and doing well on it, but then utilize not being able to utilize your comfort picks, being banned down in the start of the game, and also not able to utilize these big prio picks as well. So they're kind of placed in a situation where it's kind of a forced error anyways, right? If they get their hands on their comfort pick, it's not going to happen because it's going to be denied away from the first phase. And if they don't, then they play the way that they did earlier. So I think at this point, if comfort is just that hard, if it's really, really difficult anyways to try to pull off heroes that they're not comfortable with, might as well at least get some prio picks in, right? Because if it's the same execution with all these picks, the meta picks, they're meta for a reason. They're good in the current patch because they can utilize a lot of the value that the items have now, the changes that we have. But let's see in the drafts. First change that we see is definitely the side selection. It's blue side now for South Africa. They don't want to go on the red side. It's a bit too reactive, but they still go for kind of the same bans here with the Yuzong. Fredrin, though, is a good adjustment. They want to take it away from the side of Namibia. But okay, so that's the adjustment that we were talking about, Eterna. So they've also already thought about what to go for next. Fredrin, Vexana. They've taken two of those heroes out, and technically the Saber is up for grabs, and Aradia is first pick.
Do you think they're going to pick it up here and now? I mean, remember, they do still have the issue of the gold lane. Looking at patterns, they have utilized the Saber in the first phase. They have went and committed with the Saber in the first phase, but also the Hanabi, right? So we're going to see the adjustments coming through. I mean, you mentioned about the counters to it. If they do want to stick with the Hanabi, maybe utilize it in the later parts of the drafts instead of that first phase, because we do still have a lot of priority picks being opened up. The Luo Yi, right? The Chip, the Angela that was utilized by Namibia earlier on. That was such a problem for South Africa to go against, by the way. But it looks like they are going to go straight for their comfort. They're going to fall back to what they know and are familiar with a Saber in the jungle once again for South Africa. And that's, wait a second, a Hanabi taken away. They're denying this pick away.
And the Saber's enemy in the lore, at least, right? The Alpha pick as well. Hanabi and the Alpha up against the Saber. Then we get the Tigreal as well, so technically for Fatima wants to try to utilize the same thing, but this time it's going to be a bit harder. I think she would have a better time in the previous game up against the Melissa, because the Melissa usually doesn't go for Purify, but hey, Raisha taking a page out of Madagascar's book yesterday as to how to counter the Hanabi, which is get the Clint, get someone who can outrange the Hanabi, get someone who can actually use the explosive damage to zone Hanabi all the way in the early game, and to get rid of the CC immune that she has in her kit with her shield. Belleric ban, though, that's an interesting one, because though we did see the Belleric from the side of South Africa, it was in the hands of Fatima, and it does seem like the Tigreal is not a flex pick. It almost is guaranteed that it'll be used as the roamer. So I guess they're anticipating Young One try to go and play the Belleric. They have a Nana pick too, by the way, and this Nana pick is actually going to be quite good up against the Saber and all the technically initiation power that they have in their composition. A very good engage tool.
But it looks like here in the second phase as well, we have Angela being banned out, denied away from Namibia to utilize like they were able to do in game number one. So they're eliminating that potential Angela as well as the Alpha setup. We don't really have a name for that combo just yet, but the Novaria also gets taken out, so it's a ban threatening phase and a drafting phase full of complete respect. You mentioned the Belleric earlier on. We have the Ixia, the Lilia, the CC, and now the Novaria has been taken away. So the question is, what exactly is South Africa going to utilize in that mid lane, seeing as these heroes have been eliminated away from them? So far, she's only been able to pick up the Novaria.
4 picks, Eterna. 4 picks that we saw in the previous game for Namibia has been banned out. No Thamas, no Angela, no Vixana, no Fredrin. The only thing that we see that's the same, well, technically is not even on their side. They don't have the same pick at all. Like, even the Melissa was swapped out for the Hanabi. That's an Aurora hover. They're gonna lock it in. Love Witch trying to utilize the CC, and I actually like the composition coming in from South Africa this time. They're leaning into a bit more of the combo that they already have, and now it does seem like from the side of Namibia, they want to try to utilize some more utility, whether it be heals, but what is it going to be? Okay, it's a Florin. I thought it was going to be a Diggy. When they hovered over the Diggy, I kind of like blanked out there because that would have been the best pick. That would have been the best pick up against a CC heavy composition. Up against the Saber as well. It's pretty good because you have a little bit of a shield as well that you can give towards your team when you pop the time journey. So added sustainability on top of the shielding that you already get from the Hanabi.
Other than that, right, Tigreal, Aurora as well. Remember, Aurora's ultimate is very CC heavy, and the fact that if you have a Diggy in your composition, you can actually negate that entire kill pressure away. But it looks like the Florin is still going to be committed to, ladies and gentlemen, as both of these compositions have been set in stone for both of these teams. And like you mentioned, it feels a little bit more balanced this time, right? In the gold lane, we have the Clint versus the Hanabi. That should be a winning lane that South Africa can utilize. Seeing as how Namibia were able to control so much of that tempo because of the gold lane, because of the Melissa in the gold lane, the fact that now they're utilizing the Clint to hover over and to win it out in that gold lane does give a little bit more promise to them as we enter, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 in this best of 3 series between South Africa and Namibia. We're at match point as South Africa look to push this to a best of 3 series if they look to qualify over to the next stage of this tournament.
Impure Rage from Ayatka this time on the Alpha. So trying to go for a bit more sustainability and trying to keep the mana from being consumed a bit too much, right? But in the bottom lane, we do see Dark Empress again in a lane all alone, and this time it's up against Clint and Tigreal. So the Clint should be bullying early on, but so far it does seem like Dark Empress is able to clear and shove properly in the mid lane as well. Hecate is doing a bit of damage there. Good response from Love Witch, but Ayatka is already in the enemy jungle. Is going for the invades and going for the purple buff. It just seems like, okay, he's able to just pick it up. Early invade, and doesn't seem like, at least for Aradia, she's able to get any buffs. Not yet.
No, absolutely none. Completely just controlled over in this early stage of the game. Meanwhile, we are looking at different sorts of lanes happening and coming through, and we can already see in the gold lane that the Hanabi is being a little bit bullied despite being in this 2v2 with the Florin as well.
Okay, still in the bottom lane, we see a bit of the same thing. Dark Empress is actually winning out in this lane up against the Clint. It's definitely not one you want to see up against the Hanabi that already struggled real hard just yesterday and earlier here in game number 1 up against a hero that outranges her. But I think it has to do with how Hecate has been playing too, right? Because Hecate all the way, always just in the bottom lane, helping out Dark Empress, makes it so hard for South Africa to utilize that poke that they have in their trade. And it seems like they want to just keep on going for more now. Ayatka in the bottom lane doing some damage back as well. But Fatima's able to get the shove, but then the few slashes that Ayatka is able to just get out, is able to get first blood over to Namibia. Say goodbye to Fatima here early. And Aradia has rotated into the bottom lane, but does not want to go for it. Not just yet. Namibia are just munching on the turret shield in the bottom lane. And unfortunately for them, they won't be able to get the full turret shield, but close enough. Close enough for now.
You would think that that was the gold lane that could have been utilized in favor and in advantage to South Africa, but the fact that Namibia were able to win it out in terms of that gold lane with already giving a Dark Empress a 1-0-0 in this early stage of the game is already a big problem. Meanwhile, Namibia very quick in their tempo, in the way that they want to go about this particular game, and they will be able to pick up that neutral objective. They will be able to pick up that turtle. And look at this, an instant just
Whoa.
advantage and wait, aggression in the top lane, but meanwhile on the bottom side of the map,
Yeah, Fatima's trying to look for an angle to look for an implosion as well. She does get that level 4, but she's not able to pop in the implosion, and it doesn't seem like she's actually leveled up the implosion. I think a bit of a mistap perhaps, because it doesn't seem like she has the green emblem flashing there right beside her name for that ultimate. And for now, it does seem like for Dark Emperor, she's going to be able to just shove this wave easy peasy. Love Witch already using Flame Shot up top. What happened? Young One is going to get taken down. Ayaka and Blondie getting rid of a very, very overextended Dyrod in the bottom lane. That's a good shot, but Fatima doesn't have the implosion and now gets caught on the damage coming in from the side of a Kate. A few more shots should take her down, but they're able to escape. Now a triple sweep ready for Aradia, who rotates down below, gets it down on towards a Kate, but now is able to kind of wait just a bit. Oh no! She dashes to the wrong side, and Dark Empress will be able to get the kill onto her. Kate able to survive as well. Everything going wrong for South Africa.
how does she keep doing the same thing over and over on a pick like the Hanabi, right? A 2-0-0 KDA already in the first 4 minutes of the game. And if you take a look at the gold gap, that's a 4K lead for Namibia already in the 4th minute of the game. And look how they've been able to collapse on different things already. Love Witch already caught very low. I think this is going to be a kill over. There's the passive, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to save her life. Namibia picking over the kill onto Love Witch and being able to pick up a turret in the mid side as they continue their collapse on the next neutral objective. That was a kill over. The Nana gets eliminated too.
Just like yesterday, man, Aradia is that glimmer of hope that they have South Africa when it comes to at least getting kills in the early game. So far, whoa, Fatima taking a very, very weird maneuver here. That's a very weird path, and she does get shot down by the turret and also Dark Empress. She will fall. Meanwhile, Blondie making good use of the new item there. I think that's the new revamped War Axe that she just got. So trying to look for a lot of these, you know, prolonged team fights up top in the XP lane.
And it looks like it's succeeding, right? And neutral objective take going to fall into the hands of Namibia once again. You can see that Aradia, despite being on her comfort hero, the Saber, hasn't been able to find as much success as compared to Ayaka on the Alpha. Picking up more neutral objectives once again in the mid side again. That's going to be some damage coming through.
Full burst down into Love Witch and good disengage as well with the blooms. Wow, Asuna escapes and gets a double kill. Kate with the healing and Namibia with a big dub, 3-0 as they look to go for the mid lane. They want to go straight for these turrets in the mid lane as well. And so far, Raisha and Fatima, they're still so far. Fatima has the implosion, but it's not even going to be enough, I think, to really force anything or to even defend this for now. Good maneuvers by Namibia, and even with that shove, they're still able to pop in some damage. Molina blitz into the back, just zoning away Raisha from this wave, and another ice glacier gets popped down. That's a good frozen, and that's the flame shot to get rid of Asuna. But the triple sweep there earlier wasn't going to be too valuable. That's a bounce coming down back and forth. A good implosion in the air, but a penalty zone cancels Fatima's engage right into the Spear of Alpha, and there you go. Kate gets the double.
It was initially a great combo coming in from South Africa and a good try to win it out in this team fights. But remember, Namibia have the gold lead and they do have the item lead to boot as well. We can see that the Hanabi with a 505 KDA is already rocking 3 items, the Corrosion Scythe, the DHS, as well as that Golden Staff. So the damage is coming through, and the problem is, even if they want to go for a proper team fight for South Africa, right, the implosion was there. The fact that it was able to be cancelled in with the penalty zone and there was absolutely no follow-up coming through from the rest of the members makes it so that Namibia still have the advantage and the high ground when it comes down into these team fights. And they're very quick to the next neutral objective. They pick up this next turtle. That's going to be a perfect turtle now in South Africa. Absolutely no way to go in for this contest.
this point, what do South Africa even do, right? Even if they scale up to the later stage of the game, oh, some good damage placed down, but Asuna still has the passive, it seems. Good immobility down there. Oh, what the heck? Aradia goes for the triple sweep, but gets deleted instead, and Fatima joins her right after. Now Lovewitch, next on the chopping block, forced to run away, does throw out the flame shot, but even up top, Young One is forced to use the flicker defensively. And it does seem like for Namibia, they want to utilize that top lane pressure to try to take the tier 2 for free.
For sure, they're picking up the pace, they're picking up the tempo that they've already set, like they were able to do in game number 1. And look at that turret just completely fall in the top side. All is left is the inhibitor turrets in the top and the mid side. But even Asuna on the Nana is trying to go for a push, but wait a minute, in the top lane.
A good triple sweep, but it only catches Blondie right there with an implosion, not connecting to anybody. Dark Empress is still free to hit right now, and you can look at the AoE damage just bouncing back and forth. That's a double kill for Dark Empress, and they continue the chase right now with Hecate over there. Just a few more shots to take Fatima down, but she's able to dodge away. A good body block from Raisha to ensure her roamer's safety, but it seems for Namibia, they want to push in the issue right now in the bottom, or no, in the mid lane straight is Spear of Alpha. Lovewitch gonna be taken down under the turret. Legendary for Dark Empress as they go for the base turret, and there's no one to stop them this time. Even Melina Blitz to lock Fatima down, who cannot escape. Up top, there's going to be another wave, but now a triple sweep connects, but now it's going to be another bloom that helps them get back to almost full HP. Ayatka doing some damage, and Young One tries to jump in, but gets demolished again. Now the bounce back and forth going on to Raisha, and she will not be able to survive. Hecate gets the elimination. One last ditch effort to save the game from Lovewitch, but it will all be for naught. Namibia 2-0.
A clean series for Namibia in our first match of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And again, patterns speak volumes. We haven't been able to see a third game in these best of 3 series, and it just really shows that some of these regions, right, they're already so prepared, they're so confident with the way that they play, that they're able to go for a very dominant one-sided match. Namibia GG against South Africa, but unfortunately that does put South Africa at a 0-2 already in terms of that match rate.
Unfortunate stuff, man, but you know, that's the nature of competition, right? There's the thrill, there's the agony as well. There's someone who will come out as the victors, especially like here, a 2-0 dominant victory, despite the fact that we were talking about how this match in particular maybe could be a full best of 3. And, you know, Namibia crushed those dreams fast, real fast. Right after we got into game number 1, I think after the drafts, we saw the immediate, we saw the level difference, I think, immediately, right as we saw the drafts. And it's unfortunate for South Africa, but hey, this is another way for them to improve, right? They can look back at this game, look at the drafts, and try to look for the improvements. And we will be going back to take a look at the highlights for all the way from game 1 to game 2.
I mean, technically to game number 2, right? We saw that there were adjustments to the drafts, right? I mean, of course, the Saber in the first phase was one of the main, I guess, focuses of South Africa, but the rest of the picks, right, with the Clint coming through, that should have been a winning lane for South Africa. But again, the execution up until that very start, right, from the very beginning, from game number 1, as you can see here on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, it was just so much cleaner by Namibia. Again, Dark Empress on this Melissa was able to outplay so many of these rotations coming through. Although that we're seeing the play from the rest of the Namibia members in the top side, it looked like South Africa were looking for a counter play, a mirror play in the bottom, but look at how she's able to completely outmaneuver that engage from even happening. So South Africa deliberately was looking for some trades over the map, but it wasn't that easy. And up until this point, right, 8 minutes in, Dark Empress was already at a 6-0-0 lead. Now you're looking at a 9-0-0 lead. So that damage coming through with the setups being given over to her, it was very difficult for South Africa to kind of push them away, to kind of zone them away in these team fights, especially when the siege came through. 11-0-0 Dark Empress here in the 11th minute of the game.
It was an absolute stomp in game number 1. I mean, they continue this onslaught in the 11th minute of the game, and with the Melissa snowballed, it's just really tough to go for the defense, right? Because even if they play behind the minions, that actually will be better for Dark Empress on the Melissa. She wants that to happen. She wants the enemy team to be behind some entity so that she can actually get the muddles in, and then the basic attacks in for the AoE. And in this game, it was so sad to see because it almost looked like it really looked promising. I have to be honest with you, especially in the drafts, right? Because they have a composition that can actually combo so well. Imagine if Fatima got an implosion and then they were able to combo it together with the Aurora plus the Abyssum Strike of the Dairoth. So much AoE, and then, I mean, we can add in the Clint damage as well with the grenade bombardments, but unfortunately, this is one of the cases that we were talking about in, after game number 1. You were asking me, Eterna, how do South Africa adapt? And we were talking about maybe they could adapt to the games in the draft first before actually the execution. But it just seems like even when they do that, even when they adjust in the draft, the execution is just not on par. Not yet, at least, because they got the Clint. They got these winning matchups. These were the same matchups that gave them troubles just yesterday. The Clint versus the Hanabi. But this time it played out differently. The Hanabi was able to get the snowball. The Hanabi was able to win out in the lane. And ultimately, we all know how crazy the Hanabi will get in the later stage of the game, especially with 4 kills in the first 5 minutes.
For sure, right? And we saw that really come to play as well in this moment, right? It looked like perhaps South Africa had a great control of the team fight with so many of the utilities that are actually in their kit, right? They have Love Witch on the Aurora with the stuns coming through. This was already really great. But as soon as this implosion came through, not a lot of people were there to follow up because there were a lack of resources. And so Fatima's implosion here was just negated based on the damage already given in by Namibia. So that entirety of the game plan that they really wanted to go for, that entire strategy was taken out of the board. And unfortunately, again, right, for Aradia on the Saber, she couldn't really match the farming pattern and the tempo and the rotations coming in from Ayaka as well. At this point, she was 3 levels below. So there was absolutely no way for neutral objective contests to happen anyway. And if they wanted to try and push the tempo and kind of prolong it into the late game to wait for, of course, the Clint to get a little bit more items to dish out that damage with so much tools that were in Namibia's arsenal, and the fact that they were already going on a snowball with the Hanabi, by the way, 10-0-9 KDA for Dark Empress in the 9th minute of the game, right before she ended it. It's a lot more difficult to come back in the game.
It was almost impossible, you could say, right? Because at least in game number 1, they still had that late game that they could play around, but in this game, their composition really relied on that early to mid game. Even the Tigreal, I mean, even in the jungle, they had a Saber. Someone that definitely needs to get going at the start. And even if the start goes well, and somehow Namibia were able to force it out into the late game, then it gets to a point where Saber does get quite relevant in the game. Maybe if she has enough Skypiercer damage and enough Skypiercer stacks, then maybe it would change some things. But yeah, if they failed in the early game, it was just really tough to make that composition work. And we definitely got to see that, right? It was an earlier end as well. It was a more dominant run, it feels, even though the Hanabi was swapped up. And even though some of these winning picks, winning matchups have already been secured by South Africa. So I think all that we can say for South Africa is good game, well played. Good luck next time, and hopefully we see the improvement of South Africa, because I think after that performance, they're definitely going to reevaluate. They're definitely going to try to refine what they have in their game, because it's still a very young region, Africa as a whole, right? Especially for South Africa. Hopefully they get the time to improve and to pop off, just like the MLBB men's South Africa. Because, yeah, they brought up the Yin. They brought up the Hellcurt. Remember the Yin Rome Hellcurt mid? We'll never stop talking about that until AEC ends. Maybe until IESF ends. We'll keep on talking about it. Maybe even next year, we'll keep on bringing that up. The Yin Rome and the Hellcurt mid, because it was just so fun, so special. And at the time, it was a breath of fresh air, because we weren't usually used to those kind of picks. We're used to more of the Fredrins, and I'm glad technically that in this game we did get to see the Fredrin. Now I understand what Naisu felt, dude, because yesterday I was like, nah, I'm happy that we never get to see the Fredrin, but today I'm like, okay, you know what? After that game 1 Fredrin, I was like, you know what? Yeah, it's kind of satisfying to see a pick that you are normal, a normal pick that you're usually used to seeing. So what about you, Eterna? What about you? What do you think about the drafts that Namibia displayed in game 1 and 2?
I think it was very flaunty. I think it was very confident. And honestly, there was a layer of what would you call it when you're like, it's not bad mouthing, but kind of like showing off, right? Because Namibia is like basically telling South Africa, like, hey,
Showboating.
you wanna exactly showboating, right? Hey, you wanna use the Hanabi? It didn't work out for you. Let us show you how the Hanabi is
Oh, yeah.
properly played, right? Because they're literally utilizing the comfort heroes from South Africa and showing them how it's done and being able to actually find that win against them. So it must be a tough position, honestly, for South Africa, especially for game number two with the Hanabi taken out of the board and denied away. So we're actually going to ask, and I hope we actually get the opportunity to ask Namibia later on whether or not this
Hmm.
Hanabi pick was kind of like a flaunt on their end, right? If it
Yeah.
was just a little bit of attitude from them to, put South Africa and
Yes.
hurt them a little bit in terms of that mentality. Because I think we are going to get an interview with the winners from Namibia being able to win that 2-0 against South Africa earlier in our first match of the day. So we're just waiting on that. Miracle, do you have any particular questions that you would actually kind of focus on if you do get a chance to talk to Namibia?
I think I've gotta ask them if they have been scrimming against South Africa. I want to ask them about the community right now in Africa for the female scene, the women's scene, because again, me and Naisu, we were able to actually talk to Tunisia, and then we were able to talk to a lot of the winners of the matches in the MLBB men's, and they told us that they're actually a very very small community, so they actually scrim against one another a lot. They play against one another, and they actually meet up in these servers when they just play ranked a whole lot. So I want to know if it's the same thing that is happening in the MLBB women's scene for Africa. Are they all like? Do they all know each other? Because if they do, it would make much more sense as to why they banned out the Ixia, the Saber, and the CC in the first game. Or maybe they just did their homework. I would love to know why they actually decided to go for those three bans. Whether they know them personally at this point, or they just watched the stream yesterday. That could have been the simple answer, right? Maybe they're not as tight of a community here in the women's scene. Maybe they just use the data really, really well.
That's actually a really good point. I'm actually wondering the same. Because is it like that for us in like the Indonesian scene? Are we that close knit? I mean, technically we are, right? But to have like
Hmm.
homework on one another, I don't think it's that close because usually scrims happen in different regions, right? Not in the same
Yeah.
region.
I think you want to try to avoid as many like teams that you are going to be facing in the actual tournaments, so they don't
Yeah.
actually get a read on your plays. So yeah, we definitely did have that back in the day for Indonesia when we were still developing as well as a region, when MLBB just got released and some of these pro teams are finally like looking for scrims. Yeah, probably they met each other in rank. They scrim against each other a whole lot, but then as we get into the higher tiers, as they all progressed as well, now they have their own different format and structure when it comes to scrimming. Maybe scrimming up against different countries, or maybe scrimming up against other different teams that are in different tiers as well, but not really scrimming against the teams in their own tier. Because again, a lot of data could be mined by their opponents as well. They could just basically
Yeah.
troll and just look at the draft. So again, there's so many different dimensions, but for an emerging region, for a region that's still developing, it's still really cool to just see that, early phase of development where they're all still so close together. And I think we've been seeing this from a lot of regions outside of Africa too, like North America too. They all kind of know each other. It's a very small community. So everybody knows what this guy plays, and then they can continue to just respect each other in the next few games. And I think that's kind of the pattern we see for every single region that is developing, that is trying to make it into the big stages. Because when you're so small, you need to work together, right? But then later on, when you do get good, everybody's going to be on that level. Everybody's going to be very, very close to your level. So then you might want to just save your strats for the other regions for some of these matches.
That's why it's just really so cool to have a little bit of insight and have a little bit of a peek and a tester to all these different regions, because I think I talked about this a little bit with Naisu yesterday. The fact that different regions kind of have different things going on with them, right? Because you can literally give like some stereotypes out of different regions and how they play the game. Like,
Yeah.
when you're watching a Filipino match, when you're watching a Malaysian match. you know when you're watching an Indonesian match. So the fact that we're having a little bit more insight as to Africa as a region that we don't mostly see, especially come to play in the larger scale competitions and championships, the fact that we get a little bit of a taste here and there in both the male and female MLBB scene has been very, it's honestly, it's been an honor to see them actually kind of develop as players and as teams. The fact that we saw what they were able to bring yesterday and the way that they were adjusting slowly but surely into their next matches as well. So coming into the next matches that we have of the day, I'm actually curious to see and actually quite excited to see how these players will start adjusting to one another. But again, I've been a big um advocate for like the women's MLBB scene. I
For
think
sure.
we've been so used to seeing the same regions coming to life in these international tournaments. So the fact that there is now
Yeah.
a media force for the African region is great, right? And hopefully we get to see them compete more and more and see their improvements more and more over the course of time to finally go head to head against these regions that have held the dynasty for so long, like Bigatron era or Team Vitality, time and time again.
Yeah, yeah. Vicatron era that has now changed, has been acquired by Team Vitality. Yeah, I think we'll be representing Indonesia as well for the women's scene here. But I'm glad you brought up that point. I think me personally, I have to give a massive shout out to IESF, right? Because even all the way from 2022, when we first got MLBB and IESF, they invited regions that we're just not known to. We don't know a lot of these regions. Like Namibia was the representative for Africa back then in ISF 2022 Bali, and it was all about giving the platform for these new teams, for these new regions to develop and to improve. And we're seeing that already from Africa, right? And it's okay for the teams that loses, for the teams who maybe don't look as convincing, because this is the platform for them to actually improve. Next
Yeah.
season, next year, we're going to definitely see them improve a whole lot. Maybe swap their rosters, maybe keep the same lineup, but then just refine their craft and reevaluate what mistakes they made in the game. So it does seem like, Eterna, we are going to be getting ready for that interview with Team Namibia. And it seems the interview is actually ready, Eterna.
Yep, let's give them a call. Ring, ring, ring. Namibia, are you there? It looks like we are going to
Yes,
be in an
hi, I
interview
am
with
here.
Hekatexo. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yeah,
Hekatexo?
it's Hecate XO, yeah.
Hekatexo. It's really nice to see you. Congratulations once again, winning that out in a 2-0 against South Africa. You know, first and foremost, I think we would like to know how you're feeling about that match.
Honestly, it was amazing. It was really, the hype was there. Our team, our communication was amazing. So, and we're all now really hyped. The adrenaline is still, I still feel it's still rushing through. So I can say that from the rest of my team as well. It is, it's really exhilarating. So yeah.
Great stuff. Well, I want to continue by asking you a question here, because I was able to interview some of the men's team as well in Africa, and it does seem like for the men's side that it's such a tight knit community there in Africa, right? So they know each other, they know every single one of the teams, they like to scrim and meet each other in ranked games, and I think the same question applies here for me to you. Is it the same for the women's scene? Do you meet a lot of these players in scrims, and is that the reason we got to see the Ixia band, the Saber band, and the CC as well? Full respect in the first game.
Yeah, no, we're quite tight here, but we're not that well known with the other countries' teams actually. So this first team is the first time we have a full female team in Namibia specific. So that was just purely like we saw last night's match with South Africa and Madagascar after we played Madagascar, and then that's where we saw, okay, this is where we're gonna make our picks from. This is how we're gonna decide, and this is how we're gonna strategize. You know, if some of our people got banned, then we'll know, okay, cool, we have plan A, B, C. So, but in Namibia itself, because we're not a lot of female players yet, we are all close with each other. We do know each other. We play again with each other. We even have a few WhatsApp groups and a few gaming communities, and specifically in MLBB. That's how we acquaint with one another.
That's actually super great. And so they were doing their homework against South Africa, right? Hence the bans coming through. I honestly am quite curious about one thing, if I can ask. When you guys let the Hanabi go in the first game, and then in the second game you actually picked it up for yourselves. Was that actually a pick that you wanted to play, or was that a deny pick away from South Africa?
No, it was actually a pick that we want to play because first the Melissa was
Oh.
banned, and with our Melissa, she dominates. For our team, it's usually a major pick for Melissa, but because they banned her, then we're like, okay, cool. So our next best pick is Hanabi, so that we have to make sure that our Hanabi gets first pick.
All right, great adjustment, right? And I just want to ask you now, do you guys have a coach, or are you guys doing this? Are you guys just strategizing mid-game, just together as 5 players and maybe some subs?
No, we don't have any subs, but we do have an amazing coach. Caleb, if you wouldn't
see.
mind, just quickly stand here next to me. Just to show your face, please. This is our coach.
Hey.
This is Caleb. He's also a
Caleb.
mythic immortal. And we made sure we're getting the best coach out there. But in between, before the matches, when we were like, okay, cool. So we don't know anymore who to ban. Yo, coach, help us out. And he just jumped in and was like, okay, cool. You know what? Go for this. He's on it. He knows the stuff. Helping us with our emblems as well. Huge guy. Love that man.
That's great, man. I mean, seeing the coach there, I think we were assuming that, there's a lot of structure here. So I don't know where the understanding is coming from, the players, obviously, but then knowing now that you guys have the coach, and shout out to Coach Caleb, right? Caleb was his name. Shout outs to him
Yeah, Caleb.
for an amazing draft, amazing
Shout
backup
out.
as well for the team. So, yeah, I think that's all for my questions, Eterna.
I think that's
you.
all for me as well. Just congratulations once
having.
again, Hakatexo. Hopefully, we get to see you move forward, and
Thank you.
hopefully, we get to see you at AEC. So, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Have a great
definitely.
rest. You guys completely deserve it.
Yeah,
Thank you
thank you
so
so
much.
much. Have a lovely time, guys.
Goodbye.
Wow. Okay. So, they do have a coach. So, it makes sense, right? The way that they were
It makes
playing was a
sense
little
now, the
bit more
structure.
systemized. Exactly. The structure of their gameplay as well, not just in the drafts, but also like their gameplay. The fact that they understood their winning conditions with the drafts that they were given. But again, okay, so I think I was thinking a little bit too into it about the Hanabi pick, but like, so I guess Hanabi is like a big pick in this region, right? Because
Yeah.
yesterday we saw a lot of Hanabis in the gold lane as well. Is it the same for the men's scene, or is it just a female scene pick coming through?
We did see like 2 Hanabi games, I think, but for the most part, it's just the normal picks, like the Roger, the Carry, even, and we haven't seen a whole lot of Clint. So yeah, the Hanabi is still kind of niche in the men's scene, but I think it's because the women's scene, we're seeing a lot more fights, we're seeing a lot more of those combos come in. That AOE just gets so much more value. Hence why the Hanabi, and we did, hear in as well to Hekate. She said that if it wasn't the Hanabi, it's the Melissa. So still in line with that AOE damage, still in line with the team fighting.
It's just really their identity, right? And so now we're getting a little bit more of a feel as to the play styles coming through from the African region, right? They're so heavily based on these skirmishes, these team fights in the early stages of the game. They're very aggressive, by the way, with the way that they play.
Very.
Like if they can find a pick under minute number 1, they'll go for it and they look for a snowball from then and there. And I think that's some of the similarities that we're seeing from different regions, but still in the African online qualifiers. But wow, again, another 2-0, Mirko. Were you expecting a 2-0? I think you were expecting this match to be at least a game number 3. But, our next match
Yeah.
of the day, remember, Egypt versus Tunisia. I think this is one of my biggest highlights. Nisa will be stepping in to cast this one with you, Mirko, I do believe.
Mhm.
I'm actually quite excited to watch this one.
Yeah, I think I'm very excited to watch this one, especially, right? Because, my dreams were shattered. My dreams of a full 3-game series were already shattered after match number 1. But still, it was great. It was a great performance by Namibia. Definitely not taking away from that win because it was spectacular. And they definitely deserve that win after, all the hard work that we just heard from the interview as well. The fact that they got a coach, the fact that, this is the first time ever that we're seeing a
Coach
female team
Caleb.
from Namibia as well. Coach Caleb. Hey, we have a Coach Caleb as well in Indo, actually. Fun facts for Evos. But yeah,
Oh,
the
his name's
analyst.
Caleb?
His name is Caleb. So
Oh, right. Yeah, you're
yeah,
right.
I guess there's just something with Caleb and MLBB. I don't know why all the Calebs are good at MLBB, right? Especially in the coaching department. But we'll have to do a research on that. Why are Calebs just good at the game? But obviously, Egypt versus Tunisia. This has got to be the highlight match of the day because of the interview yesterday. We heard from them themselves. Egypt wants this matchup, and I'm glad that we get to see it streamed. Okay, you're not going to be casting Eterna, but I want to, because you're not going to be casting, I'm going to ask you for your
Okay.
prediction. You think Egypt's
What?
going to get it done, or do you think Tunisia is going to get it done? And the score, too. Got to put the burden on you.
You know, Mirko, never in my life have I witnessed a 6-minute game on a competitive level of MLBB. So with that
Okay.
being said, and the way that they were able to dominate that game, I will predict a clean 2-0 for Egypt just because of that. But not to take away
Ooh.
from Tunisia. You know, I love my curses. You know, I'm just going to say it's a 2-0.
Oh,
So hopefully we'll get a 2-1, right? Like your curse has been just it's what do you call it when it like goes to me too? What's the word for it?
contagious? It's been
Yeah, it's
contagious?
contagious. Your curse is contagious, so I'm gonna pull that out.
Okay, so I've never seen someone play both the sides so convincingly, right? You've supported Egypt and Tunisia so convincingly. You've given both of them some good support there, and I think for the people in the chat as well, they definitely realize that. So if you guys want to predict, it's very, very easy to do so. Go ahead and chat in the comment section. And also, if you guys want to keep up with all the updates, go and check out www.isf.gg, because all of the updated matches, even the matches that they're going on right now that are not being streamed, the results will be all there.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go on a short break before we get into the highlighted match of the day in this best of 3. So we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for the African Open qualifiers here at ISF. See you guys soon.
The first slot for Northern Africa to qualify to AEC 24 Casablanca will be secured. But who's it going to be? We're going to find out in our second match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, and it is Egypt who takes on Tunisia in our second match. But today, it's going to be a bit different from match number 2. Match number 2, we're going to have me, Mirko, still, but we're going to have Naisu here together with us to bring you guys this epic match. And Naisu, you interviewed Egypt just yesterday. They said they wanted to go up against Tunisia. What about you? What do you think about this matchup?
I would say this is the highlight, at least for us to watch this out of the stream games for so far from what we've seen for the MLBB women's here for for Africa regionals in general. I think a lot of people would say this is the matchup to watch because let's be honest, there's been some pretty one-sided matches that we've seen so far, and I think even if you look at the way that Egypt played yesterday, it was very apparent that they had a lot of experience. And we had some information too in the chat yesterday talking about, some of the experience that those players had and how they came together to form this team. Now, Tunisia, on the other hand, too, from my understanding, if we're looking at the updated points here and the standings, you guys can go over to IESF.gg to check this out. They're both standing at 3 points, I believe it is. So we'll see which one pulls through and secures that first slot.
Very high potential to actually see that dream of ours, Naisu, based on the 4 days that we've been casting. We've been really wanting to see the full 3 games, and maybe Egypt versus Tunisia for MLBB Women's might get us there. So for Egypt, let's welcome this lineup. Electa, Names, Nucci, Velvet, and Sunlight. Still the same lineup from what we saw yesterday from Egypt. And in their debut game, they were almost able to break the records. The current record holder, I believe, is Vietnam versus Namibia for the fastest game in MLBB with 6 minutes, 11 seconds. So Egypt got close. They got 6 minutes, not 11 seconds, quite a bit far there, but it was the closest ever that we've seen to actually reaching that point because it was so different back then. Yeah, 2 years ago, you could actually end the game by the 10th minute pretty normally. I think the average game time back then was like 10 to 12 minutes, but since some of the changes that have been, introduced into the game, it just feels like it's almost impossible to get a game under even 8 minutes. So the fact that they showed us that it could be done under 7 minutes in 6 minutes is some really impressive stuff.
Yeah, I think they had, I think yesterday was about 6:30 or 6:33, something around that time. But, that's the point is like, it's very rare that you see games end, it's still a feat if you end the game and the first Lord, like currently with the way that the meta is right now. And, you saw it to the point where, like, again, they had to juggle just kind of getting kills and then fighting off the turrets for a little bit because just scaling wise, they barely had like first items locked in, so we'll see if they can replicate that here, especially against this lineup from Tunisia.
Kaishin, Mary, Yuki, Raven, and Mikomi. So far, it definitely seems like these are the 2 best teams in Northern Africa, right? We've been talking about the stats earlier. You mentioned earlier in IESF.gg. You guys can go and check it out as well. The people in the live chat right now. I think Nightbot's out there to give you guys the link constantly. But yeah, you guys can check www.isf.gg, tap on the region, and then tap on the game, and then tap on the stats below it, or again, to be able to find the real full stats of the current standings currently. And it does seem like, Tunisia and Egypt, they are topping their group. They're both undefeated, right? They're both sitting at 3 points. So the winner of this match will secure that first slot. And it does seem like for both of them, they've had a very, very good route to this matchup. They've both been unstoppable. Obviously, we haven't seen Tunisia because we haven't actually been able to cast any of the games for Tunisia. We haven't had any of their matches streamed. But I feel like for some reason, their performance should be quite similar to the men's MLBB Tunisia. And if it is anything close to that, man, they are scary.
It's gonna be good, like if it is, right? I mean, we talked about this back in the men's. I think if I remember right, Tunisia men's played day 1 or around that time, and we were really impressed with them because, again, going into this, we don't have that much information about these teams, and for these ladies playing, again, as you get through the interviews, I saw the interview, by the way, from the last one. How did you say her name? Hecta. I think it was Hecta, right? Hecta from the previous interview, but it's the same thing, man. They're so well spoken,
Capital,
and
sorry.
they even had their coach. You know, they even had their coach on camera. But I think it's what's great to hear about, like, from the women's interviews, and even yesterday when we had Nucci on here, just how much time some of them are putting into this. I mean, again, I wasn't expecting the fact that the coach would actually come on camera, and we heard that, you know, sometimes they, what was he, mythical? I think she said he was
Mythic
immortal, right? And so, you know, you have a lot of the support going here for these women's teams even, and, you know, for teams like this, like Egypt, I feel like you go in with a kind of expectation too for some of the teams where you're like, you know, Egypt's probably going to be pretty good. They ended up being phenomenal, made almost broke a record, got really close. But, you know, for Tunisia too, I think that's the thing, because we haven't been able to see them on the stream, and, you know, their games have gone offline, at least taken care of it for yesterday. This is where it's like, all right, how is this going to match up against Egypt? And I think that's why, for a lot of people, myself included, this is the matchup to watch, you know, Egypt and Tunisia, because again, Tunisia, I think for them to win this and secure that first slot going forward for AEC, they're going to be the first ones to show us if Egypt was really that good yesterday, or it was just an experience gap, if you will, you know, between who they played. And I think this is the best team to be able to do that, obviously, if you're even just going by the standings. So that's my main thing. And since, again, Tunisia is going to be new for us here, especially on the online viewers watching right now, this is what they want to see. Like, I'm sure some of them that joining us right now, they saw what happened with Egypt yesterday. And I know people were talking about it in the chat, like, whoa, what happened? You know, what's going on? And so now this is like the opportunity. So if there is, I agree with you, if there's a time where we're going to get 3 games, Mirko, this is it. Like, out of the past 4 days, today's day 4, this might be the one where we do get those 3 games. Now, I'll say that if for some reason Egypt really is just that good and they go and, you know, dominate game 1, then there is a chance that it is sweep. But I don't want to say that yet, because I think Tunisia has the tools they need based off, you know, we're going just based off stats on IESF.gg, you know? So we're just going to assume that they have what it takes to take Egypt on. And at the same time, a big part of that will tell us once we get to the draft. Like, how are they drafting? What are they banning out? Because, you know, I know you and Eterna talked about this a little bit too. A major patch just came through, you know, so we got a glimpse of some of the new items also from the previous match, and there's still a lot of room for bringing some of that new stuff to light now.
I think it'll be amazing either way, right? Let's say Egypt actually are that dominant and they actually go and win it 2-0. Then we'll have legit contenders later on in AEC 24, and maybe legit contenders for the main stage if they decide to also dominate AEC 24 in Casablanca and then make it to the main stage as another overwhelming favorite, because we have a lot of those in the MLBB women's scene, right? Mainly, it's gotta be Indonesia as well and the Philippines who are still dominating in that aspect, but really, really strong teams that just seem invincible. And I really hope that for Africa, we have that kind of figure as well, a figure that is invincible. People look up to this team and think, man, how are we even going to get close up against this team, right? That would be great. But obviously, some healthy competition will be great as well. If both Tunisia and Egypt can have a very similar level of play to, like, let's say the MLBB men's one, where we actually did see almost as well the game, a series go full 3 games. I remember it being so close. I think it was a match between Senegal and Djibouti, right? That was the match where in the early game it was so fun. In the mid game as well, there were some crazy battles. And in the end, they just had to go back to like the core fundamentals of the game. They have to actually, like, both of them force the best out of each other. And that's hopefully what we get to see in this matchup. Usually when I say I hope for something to happen, it doesn't happen. And it's actually the reverse, the opposite of what I expect and I hope to happen happens. So just for that, I hope it'll be 2-0, right? Let's play the reverse.
All right, you're going to play the reverse card? Yeah.
Try to reverse it, because at this point we need it. I really saw the potential as well of the previous game to go 3 games, but after the draft, it just seemed different. So this time we got to go at it with a different angle of attack. But I think you brought up a good point. The patch, we actually did get to see a little bit of the new items, the revamped items as well, not just the new items. We got the
You only saw one, right? Yeah,
on
Sky
Melissa. No,
Piercer,
but
that
we
was
saw
it.
the fleeting time as well.
Ah,
The fleeting time that was built on the Fredgen. So interesting, right? The Appraiser's Wrath, not really the biggest ultimate that you would think to utilize the fleeting time. Not a hero that you would think as well to utilize the fleeting time because of all the cooldowns, resets that you have when you get the taunt. But we did see it for the Fredgen. And yeah, if you guys don't know, now that item has adaptive attack. So it follows through whatever damage you already have. So physical or
yeah.
magical, depending on your hero and depending on the build. I'm really interested to see what other heroes can utilize that, right? Because we saw the Ixia just the other day, Naisu,
Yep.
and I think the Ixia would actually get a lot of value from a pick like that, from an item pick like that,
From the Sky Piercer?
from the Sky Piercer and the fleeting
Yeah.
time, dude.
And the fleet time, yeah. So today I spent a good portion of the day kind of just reading through like the patch notes, but dude, there's so many. And then
There
at the
is.
same time, like even some of the hero adjustments that were made, I even tuned into some of the streams of the pro players out there, kind of experimenting with things, and I saw some Zask, because we saw that he did get kind of like a buff going on. Allis, by the way, is probably he's like a sleeper hero for me because little weird fun fact, I love dwarves, man, and I'm pretty sure Allis is dwarf. So like in all these games that I've played, for some reason I always opt to pick a dwarf. And so, like, when Allis was released, I forgot what year he came out, but when I first saw Allis, I was like, this is the hero to play. But unfortunately, he just was never that meta, or like he was never really like that good, I guess,
He was
because
better for like a
just
week, I think.
he
That
was
was a
meta. Yeah, it was very short, like his strong period, I would say. And so to see him get like a little bit of a change, a little bit of buff, of course, is nice. But I think the fun part for this patch in general is to see like what new combinations are available in terms of just itemization, because for the longest time when you're watching competitive esports for MLBB, obviously you see a lot of the same build paths and things being taken up, and I think for a while too some of the community was like, yeah, some of these items probably need some changes, like there needs to be something done, especially when you're talking about like Bloodlust Axe, War Axe. I think it was great what they did by taking those two items and kind of just it's like War Axe now, I believe it's still called War Axe.
It is.
But some of the changes that needed to happen, I think, and kind of shake up, I would say, itemization or even build paths is really nice. It's a really refreshing time for that to come in, especially with all these big tournaments happening. And I think it leaves a lot of now room for experimentation, creativity. And this is always at least from me, from a player perspective, a very fun time, until things kind of get settled in.
For sure. I think especially now, right? Yeah, you mentioned it as we get right into the patch, there's going to be a lot of experimentation. I think even here in the tournament, and technically we kind of already saw that even yesterday before the patch. So that's something that's very, very interesting. Are we going to see even more crazy picks now? Add on to the tally of unique hero picks that we've already been talking about, the entire African regional qualifiers, with the roles being swapped, with the flex heroes as well. And now maybe with these new items, maybe we might see a lot more of those ranged heroes come in, because we were talking about it a little bit off cam. Xavier seems like he would do really well with the Sky Piercer, right? You also mentioned that Gord could utilize the Sky Piercer really well if he plays, with that range. So a lot of different ways to actually utilize some of these new items.
I have
with
a
heroes
question
that
for
you
you.
wouldn't actually expect instantly with that item. But yeah, what's the question? Shoot away, bro.
You're a gold lane main, right?
Yes, I'm a gold lane main.
So when you looked at these items come through, like doesn't this make you happy? I mean, like even a Malefic Gun.
Yeah.
Like how would you utilize Malefic Gun? Like your main used to be 1-1, right? I don't know if your main is still 1-1. How would you utilize Malefic Gun? It's such an interesting fact that it increases the range, the basic range, for 3 seconds.
I think there are a lot of ways to use it, actually. It's a very underrated item, because I see a lot of people now talk about the Malefic Gun and say, that added attack range really isn't too crazy. But I think it's actually quite big,
15%, I
especially
think.
for heroes like the Melissa as well, when you need that additional range, right? Let's say you pop into Muddles, you shoot it out. Once that once that ability lands, you get more attack range. And remember, on the Melissa, at this point, because of the changes that were made to her kit, you need to basic attack an entity to get the muddles to actually basic attack the opponents that you've already landed your ability on, right? So I think it plays into a whole lot of different heroes. Like the 1-1 as well, I think is a great example of that. You land skill 1, usually it's still a bit tough to get the last few weakness points, even with, the 1-1 mobility. But now with the attack range, what that allows you is you already have a crazy amount of mobility plus the additional attack range, and technically plus the 15% movement speed as well that you get later on. It'll make a lot of these mobile heroes, it'll make a lot of the all-in heroes as well do really well. So it's a very cool dynamic where everybody can utilize it. I think even I was actually in a podcast with a Chinese player. He's Malaysian, but he's in China right now, Long, and he was talking about how Yi Sun-shin could come back into meta because of this item as well. Get attack range and movement speed, a lot of mobility.
Wait, even on a melee? Like even on a melee hero works?
Technically, that's where we're gonna have to like experiment, right? I don't know if Yi Sun-shin actually gets it, but he was saying that Yi Sun-shin could come through. I think I'll have to test that out as well. Hopefully, we do get a Yi Sun-shin game as we jump into the drafts of game number 1 for Egypt versus Tunisia. It does seem like right now, Egypt will be on the blue side and Tunisia will be on the red. Roger, banned out, respecting instantly that Roger.
Man, my brain is like firing off right now because like as you mentioned YSS with the Malefic gun, I'm thinking like, yeah, how does that work? If I know he works with range and melee, but like then how does that proc, does that increase his melee attack range too? Because then you're thinking of people like Alucard, like heroes like Alucard even, that have it, such an easy way to get into the zone. I don't know if you'd actually want to pick up, for example, Malefic gun, because
all those too, right?
Yeah, all is too. Like we talk about, I mean, they usually pick up, if they want more damage penetration, Malefic Roar. What if they're picking up Malefic Gun and Malefic Roar? There's so much room, I feel like, that will be kind of uncovered here in the days ahead of us.
Now we're going to get to see that Lo Yi ban as well. So expect a lot of the utility prio that we're used to seeing as well, right? The Lo Yi, the chip. I think more pressure will be placed on the red side to actually ban out those big heroes like the chip and the Lo Yi. And if they don't, then they're going to have to succumb to that chip pressure that has been still very, very phenomenal. But I think especially when we get to the MLBB women's side, the meta is a bit more different, right? The meta is a bit more brawly. We've been seeing a lot more Xaviers pop up. We've been seeing a lot more Hanabis as well. Though I think in this particular game, we might not see the Hanabi, but AoE is going to be the main weapon here. And I think, actually, now that I think about it, because of these changes in the items, something like a Melissa could be super prio again, right? You get a lot of that attack range, you get a lot of the mobility as well, and with the Sky Piercer, technically your range is doubled with the muddles. So you're going to deal so much more damage. So I'm still trying to theory craft in my head now as to what heroes will actually be able to find the most value with these new items. But it seems for the bans, there's nothing too crazy just yet. It's a Roger, it's a Fredrin. It's still a very, very normal meta banning phase.
That's what I was already kind of looking at here. This is kind of the difference and between the two teams. What I was talking about with Egypt and Tunisia is like, look how methodical this seems like. They're going through the bans, right? It's something different than what we've had previously, and these are very meta heroes being banned out, and that there's some obviously thought into this to the bans specifically going out for meta, possibly also some target bans, of course. But this, I would say, Mirko, so far is the most normal maybe bans that we're used to, at least in recent time here. And depending on what these next ones are to round out the first phase, this is interesting because it makes me wonder, what is going to be the priority here? The chip is actually the one that gets taken out too. So far out of these 5 out of 6 bans right now, this is exactly what we're used to seeing.
And I think that's an interesting ban, right? Because we are used to seeing these bans, but the chip on blue side, it definitely means that maybe Egypt are not really that comfortable to play that chip in their own side to even first pick it. That's why they have to ban it out right now. But because technically for Tunisia, maybe they have the chip in their arsenal as well to actually try to utilize later on in the game. But none of the chip, Fredrin and Roger have been banned out with the Lo Yi and the Mathilda. I'm just hoping that we will see the Harith, man, because that's
Yeah.
usually what is banned out in these kind of situations, especially when the first pick is still up to go for the Harith, but they go for the Lolita. So there you go, a little bit of a different meta already, right? A different kind of respect towards the Lolita over all the other things. And the Harith is up for grabs. Egypt, do they go for it? Do they first pick the Harith? Is it even still prio after all the item changes? Or are ranged heroes able to just nullify his brawl style because they kite him out of the Zaman Force?
That's true. It would be interesting to see if they go something other than the Harith. We don't know if that is going to completely change. Like you said, too, we've seen some really kind of off-the-wall first picks from the team so far, just from the Africa region in general, but it looks like they're hovering over the Harith. This is going to be a good choice if they do lock it in, and it'll be oh, whoa, the fast swap to the Angela here. They showed it. Maybe they're saying like, hey, you know what, Tunisia, you guys can grab it if you want to.
All right, so the Angela a bit more prio over some of the other picks. Okay, interesting choice, but again,
Esmeralda?
the Esmeralda could come through here up against the Angela, but it feels like maybe a pick that they can save for, the last pick in the first phase. This is why the red side, you get a lot of value there too. Technically, you have other ways to react to this pick, and maybe because the Angela's been picked up, you want to try to take away some of the heroes that actually do well with the Angela, which are dive heroes. The Baxia, Roger has been banned out, so we don't really need to take care or really talk about that, but they're already going to go for the Faramis, so already building up for their own kind of dive composition, their own kind of brawl composition. My question is now, Carmilla. So starting off strong with just with the core foundations here, and it seems like, I just said it, when you have an Angela, you're going to see a whole lot of dive in your composition. Heroes like the Baxia, but also, the Yu Zhong. I can't believe I completely forgot about the Yu Zhong, especially considering the last 3 days, Yu Zhong is still sitting at 100% win rate. Yes, nice. So 100% win rate on the Yu Zhong. With the changes on the effects as well, on his animations, it definitely will look much flashier.
Oh, man. If this Harith is going to be locked in too, I'm almost just expecting the response to be an Esmeralda. And maybe that's kind of what they're planning here, but okay, Valentina. It's been a minute, man, since we've seen Valentina picked up. I feel like she's been slept on a little bit, but finally gets locked in here. And so this is actually interesting because with a Valentina being locked in, and again, we haven't seen many teams pick her up, but this time around, you have actually already in these two picks across from you from Tunisia, pretty good ultimates to choose from. You could take the Curse of Blood if you want to. You're most likely a lot of times also going to have the Nether Realm priority. So now for the rest of the lineup, what does Tunisia do here? How do they round this first phase out? Because across from them, they've already got to deal with just the strength of an Angela, especially paired up with the Yu Zhong, like we said, 100% win rate so far. And it looks like the answer is going to be the CC. So they get their XP lane locked in. And, that matchup should be okay. A lot of the times we've seen the Yu Zhong matchups not go very well, but it's also just because a lot of the times, at least for the African region, they snowball so hard on the Yu Zhong. And usually by then, I would say it's either the Yu Zhong or the Dairoth. We saw glimpses of that from its Dark Prime. But so I think this is actually a good response. Pick up the CC. You have at least, Vengeance to play around with. You can be able to sustain yourself pretty well. And I'm wondering, too, how this kind of change the new items. Like, the new items might change some of the build paths or options here for both XP laners.
Yeah, especially considering the War Axe is, has been changed. Maybe now the Yu Zongs and the CC, well, the CC already usually goes for the War Axe, but maybe now Yu Zong players are more inclined to go for that War Axe over, let's say, the Hunter Strike or even just that Fury Hammer that we were talking about before, right? As the one sole physical damage item before you go for the full tank build that you're used to going for. But Harith, good adjustment there. They saw that, Egypt were hovering over that pick a bit too many times in the first phase. To let it go in the second phase would absolutely be a crime. So they'll take it out of the way. Good Minotaur ban as well to anticipate, they're going to be diving. Their composition is already built against to actually look for that dive. If they do give Tunisia a chance to counter that dive with a reactive roamer, with a re-engage tool like a Minotaur, it definitely will stop some of those plans from happening. And I think it's a good ban because usually, a lot of people would let the Minotaur go when you already have a Valentina in your lineup. But if you take a look at the enemy team, there's already a lot of big ultimates that you can take. You have the Curse of Blood and you have the Netherrealm. If you add a Minotaur into that composition, I think it would overload the Valentina with a lot of big ultimates, and it'll actually confuse the Valentina as to what she's going to take. So great adjustment. There's going to be the Exborg ban though, so yeah, just basically giving the Carmilla a bit more space to enable it later on, as the Exborg will be able to actually melt her down and poke her down in a lot of these team fights. And I think for sustain, if you look at the composition for Tunisia, they've got the sustain down. It's so far a battle of sustain, but I think the sustain overall for the side of Tunisia is a bit more reliable. Meanwhile, for the side of Egypt, it's more one-dimensional. You have that hard guard, but it's only on one dude.
Yeah.
If you can layer the sustain on your team, on Tunisia, with so many of the tanky picks that you already have, they added Barats onto the very tanky lineup already, and it still is a very good flex pick, I want to say, but I'm not too sure, because the CC should be an auto XP. Like, that should be instantly an XP pick, unless they want to try to play it in gold lane. So yeah, technically still a very flexible composition for Tunisia. Not really aware of if they have the tendency to actually roll swap and to actually utilize the marksman or the fighter in the gold lane. But if they do, then yeah, so far they have 3 flex picks that can be utilized very, very well. Clint, though, going to try to kite away up against this, and the Baksha that I mentioned in the first phase that does really well with the Angela will be picked up in the second phase to round out their drafts.
Okay, so interesting. This is, again, a very, so far, like, meta concept lineup from both sides, I would say. So really, you know, you're gonna have to see how the execution comes down to it, but it was good that they locked in the Baksha, because you already made the point here, Mirko, that, you know, that sustainability, or at least that healing, the healing capabilities that the lineup from Tunisia has is pretty reliable. So how do you deal with that? You know, you lock in the Baksha, he's got his passive, but also something that I was excited about is, again, your glowing wand was infused with the whole necklace of Durant.
Yeah.
Right? So it has that now. And it's actually great, because you could build that instead of spending so much time building, you know, 2 items, the necklace of Durant and usually glowing wand. I love that change. And so for this last pick too, that was the carry, right? The carry locked in, last pick to round up the lineup here for Tunisia. So honestly, both lineups, I see so many plus sides for both of them.
Agreed, man. I see a lot of potential from both these compositions, and you can even see the Purifies come in. We've been talking about how Purifies have been the bane of some of these teams, right? Like, sometimes they actually just lose because they don't pick up Purifies up against a Tigro, up against a composition with so much CC. But I'm glad to see that Tunisia, they realize, hey, you know, there's a Yuzong on the enemy team, there's a Baksha as well, there's a Valentina that can steal our Curse of Blood. So yeah, I think it's a good idea to actually pick up a Purify. 3 at that too, and 3 on the most important members. The Carmilla, that will be the main source of re-engage, or the main source of pick early on. That's a Fairness as well, that gets the Purify on his hands when he goes for the Netherrealm. If he does get caught in the early phase of the game, or in, you know, early on in the initiations, he will be able to just pop in that Purify and pop the Netherrealm, give it over to the rest of the team. And number 1, most important, the damage dealer has the Purify as well. The carry will be getting her hands on the Purify. So good adjustment by both teams. We'll see in game number 1 if Tunisia can get it done, or if Egypt secures game number 1. Here we go.
You know, I almost expected, I know names locked into Clint, but because of the Barretts was on the other side, I almost expected them to pick up the carry, you know, to at least have that to kind of shred through the Barretts here. But they ended up not doing that. And also at the same time, I'm still waiting to see the new emblems be locked in, but that's not going to happen, at least for this game right here. It is the focusing mark, though, that will help, actually, Nucci, especially on the Angela. Whoa. Look at this 1v1 action already. Hold on, Velvet? Okay, gonna rely on the best he can. Vengeance, though, already gonna be used. That level advantage was the level 2 for Shadow, but no one goes down, so still pretty good start here for both teams right now.
Really well played, though. You know, it looked like it was a mistake going in, all in there, in a point where you're already so far behind in terms of resources, but she used the Petrify so well, and it baited out the Vengeance. So technically, it's a very, very good trade. And knowing that Egypt have the control in the mid lane, better control, they can actually start rotating into the bottom lane, forcing Shadow out of the wave that she can take. And maybe Velvet might be able to actually deny some of these minions away from the CC. So little small victories already. Very, very impressive stuff. And technically for Egypt, this is what we come to expect, right? They were able to beat a team in 6 minutes. It definitely takes some crazy, crazy level of macro on top of the crazy micro that they already have as well to pull something like that off. But so far, Tunisia have been able to respond very, very well. They lose out in the mid control, but they go straight into their own jungle to give Dusk a good time in that jungle to clear out these waves. And look at the option that she actually went for, right? Brave Smite. So she knows that the Baksha can actually match her when it comes to clear speed, so she would much rather get the Brave Smite and try to go for sustain. But early on, level 4 for every single one on Team Egypt. Nucci, a bit late to it, but she'll be level 4 after clearing that wave just in a bit.
Yeah, she's gonna hopefully have that. No, she's lacking a little bit of XP, but they're gonna use the Dragon Form already. Turtle's gonna go ahead and reset. Dragon Form enough to push them back a little bit further. Petrify finally gonna be used into the Furious Dive. They get the Vengeance out too, and still driving them back further. Tunisia goes back to the turret. Nether Realm from Yule used up. Do they actually just go for the turtle now? There was a lot of ultimates and spells being used up, but it looks like they want to dance off once again. 4th of the health here on this turtle. No one's gonna commit just yet. Daytona's welcome, gonna eat him up. Throw her into the wall. Dusk will get the turtle though. Nether Realm gonna be used once again. What a clean fight and exchange between both the teams, but Tunisia comes out on top of the objective.
Great initial initiation from Egypt. They wanted to force that pace on towards Tunisia, but I think the Tunisian patience was definitely the highlight for me there. The fact that they had all their abilities still up, by the way. Dusk still had the Detonus Welcome, the Curse of Blood was still there, ready for them to utilize, and even the Netherrealm. But all they decided to sacrifice was the vengeance from Shadow. And because of that, we were already talking about it in the draft, how Tunisia have so many more layers to play around when it comes down to these team fights. Because for Egypt, it's a bit more one-dimensional. They use one cycle of that of the skill rotation, and it's going to be on cooldown. They're going to have to respect Tunisia a little bit more. Meanwhile, for Tunisia, it's kind of the same thing, but they have a lot more to layer. They have the Curse of Blood, Netherrealm, the Detonus Welcome, and especially around those neutral objectives. They should never really be forced to use that before the turtle gets contested. And that's what they did. Now, another engage.
Ooh. Another Heart Guard going to be used. Going again it very quietly here. Raven takes quite a bit of damage, though, herself. And now still careful on the approach. It looks, again, very similar to before, where it's a push and pull. Mary will go up. She's going to take a couple shots, but they bring Electa back. Now they might want to fight this out. Netherrealm going to be used. They have to fight it out. Daytona's welcome into the wall. They find the stun. Now looking for the kill. She gets dragged back a little bit further, but no one will go down again as Yul just sweeps on out of there. Mid lane, though, Vengeance and Shadow. Neither team has anyone fall down just yet. 4 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. No first blood, Mirko.
Amazing back and forth for both Tunisia and Egypt, both understanding. I think Egypt, we were talking about how Tunisia have those layers to play with, and Egypt, they adjusted instantly. They were caught off guard by the amount of layers that Tunisia can add into these skirmishes in that first turtle, that Egypt instantly adjusted to it. They knew, all right, we made a mistake. We tried to force the issue. We tried to force the pace. At that point, we should just try to match the layering. Use the hard guard when Tunisia engage. Use the Netherrealm as well, stolen by the IMU after the Detonus Welcome had been used up. So now it becomes equal game coming into turtle number 2. But the Black Dragon Form with the hard guard will be used up.
Gets the combination. She's going to push Dusk back away from the turtle. It's going to reset for now. Petrify not available just yet, but they'll force him back to the tier 2 turret. Mary's still going to be fine, and she answers back as well. But that is going to be an objective secured for Egypt here. Great play, great combination, and yet no first blood for either team. But they're doing such a good job of the objectives.
Not just that, they're doing a good job at reacting to the plays, the mirror plays that Tunisia are trying to make happen. Shadow, he knows that up top, it seems like for the rest of Tunisia, they aren't really going to be able to withstand the Black Dragon Form hard guard in the early game. So she rotates into the bottom lane instantly to try to get a trade off of that turtle. But unfortunately, because Names was just so much faster into the rotation, she went over to the bottom lane. Petrify Ooh,
Velvet
okay.
wanted to fight Raven, even with Dusk there. But it looks like Yuki's going to make her way up as well. And now there's going to be an exchange. Cross map a little bit, but not enough minions to push that turret in just yet. And so interesting that it is Raven versus Velvet. And they're just going to battle it out up there. So pretty much just swapping, right? Gold laners going against the XP laners. And for that, even looks Velvet's doing fine. Turret finally goes down to the bottom side, and Nucci picks up a big item pickup. Here's the Dragon Form, has the Heart Guard. They're going to go for Raven. She's in trouble, gets taken down. First blood finally, just under the 7-minute mark. And that's going to be an objective up on the top side as well as the tier 1 gets taken down.
Right into the revamped item, man. He picks up the War Axe. So we were already talking about how maybe the War Axe could be the replacement to the Hunter Strike that we were used to seeing for the Yuzong in the early game for that soul damage dealing item. And yeah, so far that looks like it's going to be the case for the Yuzong for Velvet. She is snowballing currently, and she only has 1 kill, but a turret to her name, and name slowly but surely becoming a threat in this game. She already has an endless battle, but it seems Tunisia want to defend this.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. Turret goes down. Finally, Electa was holding the line there, but they want to find it out. Netherrealm gonna be used. It gets taken care of really quickly. No one to pulled in just yet. And it looks like they're gonna back off from there. So again, a lot of ultimates, a lot of spells being used here from Tunisia. And no one able to get the kill that they were looking for. So now the turtle's up once again. And Egypt has a little bit of an upper hand here. They got to wait a little bit longer. Electa needs that retribution available. But it looks like it might be Tunisia just being like, you know what? Let's give this one up and get what we can across the map.
And I guess now we definitely see why the Clint was prioritized over the carry, right? Why did they go for the Clint over the carry?
Top.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gank up top. Velvet, though, he's really clean with it, knows that there was something happening, and this is the read that we're talking about earlier. Bottom lane against Shadow.
Shadow? Okay, Shadow's going to be fine, but they're losing something here. Even 1 versus 4 does have the Heart Guard, though. So they're at least going to get the turret here. Tunisia is able to get that. Do they still want to fight? Looks like they do. Jumps in Velvet. She wants blood. They get the Netherrealm out. Still going to have to find it out. 2 versus 4, and they buy enough time. Yul making her way up. They might look for a cutoff, but Tunisia knows it. They have the information. And slowly but surely, Egypt continues to build the lead they have. Mary jumps into the front. Dusk there as well. They're trying to keep this together in the tier 2 lane. Not sure if they want to fight this out, though. Looks like Egypt has control so far. Part of this game, Mary could be in trouble here. She gets a couple shots. Able to escape, but Yuki might not be able to. 1 hit as Yul gets it. And now the tier 2 looks like it's going to go down as well. Egypt has put the pedal to the metal at this point in the game.
Wow. 2 kills in the last 9 minutes, but the macro control has been phenomenal for Team Egypt. Utilizing the Heart Guard to help Velvet up top in the solo lane, reacting to the maneuvers that Tunisia are making to mirror some of the plays that Egypt are proactively making happen around the map as well. That was just beautifully done by Egypt. Again, I want to go back to that play, right? Because 4 members of Egypt were in the bottom lane. They already pressured Shadow, and we were talking about how or why the Clint was more prio than the carry. It's a winning lane, number 1. So having a better mid trio on top of having a winning lane in the gold lane just makes it so much easier to get the game under your control in the early phase of the game. And that's what we're getting to see right now for the Clint. Crazy range and mid-game damage. That's a Heptases into the Endless Battle and the Milfic Roar. But how they were able to utilize that Heart Guard was just beautiful, right? And the read that they had as well. They zoned Shadow away. They dove in very aggressively, knowing, okay, no one's coming to help Shadow. So they're 100% going to be on the other side of the map looking for a cross-map play. And then they just send the information to Velvet. She reads it well, and then disengage. And then she disengages again. Hold up. There's another fight.
Still want to find it out here for this Lord Dance. They get the Netherrealm out in response from both teams. All clumped up together. Heart Guard going to be used as well into the backside.
Whoa.
She jumps. Yuki's the first one to fall in the exchange, but it's a double for names. That might be all they need here. They're going to force Tunisia back, and now they can start up the Lord. Egypt comes out winning once again.
4-0. Yet the gold lead speaks way more than just the kills, right? Because of the objectives that they've been able to secure, this gold lead isn't even reversible, technically, because Tunisia, even if they get a wipeout onto Egypt, there are no bounties to be taken away. Nobody is on a killing spree. Names has 2 kills. That's the disciplined game that they've been playing, and now it gets even scarier for Tunisia because, yes, they do have the late game presence. They can actually wait for the CC, for the carry to get to the later stage of the game, and maybe, possibly, they'll be able to match the damage output coming in from Egypt. But there is no bounty to be taken, so they have to get the gold lead back in a very slow way, in a very, very traditional way, which is what? Farm up, clear these waves. And if I'm going to be honest with you, they do not have good wave clear. This Fairness, this carry, the carry can deal damage to the Lord, but to the other mini waves, the AoE is definitely lacking from Tunisia.
Well, see if they can defend their base here. Hard guard going to be used on top of Electa. She's going to force them back even further. Velvet also with the Black Dragon. They get the base turret. First one on the bottom side. Now they might want to find it out. Yuki goes down again. They down one member. Shadow to follow. Lord's still going to be up, but they're going to go ahead and focus on the crystal. It's a double for names. Looking for more, but they'll end the game with that as Egypt takes game one.
They double their game time. It's not a 6-minute game, but we expected a close matchup night. So we expected both these teams to be able to go back and forth. And to a certain point, we did. But the additional creativity, the different level of macro, I would say, for Egypt, especially in the mid game, was shown. My goodness, the way that they were able to make those proactive maneuvers, but also stay disciplined at the same time was just really, really impressive, right? Because, again, in that mid game, they showed that they can go for these neutral objectives. They can adjust to the layering that Tunisia had in favor of them to bait out these resources and to just be more decisive with their engages, utilizing only the Black Dragon form, the Hard Guard to zone them away, simultaneously sending their gold lane into the other side of the map to cover out for any of the turn points that Tunisia could have been looking for, right? Like the tier 1 turret. And I think it's also the difference of the Yuzhong and the CC. The CC does great in a 1v1 lane against another melee hero, but when you get placed in a lane up against a Clint, when you cannot actually get in range to outtrade your opponent, the CC doesn't find as much value. And that's where we get to see both those side lanes get exposed. For the carry, against the Yuzhong, getting dove on, very short range, and with the Purify, very, very easy to bait with a Hard Guard, with an Angela and a Yuzhong. And in the bottom lane, CC, very, very easy to punish by a Clint, and also by technically an Angela as well, because she can be on both sides of the map, depending on how she uses the Hard Guard, how she uses the rest of the abilities. But wow, it's just really, really impressive stuff. And the discipline, I think, is the highlight for me. Definitely the spotlight that takes the spotlight, because for names, if I was put in that position as a goal laner, if I was so far ahead already, I'd probably be flickering forward way more often, right? Trying to go for these kills. But Names held herself together really, really well, knew that she didn't need to go for these kills. And maybe going for the kills would have ended up with Tunisia getting another chance to actually turn the game around, because we were talking about how the bounty was going to be big if they did get a bounty, if they did have a bounty. Because for Tunisia, that was a team fighting composition. It wasn't a sieging comp. It wasn't even a wave clear comp, because their wave clear was definitely not it. It had a little bit too many single target damage, and it showed in the last skirmish. It showed in the last siege.
You know what I would have liked to see there? I was just kind of thinking about this, and I feel like this is going to constantly happen to me for days and weeks ahead. I know for Names, she had the Malefic Roar, but I was wondering, I wonder now how the relationship between the grenade bombardment and a Malefic
gun.
What is it? A Malefic gun would work, right? Because he already technically, when he uses the grenade bombardment, Clint gets the extra range that kind of shoots through, right? So I was hoping we'd get a little bit longer in that game and maybe see if she built the Malefic gun with the Malefic Roar on Clint. It's something I want to go and see if it works and test it out. But I will say this, Mirko, I think, again, for the majority of that game, it was relatively a very macro-based game. This was one of the most, I feel like, representations of what we see currently in the meta, between these two female teams. Tunisia actually did a decent job, especially keeping Egypt contained. Again, first blood was just about the 7-minute mark. Let's take a flashback to the days we've been casting Africa, man. When have we gone 7 minutes without a first blood? You know what I mean? This is a region that is just, they love their fights early on, and that's where they snowball from.
Exactly. You know? I mean, you can talk about the first blood, right? But I'm more impressed by the end of the game, because in 12 minutes, usually we have double the amount of kills. Usually we have 24 kills in 12 minutes. We had 7 kills. that entire game. It was a one-sided affair, but they did it in such a classy way. They did it in such a good way of just macro and
Very
objective.
macro.
If you cover the name of the teams, right, you would probably think this is a Filipino team, the way that they were playing with the objectives,
Yeah.
the way that they were actually just utilizing the cross map plays as well and reacting to some of the maneuvers from Tunisia. Really, really impressive stuff. And even from the emblems, I gotta give them some praise here for Electa, especially on the Baxia. So also kind of the same idea. She didn't want to go for the concussive blast. The concussive blast does allow you to clear the jungle a lot faster, to path in the jungle a lot faster as well because of that additional clear speed. But she knows that I think in this game, Tunisia are going to be looking for team fights. So going for a more clear speed to rotate faster won't be the key to the game, but it will actually be the additional sustain and the additional mana regen that you get from the Impure Rage to stay in your jungle a lot more so that you can participate in these fights a lot more. And yeah, ultimately that was indeed what got them the win. The Baksha was all over the place on top of the hard guard. Like you already have a global presence. Technically, the Baksha is another way to have global presence. Shield unity everywhere. You open up the map everywhere, and you're really hard to catch. Even if you open up against 3 members, pop in that Puissance, and then the hard guard comes over you, and you get out, bro. If the Yuzong can survive, the Baksha can too. Okay, the Yuzong was going for some damage too. It wasn't a full tank
100%,
build,
by the way.
100% win rate still. Yes, that's a fun fact for you guys. Yuzong in the African region of qualifiers, not just for MLBB women, but for MLBB men as well. The tally continues. I don't know how many times it's been picked up, but it's been picked up a whole lot. And now it still stands at 100% win rate. And now we get to see what the War Axe does to someone like the Yuzong, who is ahead with a hard guard as well. So you stay in these team fights for quite a long time with all the sustain that you have. And man, that damage definitely adds up, bro. He was melting everyone. 1v4, you mentioned it in your play-by-play. She took the 1v4 up top. That was not a normal 1v4. You would never take that if maybe, obviously if you didn't have the hard guard, but maybe if you didn't have the War Axe, you wouldn't take that either.
Think about the amount of sustain just in the Yuzhong. Again,
Exactly.
rolling with Quantum Charge, the new War Axe that basically has Blood Axe into it now. Yep, the essences, the Shaw essences, part of the kit that work really well with you. And then you have Nucci on the Angela.
Yeah.
This is, excuse me, it's just, it's so much sustainability like in one hero alone. And I think that was really kind of like tough to deal with for Tunisia because she went 1 versus 4. She was able to keep things together by herself sometimes, even without the hard guard. And I think that dynamic, again, was what really kind of helped them push and pull with dealing with a Carmilla Faramis combination. Because that's part of the whole game plan here for Egypt, really, with the lineup that they were going up against, was to get rid of the Netherrealm and the Curse of Blood as much as possible. Because obviously when the Curse of Blood is going to be used, you don't want to be bunched up and fighting into that. And a lot of the times she took the Netherrealm. So it was like a Netherrealm versus Netherrealm battle, but the additional part to Tunisia's lineup would be if they're able to get that Curse of Blood off and then, kind of utilize that. Unfortunately, for Tunisia, Egypt just counterplayed it really, really well. And, again, part of the dynamic there was the fact that, like you mentioned, you can just use the Angela even on the Baksha. So Electa was already everywhere. And then, you have this extra confidence because you always you can always count on the heart guard, and that's something that you see teams play around with constantly whenever the Angela is picked up. And again, focusing mark, just a great emblem to kind of even increase the damage that you already have with the lineup that Egypt drafted here. Yu Zhang, like we said, is there's a reason why this hero is 100% win rate, and I think now with the patch, he gets like even stronger. I'm waiting to see like what is going to be a good counter to Yu Zhang still in the lane, especially with some of the changes here.
And then the Netherrealm too, right? That was stolen, and technically the Curse of Blood that could be stolen as well. That's why the Valentina was picked up over the Harith, because you do have a lot of team fighting power. You do have a lot of that early game prowess to utilize to maybe dictate the matchup in the gold lane as well. Kind of the same thing as the Clint, but in a magical damage version with more mobility and more sustain to build around it. But going for the Valentina was just the right option there to go for, especially after seeing the Faramis, after seeing the Carmilla in the first phase. You just have so many ultimates to go for, and then the ban too, onto the Minotaur, knowing that, okay, there's already 2 big ultimates for the Valentina to choose. If they get the Minotaur, I think it'll be a bit too many ultimates for her to choose. So ban that out, let it just be 2, and the 2 that she decided to go for every single fight was amazing. She never really got bothered as well, never really got baited by the Barat's ult, because a lot of Valentinas would go for the Barat's ult, would just go for the Deathless Welcome, try to look for a pick, but she knows the value, especially with both the compositions being a lot more oriented towards team fight. The Curse of Blood and the Netherrealm definitely served the better, served as the better ability to take in that game for both of these compositions. And now as we get into the second game, I feel like Tunisia, especially after, seeing how diverse Egypt's playstyle could be in game number 1, they need to start to pile on that diversity as well in their composition, because I definitely understood what their composition was supposed to do. But if you fail on that, plan B was non-existent almost, right? You go for these team fights. You want to go and win the lanes. But if you don't win the lanes, if you don't win the team fights, if you don't secure the neutral objectives, you get placed in a position where you cannot clear. Your kite back is not the best as well. You don't have a whole lot of re-engage, because the layering could be good, but technically it could be copied as well by the Valentina.
It's for Tunisia, I'm trying to think, lineup wise, it was good overall. I think I said that before we even jumped into the game. I was like, there's a lot of pros here for both lineups. It's just, I think, that was the thing. They didn't have this plan B to deal with what Egypt kind of threw at them. And again, I think it's a good point to say, if you had put your hand over the team names or even the player names here, it looked like a very familiar kind of macro style of play between the two. You would think you're watching Philippines and Indonesia almost, kind of battle things out, or let's just say Philippines versus Philippines. And so I think if you're Tunisia and you want to be taking this to game 3 and be our first game 3, by the way, in the entire African online qualifiers, obviously we always say this, it starts in the draft here. And I think if we see similar bans, we saw very meta-based bans, but let's just say they alter this in the way that they can lock in, for example, the Louis Yi or Chip. Again, we don't know if they're going to be 100% confident in playing with the kind of intricacies that come up with picking a Chip, because timing is everything with that hero, but it is so strong that we'll see if they actually want to opt for possibly taking the Louis Yi. I think Louis Yi still is a very valuable pick, or maybe even the Yu Zhong out of the hands, of Velvet here. So first off, though, they're going to go ahead and just ban out the Angela, and so far also we see that Fredrin answer here.
Still the Fredrin, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, especially considering you won with that kind of strategy. But the Angela definitely will be banned out. That's something that they need to fix for Tunisia. The Angela was an absolute menace for everyone, because it allows you to just go for so many different picks. And again, if they didn't go for the Harith ban, let's say they went for the Bakshep ban but left the Angela open in that first game, it would have still been bad, because then the Harith would get it. So Angela, if you don't want to pick it, you've got to ban it away. And right now they're definitely trying to force out the Luo Yi and the Chip to be up for grabs for them, right? For themselves, right? Because with the Roger and the Angela, now the 2 picks that, okay, there you go, that have been banned in the first game are technically left open, but they already got rid of the Chip. And now for Egypt, they're asking the question, do you want to ban the Luo Yi? Because if you don't, we're going to be banning out the Luo Yi. I think for Tunisia, though, it doesn't seem like Harith is something that they're considering anyways, because the Harith was up for grabs for them after the Angela pickup from Team Egypt, and they didn't go for it. So at this point, what? Do they want to try to go and ban the Valentina and first pick the Faramis? If they want to go for the Faramis, if that's their style of play, if the team fight is very, very powerful for them, then I could definitely see that happening, right? Ban out the Valentina. It's something that we don't see a lot in the first phase anymore, but back in the day, Faramis Valentina, that combination is always banned down in the first phase, but they decided to go for the Mathilda. So taking away a bit more utility from Egypt and forcing the Luo Yi out of Egypt, because if it's not banned out, it'll be picked up for sure. For sure.
That's what I'm hoping for, right? And so far, Mirko, what we've seen from these two teams is there is this very methodical pace to the draft, even to the picks we saw in the previous one. So we'll see if this is going to be taken out. The Louis was taken out because that's where I would just kind of assume that's going to be priority for either of the teams, depending on what they want to go with. But as we wait for that last ban and we get back into there, that's the thing, man. Is there's this whole method to the draft, and you'll be able to find out exactly based off the first kind of picks what the teams want to do with them. And if we're going to go ahead and think of, is it going to be the Loyi that gets locked in? Then that already, as we have said throughout this whole days, diversion is huge. Like, the value of a diversion is going to be very good for any kind of lineup that you want to approach with. And I think that's something too for Tunisia here, is being able to lock in, because mid lane, I feel like that mid lane rotation, you mentioned this in the previous game, where that 3-man rotation from Egypt earlier on really set the pace, really set things going once they got past that, that first blood mark. Before that, they were making really good plays around the map. But Tunisia, this time around, I'd love to see them be the ones to set the pace, get things going. And there it is. So we get back into the game, and it looks like in the draft, it is the Loyi that gets prioritized here.
Interesting, the fact that they left it open, but they definitely have a plan with this, right? Oh, the Lolita that was banned by Tunisia, we get to see it in the first phase. So it definitely is just a prio ban. I mean, a respect ban coming in from Tunisia in that first game. Nucci on the Lolita, a signature pick, that means, right? And then the Yuzong. Just with the Yuzong alone, it already bumps up the win rate, man. 100% win rate still. I just got to remind everybody that's watching right now, if you see the Yuzong, the odds are in his favor.
In their
right?
favor. Did they change his portrait, by the way? It looks more like colorful.
Yeah, so the purple now changed to red, and like it's red and black now for Yuzong, and even the abilities in game. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him on the classic skin. I really hope we get to see the classic skin, actually, because the classic skin feels like a collector skin at this point. But it's Esmeralda will be picked up with a Minotaur, so they learned from their mistakes in game number 1. They well, not for the Esmeralda, but mainly for the Minotaur, right? They know that they want to try to react to this dive. It already seems like Egypt are looking to go for a dive composition, so going for something like a Minotaur is great. But now that you show the Esmeralda and the Minotaur, two very, very tanky members, the carry finds its way into the game, but this time for Egypt, not Tunisia, as we enter the second phase of the bans. And I think now would be a good opportunity, would be a good time as well to just go for the Clint ban, because I think the Clint will still have a lot of value here. Going up against this kind of composition, your Kiteaway is still great despite having a Guardian's Bulwark with the Lolita, but it seems they're more concerned about the Claude, so more concerned about someone that has mobility that will be very easy to use up against a Lolita. Mobility is key when you go up against a dive comp, when you go up against a composition with this kind of CC, right? You need to land those abilities. So I get the Claude ban, and they ban out the Valentina here. So just a little bit late on that call. Not the first phase, but comes through in the second phase.
Okay. Interesting too, because maybe they're just saying too that they're comfortable going against that matchup, because it looks like they go with the Ixia ban. So maybe they're like, you know what, we will go with this carry this time around, and you guys, Tunisia, you can pick up the Clint and battle it out in the gold lane, because you talked about the matchup alone that, carry doesn't have that advantage, right, in the gold lane against the Clint. But this time around, because I want to know just how good this Lolita pick is going to be, because we've seen it banned out, we've seen it targeted banned out, so obviously there's information there for Nucci. And if I'm thinking about it too, the Lolita is actually going to be pretty good paired up with the carry. You can actually set some great things up. Now this is even better because you get a Novaria that can provide some vision for you to work around with and set things up, because think about it, like Novaria alone is a spotter, not just for Lolita, but also a Yuzong. Like, this allows you to not have to force that early Black Dragon. You can get the vision that you need and then set up from there. Because again, what they want to counterplay is the Manuian Fury and the setups now that this Ruby is possibly going to get locked in. Not sure 100% yet if it is. But if that's the case, there's a whole lot of CC potential from Tunisia as well. Setup potential even.
Enough for the last pick, right? They're already hovering over the Ruby, so trying to really punish the low range that the composition has, aside from the Novaria, obviously, but the carry, the Yuzong, the Lolita can all be punished buy the Ruby because of their range, melee as well. They go for the X-Borg instead. They want to try to read out that final pick, because I was also expecting something like a Baxia or Barats as a last pick for Egypt, right? So I think it's a great read, and it's a great adjustment as well, because maybe they did have that in plan, but now that they see an X-Borg, they decide to go for even more damage. And yeah, we get to see the Clint as well.
Jungle Esme
matchup. It's a jungle Esme, yeah. It's a jungle Esme. Not too sure this game though, right? Because there's technically not a lot of shielding from Egypt.
Yeah.
The Lolita, I guess, and when she goes for Flask of the Oasis, I guess that she will be able to give the whole team a shield, but yeah,
they usually rush it, right? Lolita's rush Flask, no?
Exactly, yeah. Now they rush Flask. So I maybe that's the idea. Maybe they picked up the Esmeralda because they know that it's going to be a Lolita with a Flask rush, so that the whole team will get shielding and Esmeralda will get the added value. But this time, it's kind of the opposite, right? The early game control should be on the side of Tunisia based on their pick, based on the diversions that they can create as well, to rotate around the map and to give the Clint even maybe a different angle to attack or different way to play the game. He can just rotate over in the first turtle and then get diversion back into his own lane. A lot of creative maneuvers that definitely could come to fruition here in game number 2 for Tunisia. And still, even despite Egypt winning that game 1 in a very dominant way, with this draft, there's a solid chance that we get our first full best of 3, Naisu.
I'm saying, man, I like both drafts from the first game to this game. I think the things that needed to be changed and improved on, Tunisia did here. So let's go ahead and jump into this game. Again, it's game number 2 here between Tunisia and Egypt right now, match point. And remember what's at stake here. Either of these teams that does win the series will be locking in that first slot available to go on to the AEC in Casablanca.
Okay. Game number 2, when we still don't see any signs of the new emblems, Naisu. I would love to see the new emblems, you know, to really talk about it.
Where are they?
Yeah, the war cry. Then what's the other ones? What was the other
I
one
remember
called?
it's like, it looks like a Rubik's Cube, right? Like
Yeah. But yeah, we're not gonna get to see it, not here at least right now. Before Nucci, Concussive Blast, it's still the QC start, and interestingly enough, earlier, Raven really wants to take control of this lane because I think she knows that this is a very, very good lane for her up against a carry, right? You're very long range, you have an explosive amount of damage in the early game. So she actually went for first item Dagger to try to amplify that early game prowess. But wow, wait, Names is actually doing a good job in this lane, surprisingly. But yeah, you'll get poked down. You'll obviously still lose out of the trade eventually, but the fact that she was able to get in that much damage was already very impressive. But also, the mid lane, Electa, setting up for a possible pick-off here. And she does clear way faster compared to the Esmeralda, but the Esmeralda is just like surprisingly very, very quick to clear as well. So he's got to be careful.
Yeah, also in the mid lane, it looks like, I was wondering when Electa, when she would actually pull the trigger on that, and it looked like she got the flicker out from Mary. So was he able to get that? Raven getting knocked down here a little bit as well. Turtle's going to be up, though, in just a few seconds. So you're going to see both teams trying to get that level 4 available and maneuver around the map. But Electa, also still bottom side, wants to find Raven. Not sure if she's going to get the opportunity, but it looks like Nucci's there as well. And they're going to walk into the bush. This could be devastating for Dusk. Jumps in. Electa won't be able to get the kill, though. But I think they're going to be happy with that. They might try to rotate up unless still they stay on this bottom side, putting pressure on Raven. So all the information was there. Mary still has the diversion as well, but she has to be careful because she doesn't have a flicker. And at this point, Nucci still waiting for that level 4. They're going to push the go signal, Tunisia, on this turtle. Neither team wants to fight it out, though. It looks like Tunisia will just go ahead and grab the first objective. Turtle secured.
I think it's a good decision, though, from Egypt, right? I mean, obviously, Tunisia are the ones to get the advantage, which is well played to them. But for Egypt, they know that they're going to lose out significantly when it comes down to power around the neutral objective control. Tunisia have much more AoE, and Electa will need to play around to try to flank. And, they take it.
Oh, right there. They're going to actually press the situation. Minoan Fury going to go in. Mary gets the kill. Electa not able to find Raven. She is completely fine. So it's Nucci that goes down in the exchange, and she even flickered too. So this time around, Tunisia starts off on a strong foot in the early game.
For sure. The early game control definitely in favor of Tunisia, neutral objective-wise as well, because of the Minotaur and more sustainable a more sustainable lineup technically, with even more base damage in the early game on that Lo Yi, right, and the Esmeralda. So yeah, I would say it's still a good move by Egypt, the fact that they did not go for the first turtle, but Tunisia again showed off as to why this composition is so diverse, because even if Egypt go for the cross map plays constantly, Tunisia will have a way to actually match that. They have a diversion, and it was very surprising that they took that, because I think they already saw that Nucci was prepared in that bush. So yeah, definitely caught Egypt off guard as well there. And so far, a very good lead at the start. It's only 400 though, so it's not too crazy. And if you take a look at the items, Heptases already completed for Raven. Straight up, not even going for the warrior boots. And that's the complete opposite from Names, who goes in for a more defensive build. And it seems up top, it's the same. Warrior boots getting prioritized for the most part. Only two tough boots we're seeing from the side of Egypt on the jungle and also on the roam, trying to get out of the CC as much as possible with those tenacity attributes that you get from the boots. And the diversion, this is the thing about the Lo Yi, right? What makes it so prio is, yeah, you can obviously take the diversions, you can obviously go for the flanks and maneuver in crazy ways with the diversions, but you can also just use it as a way to open up the map. And now that they know that Nucci was there, that she's opposition, looks like they want to just go first neutral objective, and they also have the winning lane in the gold lane. So all the advantages for Tunisia for Turtle 2.
Really quickly, they're going to work on this turtle, but they have the echo, they have the information down. Dragon form going to be used. Electa, she goes in, she's able to get it. Minnow and Fury going to be used though from Yuki. Can they win the fight? Dusk is going to be the one to fall. So now Egypt steps on the gas in the early portion of the game. They'll get the turtle, they'll get the kills. Can they get out with their lives still? It looks like Tunisia wanted to fight it for a little bit longer, but they take the back seat, they back off. So Egypt, I'm surprised that Electa was even able to just have enough information to go in there, but that's what we were talking about in the draft, Mirko. The fact that you have a Novaria to provide that information with the Echo is what works so well with the lineup that they have.
And I think it's also the faster rotation coming in from the Yuzong. Velvet was able to rotate much faster than the Exborg. Because for the Exborg, oh wait, another skirmish!
Oh, Yuki gets the heal. Motivational roar, not going to be enough to heal up from that damage. So right now, Egypt, we've seen them do this before, and they get this lead, and they roll with it. Can Tunisia kind of settle in and get back into this game right now? They're going to lose the turret, though, in the Tier 1.
Great maneuvers by Egypt. I was about to say, right? I mean, the fact that Velvet was able to rotate faster on the Exborg, you want to be in the fight before it even starts, because that's where you find the most value out of the Exborg, when you're able to poke, get the stacks all the way to full before the team fight even starts. So by the time the team fight starts, you just pop in the Last Insanity as a way to initiate. And technically for the opposing team, if you know you were successful in your endeavors of getting the full stacks of the fire on the enemy team, they're kind of already forced away. They're already zoned away automatically. But because Velvet got there faster, yeah, for sure. When it comes to instant impact, Yuzong definitely has the upper edge. You get the Petrify down, you get that Furious Dive as well, and that's what was able to be used up by Egypt to go and get Dusk in a tough spot to Retri. And that's why Electa was just able to walk up Retri and use the base damage within her kit to go for it. And now they're going to go for another. And it seems now Tunisia, they're on the back foot despite having the neutral objective control setup that they had in their composition. It's a free turtle over to Egypt, and they're going to go for bottom lane. It's a mirror play, but I think Egypt can get a turret as well in the bot.
Objective trades happening right now. They get that turtle. Last Insanity going to be used to try to clear that wave out. And also Mary making her way down with the diversion now in the mid lane, trying to keep things together. Echo going to be dropped. Names makes it now. She wants to fight. Numenon Blast going to be used right in the mid lane. Yuki already using the Minoan Fury. And meanwhile, in the bottom lane too, Mary is low. So Egypt just forcing Tunisia back on both fronts, the mid and the bottom lane. What turrets will they work on? They're going to make their way now on the bottom side. Look at the shielding with Nucci here, especially now that she has the photo. She has that Flask of the Oasis available. And it looks like still they'll go ahead and cut this lane in and go for the turret. Look at the damage once again. Dusk not expecting it as Electa goes in, bursts down with a fracture.
She just got deleted, assassinated. It was a combo together. Electa plus Names. Electa with the initial burst, but then that consistent damage coming in from Names as well, just melting down the HP bar. And as we expected, Flask of the Oasis first item, Nucci goes in very, very aggressively. Option Bulwark as well is playing it safe. But right after going for the photo, she goes straight to the steel leg plate. So it's a different build to what we've seen actually, I think in the first day of the African region qualifiers. Do you remember that? The fast Flask of the Oasis right into the Blood Wings was what we saw.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is definitely the more defensive build, the safer build compared to the Blood Wings. Maybe when you're ahead, you can still go for that. But for Raven, a good part of, or a good news for Tunisia is the fact that Raven already has the item power specs, Heptases plus the Endless Battle. So if they are able to go for a team fight and if they are able to get the combo down, my god, that's
all she has to
fracture
do.
damage is ridiculous already. And I guess it makes sense with the items that he has, but I would expect Tunisia to be a bit more tanky than this. In the 9th minute of the game, Electa's doing whatever. She can do whatever she wants in the game, and it doesn't seem like Tunisia can even punish her.
And with that, I think they're just going to go ahead and stomp this Lord, possibly still looking to take this tier 1 in the mid lane down. But Electa, she's going to go ahead and start up the Lord. Rest of the team going to kind of keep up in the front. Velvet goes in. They're going to find Yuki. Yuki has to flicker out, one hit away. And she'll go down right under the turret. And Lord is taken as well. Egypt, once again, finding themselves furthering the control in this game. 10 minutes in. They've made power play after power play so far, getting themselves even a further snowball into the game. As tier 1 turret in the mid lane will now fall, and if it's any time for Raven to shine, she's got to do it now. Because Egypt has done this time and time before, where they get the lead and they don't let go.
Doesn't seem like they want to let go in this game with the Lord as well. They were able to take that tier 1 without the Lord, right? So they're slowly but surely going to build up these waves to crash down on all 3 of the tier 2s. And remember, maybe because it's been normalized to end the game before the 10th minute, we haven't been talking about the value of the First Lord, how it's already good if you get all tier 2s, just tier 2s. But yeah, that's what Egypt can do right now. They can just push their gold lead and amplify it even further. And man, Yui is just landing all these shots onto Mary, onto everyone with the Astral Sphere. So it makes it really hard for Tunisia to even handle the damage output coming in from Egypt, because it's so diverse as well. You got true damage from Names, you got physical damage from Velvet and Electa, and you got that magic damage with the glowing wand and the anti-regen. Remember, the NOD and the glowing wand has kind of merged, and now it's one item. So when you snowball, it'll be even more painful. Look at that!
Oh no, Nucci! He goes in! She gets a huge Numenon blast on multiple members, and a total collapse on Tunisia. What a setup from Nucci. We were wondering about the Lolita, and that's it right there. What timing, what game sense, and the setup from Egypt.
And now they're going to go and crash down onto the base turrets, but luckily for Tunisia, they still have the turret splashes of the base turrets to save them from the siege. But just as I say that, another wave comes down in the bottom lane, and 3 of them are still down.
Okay, they get the armor down. They're going to work on the turret here. Nucci jumps in once again, holding the front line down. There's the Minoan Fury for the flicker from Yuki. They do want to find it out, but Yuki's going to be the one to fall from Names. It's just too much damage, even for a Minotaur. And so right now, Egypt, happy with the base turret. They might set their eyes on a different lane. They have a massive lead, 10,000 gold ahead here. Tunisia, what can they do to stay in the game and possibly turn it around? Right now, it's looking dire.
It's looking bleak for Tunisia for sure. And I'm thinking of the ways that they can try to utilize the comeback, and it's still also kind of the same position that they're in from game number 1, Naisu. Egypt, they've gotten this 10,000 gold lead mostly on objectives. It's 8-1. It's 8 kills in the 12th minute of the game. The only person with a bounty is Electa. So even if they win a team fight, let's say they get a big team fight, there's only 1 bounty to claim. And if you take a look at the individual differences of the, like, from the gold, man, the carry versus the Clint, that's a 3,000 almost gold lead just from the gold laners, bro. Then we have the XP, also another 2,000 gold lead, and then the jungler, which is ridiculous, also 3,400 with a Melfic Roar, a BOD, a Hunter Strike, and the Heptases. I think anyone who really walks up will just get obliterated by the Nolan alone. We don't even need to add into the fact that that's a War Axe plus Hunter Strike, Yuzong. I think that was the same build from game number 1. They know that they're so
Yeah.
far ahead that they can actually get away with more damage instead of more sustainability. And technically, maybe relying on the Flask of the Oasis to keep them healthy. That's a
Healthy,
Blood
yeah.
Wings too. Nucci's playing with the shields, bro.
She just got the steel leg plates and she's like, I'm fine. I'm gonna go ahead and get the wings next. And it's working perfectly for them right now. They might possibly end the game. Numen Blast gonna be loaded up. We're not gonna find the connection this time around, but Mary gets in trouble, has to flicker out defensively. Dragon Form and Whole Lot gonna be used. This is good for Tunisia. They got key ultimates down. They get the Lord taken care of, and they still hold on to that top base turret. They've lost the mid and the bottom. Can they keep the defense going here? Biggest thing they can do is continue to buy time, defend successfully in the base. That's what they need to keep doing to stay in the game, to hope to get to a game 3. Egypt right now, once again, looking to cap out the series in a sweep, looking to lock in that first slot to AEC for Northern. And right now, going to press the situation once again. Electa will be the one to go down. Numen Blast going to find multiple targets, but they still can't follow up on a kill just yet. They want to get the turret. They might back off from here. Mary takes a couple of shots, and one as well for Mui. But right now, base fully exposed, and Egypt might call it back from here. They're down Electa. They don't want to force a fight. They are going to poke a little bit from now, but they have some healing for Tunisia with that motivational roar. And it looks like that's going to be it for now. A minute away from this next Lord.
They get the bounty. We were talking about how the bounty could actually give Tunisia a little bit more gold resource to use in the later stage of the game. And technically for Tunisia, this game, compared to last game, they have way better wave clear. Last game, it was a carry that could deal damage to, you know, the Lord. Single target, you're pretty good. But when it comes to these big waves, it's a bit tough for that carry. And now they have the Clint. So technically, they have better wave clear. But I wouldn't say that trade was really worth it, even though Tunisia got the shutdown, because they got the base turret for that kill, Naisu. They got a big base turret, and now that was the base turret that for Tunisia at least they needed to defend, because it was the far lane. They could handle the bottom lane and the mid lane when it comes down to contesting the Lord, but the fact that Egypt were able to crack open the base turret up top.
Yeah.
Oh wait.
Oh, they're gonna collapse down. Dusk could be in trouble here. Sandwich play, but has the speed. Echo going to be dropped. Dragon form used. Jumps in. Gets a huge knock up with a furious dive of the petrified combo. And that might just be it. Getting cut off and dismantled in the top lane. Egypt finds 3. And now will push into the base. They don't have the waves just yet. Making their way top and bottom. And now it's a 5 versus 2. What can Tunisia do but just look at the base get destroyed, and Egypt will secure their spot to AEC as they sweep Tunisia.
Another clean performance by Egypt, and it's up against the teams that they were waiting for. This is the team that they said in the interview that they wanted to go up against because Tunisia were good. So Egypt, it seems the doubts from yesterday as well as to how they were able to end the game in 6 minutes. Maybe it was a fluke. Maybe it was the enemy team not being on the same level. It seems at this point, no one is on the same level. Not just yet, right? We're going to find out if the teams can actually adapt and adjust and maybe improve to the level that Egypt are playing at right now. But it seems in North Africa, at least, we'll see in AAC if that, you know, continues. If maybe some of the southern teams or maybe Morocco, the host, could try to beat Egypt. But right now, Egypt stands on top of the ladder of the food chain, of the food pyramid. Based on their performance is so convincing. Game number 1 was 7-0. Game number 2 was what? 10-1? 10-2? We'll have to see it later on. But let's take a look at game number 1, how they were able to win out and to out macro Tunisia. Because early on, Tunisia were actually able to get the first turtle in game number 1. After that first turtle, though, Egypt made the right adjustments happen. They knew that Tunisia had a lot of layering, had a lot of sustain to play with in these skirmishes. And if Tunisia were able to bait out some of these resources from Egypt and then go for the fight with their big ultimate still intact, with their big ultimate still available, that they would win. So Egypt, they basically slowed down the pace slower than what Tunisia wanted. They slowed it down so much to a point where they were the ones reacting to Tunisia's plays. Tunisia were always the one looking to go for the engages after the second turtle because they were already caught in the spot where it's a bit tough for them to come back, right? with this composition. They want a team fight, but Egypt knew that. Egypt knew that real good, because every single time they would wait for that team fight proactivity from Tunisia to happen, that initiation to happen, and then they would react with a stolen Netherrealm, with the Black Dragon form, with the hard guard constantly on these frontliners, and most importantly, with names on the Clint who snowballed so well in the early game up against the carry, and got to a point where she started to just obliterate the frontliners. So the front and back composition that that Tunisia wanted to utilize couldn't even work. Egypt did it a bit better. And in game number 2, we saw the adjustment from Tunisia. We saw the improvement for sure. It wasn't like they made the same mistakes. It was completely different already. It's a completely different game, completely different draft. And for the early game, again, Tunisia were able to play very well, utilizing the diversion in a very creative way and securing the first neutral objective. But when we came into the second neutral objective, again, Egypt it almost kind of feels like for Egypt, they're always downloading resources from their opponents, right? The first turtle phase, like the first 2 minutes of the game, is the downloading process of Egypt. Once they have it downloaded, it's usually the second turtle, and then they know exactly how to play against that composition. The adjustment period is necessary for Egypt, and technically maybe in the future some other African teams could try to expose that in the early game. But for now, Egypt are just too good at adapting and adjusting to the enemy team. After the first turtle, it was just completely different in execution as well, because on paper, Egypt's composition was not built to actually win out against Tunisia's comp in a pure neutral objective battle. Tunisia have so much CC, they have so much poke, they have so much damage output, and on top of that, they have so much creativity. But it seems like everything that I mentioned for Tunisia, it was all on the side of Egypt. They had more damage, they had more creative ways, and I think we really just have to give it over to the execution of these ladies on Team Egypt, right? Because they played it so well. They used the composition that looks very one-dimensional, looks to be a very front-to-backy composition, aside from the Nolan and the Yuzong. That's a little bit more dive, but they played it in such a unique way. They had all these angles to attack differently from, and I think the Astral Echo as well really kind of stopped them to do anything at every single point. I think in the final engage too, we'll get to see it later on, but if it wasn't for the Astral Echo multiplying the hitbox of Tunisia's members, then this Furious Dive would not actually land. Look at this. Like, Furious Dive goes in. They were already out of the Furious Dive, but because of the hitboxes being enlarged by that Astral Echo, that little bit of utility that you really don't expect. Even, like, the men's team struggle with calculating how much exactly that hitbox actually enlarges after the Astral Echo, right? But they got caught off guard. They tried to go for the cross-map play. They thought Egypt wanted to go for the Lord, but I guess it just goes to show how adaptable and how adjustable Egypt are, because they completely improv that last initiation. They were like, all right, if you want to go up top, we don't need the Lord. We can just go for the fight, take you on, and then win out in the team fight and end the game right there. That's what they did.
It's like when you watch the highlights there, something we don't have here for the IESF online qualifier is we don't have the MVP. It's hard for me to say who MVP of especially game 2, but I think everyone just did such a good job at playing their role. Like, even again, Velvet carrying that 100% win rate still, of having the Yuzhong here, of course.
All right, nice. So it seems we're just going to go and ask the questions to the right member, to our player of the team instantly from Egypt, right? So let's call in Names, who is ready with the call. So Names, hello, are you there? Hello. Names.
Hello. I'm there.
Okay, so right out the bat, I gotta ask you, Names, right? Yesterday, we had an interview as well with Team Egypt, and you guys actually said that you're very excited to go up against Tunisia. This is the team that you guys wanted to go up against. This is the team that you're anticipating to go up against. And we all thought it would be a close match. Well, at least closer than this. How are you performing at this level? It seems like Egypt are alone at the top right now when it comes to the Africa region.
Look, we are so happy to being a part of this tournament. So yeah, we practice a lot of time to being here. But yeah, we have a big target, not even to win against Africa. We have a big target to win against the old world, especially Philippines. So yeah, we practice a lot of time to being here or to being at this level.
That's great. They have the big goals, Naisu. They want to go past Africa, not just Africa. They're looking at the world stage.
That's the next step,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
You know. Names, I have a question for you. You know, you guys, very impressive play. I'm curious because we asked some of the men's team this as well. What do you guys do in your? Are you guys students? Or do you guys have work? Like, what is your lives like? Do you have to balance your practice time with your work or your school?
Yeah, we all students in university. I'm architecture. Yeah, we have we should balance our study time with our practice time. So yeah, it's difficult maybe, but yeah, we're doing well at us.
Making it work, yeah. You guys are doing great.
Okay, I have
Thank
another
you.
question. It's got
Yeah.
to do with the game. So in game number 1, you guys decided to ban Luo Yi, but in game number 2, you decided to let go of the Luo Yi. What changed? Was it like why were you guys confident about letting go of the Luo Yi in game 2?
Look, we know our enemy levels, so yeah, it's okay with you.
As
That
simple as that,
confident.
nice though. They're just that confident, man. And I think they deserve to be that confident, right? They're just that good. But now, okay, I just want to give you another question because we asked about which match you were most
course.
interested about, which matchup you guys want to go up, like which team you want to go up against. But later on in the world stage, is there a particular country that you would want to beat, that you would want to face off against? Because you're already talking about world stage, right?
Yeah. I think the sound have some problem. I can't hear you.
She didn't hear. She didn't hear the
Oh,
full
sorry.
question, bro.
So, in the world stage, which country do you want to go up against later on in the main stage, maybe?
Philippines.
Philippines. Philippines.
You want to ask another question, Naisu?
Yeah.
No, I think that's it for me, man. Yeah. Congratulations again, names. You guys did a phenomenal job, and you've locked in your slot now for AEC, I believe. So, you know, we can't wait to see you guys perform out there for Casablanca, Morocco.
Congratulations, man. We'll see you.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye. Thank you. Wow. Still, the Philippines.
Yeah.
I
It's
love
still
that.
the Philippines, bro.
Still the Philippines. Even though, in the women's scene,
Even though
I thought for sure she was going to say Indonesia there. I thought for
I
sure.
did too. I did too, man. Aren't you guys champions?
Yeah. I think so, right? I mean, last
Wait, yeah.
ISF, was there a women's? I don't remember the ISF like women's scene last year. Maybe it was
The
not.
women's team did just get a championship, though, right? Like different
Yeah,
tournament.
different tournament. But yeah, so far in the women's scene, it's been great. But I think that just goes to show the level of improvement that Philippines as well has been going on. And I think for them too, they're looking at Philippines because it's kind of like a more relatable arc for them. Like they are improving at such a crazy level, kind of like the Philippines, right? In the female scene, they've been improving so much in a very short period of time. So I'm glad to see that Names is that confident still. They're like,
Yeah.
why'd you leave the Luo Yi open? Oh yeah, we know our level.
We
And
got
that's
it.
why we did it. And like, if she wanted to do it the harsh way, it'd be we're just better. Nah, I'd win.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I was gonna say nah. Yeah, nah, I'd win. That was the confidence level, man. And you got to have it because after what we saw from them yesterday and then here today, and actually we're gonna be watching them play again. Mirko, I know you won't be casting it, but me and Eterna will get to cast it. It's gonna be Egypt versus Ghana next. So they have gone from being very impressive yesterday, like almost breaking an IESF record, to now here in this matchup, which I still say Tunisia did a heck of a job, man. Like I really respect the way that they kind of hung in there with the macro play. The drafting was good, but I just think Tunisia, it's like they had most of the things together, the ingredients, but they just forgot like one major one, and things got like out of hand. And then when you're trying to like bake, I don't know why I'm going into a baking metaphor here, but when you're trying to bake, you like forgot enough, like a little pinch of salt or something. and then your end product wasn't what you wanted, and that was to get the win and go to game 3. Unfortunately for Tunisia, that did not happen because things got really out of control at nearly the same portion of the game each time. It took a little bit longer in game 1, but I think Egypt just kind of has that down pat, and that probably has a lot to do with their training and the support that they have there kind of helping them, because especially when they get the lead and they're so good at the macro, they don't let go, and they just keep going until the game is done and theirs.
I guess it's also just the passion, right? Because it just feels like in that interview as well, I was asking her about how are you guys so much better than the other teams? And yeah, she said, obviously our goals are way higher, but she said that they were just happy to be in this tournament. The passion is definitely there, right? The love for the game and the love for the esport. And we got to give respects to them, because still they're part of a very early stage of the growth in Africa. And the fact that they already have that much passion, that much love for the esport, that much love for the game. Now I'm just really scared for Ghana. Okay, I won't try, because I've been cursing every single best of 3. Remember? Oh, we want to see a best of 3. We want to see a full 3 games. Okay, for the next game.
You said it earlier.
Exactly. I try. You know what? At this point, you just can't do it against Egypt. But I really hope Ghana is able to make it close. If Ghana is able to get a dub, that will be really cool, right? Because that just changes a lot of the power rankings that maybe we would have before that match. But it seems like for you guys back at home, again, if you guys want to take a look at the results and the standings, you guys can check www.iesf.gg. That'll be updated every single time a match is done, and instant updates for you guys if you guys want to really follow in with all the standings and who has qualified. But for me and Naisu, well, I will actually be done for today. You guys will be accompanied by Eternal later on for our 3rd and final match, but Naisu will be there too to accompany you, and this is the match that you guys will be going to watch. All right, so far Egypt have been able to get a dub, 2-0, Namibia 2-0, and then Egypt will take on Ghana later on as well. Any thoughts on this final match, Naisu? Oh, you want me to predict?
No. I think this is going to be a spicy match though, because depending on what happens with this next one, Tunisia and Ghana are tied for points. Again, you guys can take a look at this at IESF.gg. I'm pretty sure that's the case, and this is updated because Tunisia has 3 points and Ghana has 3 points. And so I think I know there's one offline match happening as well, I believe it is, which is going to be I think it's Djibouti versus Tunisia, and then Egypt versus Ghana. So Tunisia has to beat Djibouti if they want to move forward, and Ghana has to get some points against Egypt if they want to be the second team. So it's down to the wire for both of those teams, man, to get that next slot.
Super high stakes, man. And technically for Ghana then, if they win this, do they automatically qualify?
I think so, because they both have 3 points, right? So
right. So
it comes down to that.
It comes down to this match, super high stakes. Will we see a possible tiebreaker match? Apparently just happened later on between Ghana and Tunisia. But for you guys waiting, you guys will have to keep on waiting. But just for a bit, though, 25 minutes, all right? A very short break compared to the breaks that we've had before. It's been Mirko and Naisu. You guys will be accompanied by Naisu and Eternal later. See you guys in match number 3.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the African regional qualifiers, the final match, one of the deciders as to who will be able to make it to the next stage for the AEC. Will it be Tunisia or will it be Ghana, following in the footsteps of Egypt, who have already secured their spot? We're back again for the final match of the day with me, Eterna, alongside with Naisu. So we do have a little bit of a change here coming through. But for our last best of three, with how amazing Egypt has been doing, I think they're standing undefeated up until this point, right? For the ones that we have been streaming anyway. What do you feel about their next match going against Ghana here?
Oh man. Eterna, it's tough because you already said it, like what's at stake here, that next slot, the last slot actually for Northern Africa here, and one game going off, off stream, and then we have this one here, Egypt and Ghana. And so far, what we've seen from Egypt is that they're darn good. And they seem to have like just this understanding of the game on a deeper level than maybe some of these other teams. And so for Ghana, I believe this is our first time that we're actually going to get to see Ghana play on stream. Of course, they played off stream, and they've gotten themselves, to a point where you could say they're tied with Tunisia, and we saw what Tunisia could do in the previous game and even the previous days, right? But they're both at 3 points, and I think for this, it's like, just because we don't have any live stream information on Ghana, we have to just assume that, similar to what we saw earlier with Tunisia, we have to assume that they can go on a macro to macro level with Egypt, who has demonstrated time and time again now, Eterna, that, like I said, they have a good understanding of the game. Like, to a point where even Mirko was like, if you covered up the names of the teams and the players from the previous matchup with Egypt and Tunisia, you would think you're watching like Philippine versus Philippine, one of the teams out there, because the way that they played, the way that actually, even just starting with the draft, like the way that they drafted, the way that they banned, they took their time too. And, the way they executed the lineups that they brought to the table, it just showed just how kind of ready they were. And we had an interview earlier with Names from Egypt, and she's the gold laner, right? And she was talking about how they were just so confident, that to the point where they even let the Louis slip through. Like, they didn't care. Like, they're just so confident in what they can do, and it shows. So I think for Ghana, Eterna, to answer the question here, it's really just they need to be able to step up against who I think is the best team right now in all the teams so far that we've seen from the women's MLBB team.
I've actually gotten a little bit of insight about this team, Naisu, about Egypt,
what
as
is it?
we're taking a look at the main five coming through. Still the same lineup that we saw earlier on, and even yesterday,
know
they're
the
winning
insight.
five. Yeah, so I was watching the cast as you guys were casting, and it seems like this is some of these players are actually also the representatives of Egypt, of the MENA region, coming into MWI as well, from Falcons Vega MENA. So it's a wonder why they've been playing at the performance that they are playing, the performance that they've actually been able to show us, right? With how adaptive they actually are with their gameplay. Because I think in the first day when we saw that 6-minute game by them, by the way, I can't believe we
Yeah.
keep talking about it, but it's just been groundbreaking, right? That particular game against Djibouti is we've seen that they can play aggressive, they can play that brawl kind of style in the early stage of the game and look for a snowball. But coming into today, the way that they were able to play against Tunisia is also, we learned that they've been able to adapt their gameplay or their play style to something more macro centric. So that
Mhm.
adaptability is definitely a wild card that, of course, Ghana kind of needs to feel out, right? Especially coming into this best of three match, because most of the time their gameplay, the way that they adapt, is definitely telling from the drafts that they are going to be pulling out. But so that's the insight that I've actually
That's the
received.
insight. I was like, yeah, that's some pretty good insight. I had more insight too to
Uh-huh.
add to that. And actually, I got it from even yesterday, where a lot of the chat was talking about this in the live chat. And we had a good friend out there in the chat talking about, his experience with working with these ladies here from Egypt. And big shout out to Yasu, of course. And, he was talking about how, he's the whole community, I should say, of Egypt, from casters to players to everything really coming up and to support the team here for the IESF, and that's great to hear. And I hope, again, that all these teams and all these players get to experience this as we now take a look at the lineup here from Ghana.
We have Akorfa 7, Vendetto, Lore, Scarletta X, as well as Tashi. So we haven't necessarily seen them play because this is the first time we are going to be casting over their game. So we're not really sure who is going where in which particular role that they're going to be filling into. But this is a very exciting match because I wasn't really updated with the standings, right? So I was just assuming that it was always Egypt and Tunisia at number 1 in the standings, or just them kind of filling one another in that first spot in the standings. But with Ghana at number 3, with 3 points as well, tied in with Tunisia, this also, we can kind of assume that they know what they're doing as well. So I'm actually quite excited to see what kind of gameplay that we'll be seeing from them today.
Yeah, it's so I guess you really have to think of it, and I know we'll get some live updates as well throughout this series. But when it comes down to that last game of the day, or actually just the entire tournament, and it's come down to this where you're both sitting at 3 points for Tunisia and for Ghana, and you have to go ahead and obviously try your best. It would be great if they can get a sweep, but who knows? Maybe we get our first 3-game series. If not, again, the best thing that, for example, Ghana could hope for is that they have enough in the tank to go against who is, again, presumably the best team here for the Women's League in Africa. And that's a lot that they have ahead of them. Tunisia, on the other hand, happening, offline here, going against Djibouti. I would say Tunisia has showed that they actually have a good understanding of the game too. It just wasn't able to match up with Egypt towards a later portion of the game, but their early game and their drafting is really good. So there might be a high chance that we can just say that maybe Tunisia gets the points that they need. So the work here that needs to happen from Ghana, like I said, is assuming Tunisia is able to beat Djibouti, Ghana has to be able to do this is almost like, I know we do this a lot, over here in our regions, but it's like a David and Goliath matchup, because remember, Egypt from day one of the women's, they had nearly set a record for winning. 6.5 minutes in, they ended the game. They had a very dominant showing, and then even earlier, very strong against the team that they said they wanted to face against, which was Tunisia. By the way, Eterna, I hope you weren't hurt by the interview answer from Names, where she mentioned she still wants to go and face off against the Philippines, not Indonesia, But that's the thing. I think Egypt has done an amazing job at setting this kind of like standard right now for this region. And actually, it would be really interesting, depending on what happens, because we already know Egypt, is going forward to AEC, is how do they do on the international level? Like, once we eventually get, past AEC and then we get to WEC, if Egypt is obviously going to be one of those teams, because, watching them play was very impressive. And that's what I told Names in the interview was, the just watching them, because again, thinking about our kind of like mindset, how it shifts through the course of the broadcast, we went in and Mirka and I were, and I know you kind of felt the same way. It's like, some of the players like from the men's from Egypt, and that they've had, more time to kind of establish themselves as players and their names. But what does the women's league have, the women's players have to offer here? And this is something that's always exciting to kind of see unfold for any of the women's players out there, because again, naturally, this is, a lot of people don't get to see the great women players out there for MLBB. I mean, this isn't just an MLBB thing. This is like esports in general. And that's what I love about the platforms like IESF that give this opportunity for these women to be out there in the public eye online and see how good they are. Because again, some people would be like, whoa, is this, I saw some of the comments actually in the live stream earlier, like, is this women's or men's? Like with the game earlier, the match earlier, because of just how well they were playing on a macro level, you know? And so again, I think Ghana here really has to do the, in a way, like, I don't want to say the impossible, nothing's impossible, but they have to be able to go against the Goliath, because this is Egypt. I mean, they are very impressive, very strong. And Ghana, right now, it's a big question mark, Eternal. We don't know. You know, we don't know. We do know that they have 3 points in the standings, but how do they play? Can they go toe-to-toe with the macro style of Egypt?
For sure, for sure. And like back to your earlier point about the female scene in MLBB, it's like you got to start somewhere, right? Like
Yeah.
you suffer some losses here and there, but the main point is that you get that airtime and you get that play time to kind of develop what is already there, right? Because the first step is always that desire to play. And then from there, then you can kind of bridge it over to just development of yourself, right? And your team. It starts somewhere and it's got to start here, thankfully, at ISF to
Let me
finally,
ask you
hopefully,
this.
put a new region to the face of the championship in the MLBB female scene, because it's been, Naisu, you've been holding on to the male scene for so long. Okay, let's
Oh,
give Indonesia
Philippines?
a little bit of some glory, right?
Hey, to be
Still
fair, you guys just
undefeated
won a
for Team
major tournament,
Vitality.
right?
We just did, yes.
Is that what you're leading into here, Eterna?
But hey, it's getting stale. Wouldn't you not agree? Like having the
No.
same region keep winning. It's not even just the same region for the female scene, right? It's the same team, the same members, time and time and time again. And in order for the scene to continue to develop, there needs to be new contenders. There needs to be new faces, new regions that have
Yeah.
something to offer to this scene to be more of a challenge as well to one another. So I'm not even quite, I'm super happy that ISF has actually given this platform over this media for all these females around the world from different regions to kind of showcase what they've already got so far. What were you gonna ask?
I was gonna ask a couple things. Number one, I was gonna
Okay.
ask, if you could have had a choice to, if you had a chance to play as a female player for a pro team for MLBB,
Okay.
would you, or would you rather just cast it?
I don't think I think I'd rather cast it.
No, let's just say you were like really, really good. You know, you were actually a really,
Really
really
good.
good jungler, like you
Which I
pretended to be, which you pretended to be. Would you actually want to
Maybe.
play pro?
Probably. I think
All right. Obviously, you're
wouldn't
not
that be
going to play
fun?
pro with that kind of attitude, Eterna. Like, you have to want it. Like, these women want it.
True, true. We saw that in the interview, right? It's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
we did.
we're not just aiming for, the qualifiers. We're aiming for beyond that. We're aiming for the world stage. And
The world.
I guess that's the kind of mentality that is really required, right? Because other than skill, other than knowledge of the game, obviously that mentality plays a huge part of the
Definitely.
performances of these teams and these players. And the fact that you already have that mentality coming in is already a very great start. Because a lot of teams, they have the skill, they have the knowledge, but they shrivel under the pressure of the world stage. They
Hmm.
shrivel under the pressure of facing these top tier teams. And it's just a mental battle. And because of that mentality, they don't perform as well. And that's when their performance kind of peaks. So it was awesome to actually see that interview come through with names.
Yeah, I would actually like to, I mean, the way that I see it almost for, because it's very similar to if you look at the men's scene throughout MLBB esports and the way that it was like developed and whatnot. They kind of had additional time to get things situated and established, and then for the women's league over in Southeast Asia, it took time for that to kind of like develop. But there was always these, amazing female players that you could say arguably are at par, if not even above some of the level of the men's teams players out there. And, finally that they have this kind of like platform, I love to see it. I just think it's like, I can't give a certain time frame on it, but like, it's just getting to that point where it's really starting to build and you have all these opportunities for all these female players out there. And so you take that and you also take the fact that, again, a region like this, Africa, that doesn't get a lot of attention just yet, but is starting to, like it's starting to build. This is a great opportunity for a lot of these players that, like we heard, some of them are in college, some of them are still taking exams, some of them are working, and they have these opportunities to do this. I think for a lot of them, it starts out as like a hobby.
Yeah.
For me, surely MLBB started out as just a fun pastime. Like I had a day job, I was teaching, and then I just played MLBB at the end of the day,
Like
and
memes.
Yes, exactly. So like who knew that at some point it would be my career, like that's my career now. And for a lot of these players, who knows that at some point they don't get noticed on these big stages like this. And I think that's why it's so important to kind of point out the obstacles in front of them and really admire what they've been able to do to get to this point. And hopefully, as they get to the AEC and then eventually to the WEC, and they go against these international teams, like you mentioned, even from Philippines or Indonesia or wherever, you get to see just how good they are, because there's a lot of hidden gems, I feel like, of course, out there still yet to kind of be unfolded here.
For sure, for sure. So I'm just grateful, right, for all these tournaments that have been able to be a platform because, if we take a little bit of a nostalgic road back to 2 years ago, this is the third year for MWI, by the way, right? So it's only
Third
been
year,
3 years. As compared to the MLBB scene for, the male scene that has been around for so much longer. And finally, right, with MWI coming into its third year, with ISF finally bringing this to the scene as well, hopefully we get to see more players, more female players at that in the esports world, in the MLBB community in particular, just really get motivated to showcase what they've got again, right, to this point. So again, ladies and gentlemen, the final match of the day, Egypt, one of the titans here in the standings, standing at 6 points as compared to all the rest in this matchup against Ghana at 3 points. They severely need this win, and they also need to hope that Djibouti can actually win their best of
Yeah.
3 as well against
Yeah.
Tunisia. So there are certain conditions that need to be met if Ghana does want to accompany Egypt into the AEC.
And I think that's the thing is, Djibouti has struggled. Looking at the points for them, they don't have any. They've had a rough time, and for Tunisia, they've like I said, they've held their own, and they should be able to do a pretty good job against Djibouti. Unless again, Djibouti, we've seen teams like actually adjust on the fly from day one to day two. And so, for these women players, it is day 2 for them, and they could have learned a lot from yesterday. And who knows, if they'll be able to kind of adjust from that. But, the whole other thing too, with all of this, like you mentioned, it's been time for this to get to the point. I didn't know actually that MWI was in its third year. I was thinking it was actually like maybe the second year or so, but I know it's grown each and every time. And I mean, even the fact that you have these women's tournaments now offering even bigger prize pools, I feel like when I don't know if you've done this a tournament, but if you watch some of the like interviews for some of the women's MLBB teams for around the world, I think a lot of them share somewhat of that sentiment where it's like they didn't know when it would happen where they have like a platform to compete on that's on a big level, that's on the same level of the men's teams. I mean, you might have some variances there and differences, but overall, I think it's just a scene as a whole in terms of like all esport games, all esport titles, that is still in basically you say like it's still in its infancy, like it's still growing in comparison to these men's leagues, these men's tournaments and everything. So, you know, more and more of these women players get an opportunity to show what they have, like skill-wise and everything in all these games. And for MLBB, I think it's such a accessible game, and that's why you see it be a hit and, you know, all over the world here. So, well, with that, we're going to jump into the draft here for this last match, this game between the two. It's Ghana and Egypt.
And it looks like in our first game of this best of 3 series, we will be seeing Egypt once again on blue side. Meanwhile, Ghana gonna be able to pick up into the red side. And I was actually quite surprised, right? Earlier on in our second match of the day, the ones that you guys were casting, is these were very similar bans. It was a very similar drafting phase as something that you would see on a high competitive level, right? The Rogers being respected, Luo Yi, Chip, Fredrin as well. We did see some respect bans here and there with the Lolita, but other than that, it was very similar to what we've seen. So I want to see what goes down between these two, right? The Luo Yi already taken away, the Yuzong finally taken
good
out
ban.
from Velvet. Still sitting at 100% win rate, by the way, in this entire tournament. For Velvet herself, also at 100% win rate. It's a big respect ban, and I think that's the beauty of being on red side, right? You don't really have to conform to certain bans, but there is going to be still respect coming through.
Okay, I like that they did that, because this has been a hero that has caused havoc, like in the entire African online qualifier. So it is taking out Akai as well. They might... I'm wondering if Ghana wants to actually go utility jungle. Like, Fred might still be open here. Okay, never mind. That's banned out. Good choice. Now, this could also mean that Barrett's might be a priority. Because of the fact that you have Luo Yi taken out, it's either Chip or Barrett's. Nope, Barrett's is banned out too. This is great drafting from Ghana already. So good start here. So what does this leave for priority for Egypt that they want to take? You know, I mean, there's still a lot left open. Matilda's going to be the pickup. What's the swing back here from Ghana?
Honestly, the Angela and the Boxy is still open, right? If they still want to play into that utility jungle type of setup, they can definitely do that. Earlier on, we saw that Egypt were the ones to pick up the Angela and the Boxia, and we saw how well it was able to do with the rotations and the neutral objective control. So if Ghana want to pick up something similar and go for a similar kind of playstyle, that's still up in the air, but it looks like they're hovering over the Esmeralda, and it's a great flex, right? Because we've seen Esmeralda in different roles so far. Earlier on, it was on the jungle and it didn't exactly work out, but we've seen the Esmeralda find success in different roles, like the EXP lane. So it's already starting as a really good flex coming through for Ghana.
This is already... I actually really like what this first phase is looking like for Ghana right now. I mean, the Minoan Fury locked in, Esmeralda to deal with the shielding here from the Matilda. I'm just wondering what's going to go in the gold lane, because from, again, what we saw in the previous matches and even in the interview, Names was on point a lot of times, and it was the Clint that she opted for. And it's looking like they're going to cover their bases really well. They get the Novaria once again and Terizla, and you have to keep in mind that with this new patch, I feel like Terizla is going to have a better time, because we saw so many times before when Terizla was locked in, they go Bloodlust Axe first, but now since the Bloodlust Axe has been fused with the War Axe, you can just probably, we'll see if she does this, if she just goes with the War Axe right away, has that advantage, runs the Brave Smite, and is just a beast in the XP lane to deal with, right? So I'm liking what I'm seeing here, of course, from Egypt. I still want to know if it's going to be the Clint in the gold lane. Names had a hell of a game. If this is locked in here for Ghana, if the Leslie is the choice, there's a lot of obviously good damage potential. We'll have to see how the new items also kind of fit into this Leslie. But, you know, so far you're really going to want to just round the lineup better. I feel like, especially in the mid lane, like, what do you want to put in the mid lane against Novaria Valentina has still been is still open for now. Not sure if they want to go that route, but they are going to go ahead and focus on the gold lane options. I think they should still, with the carry, if they want to ban a gold lane, like take out the Clint, because Name's had such good performances on the Clint so far.
And you know, technically, there are so many gold laners that do well against the Leslie in the early stage of the game, right? You mentioned the Clint earlier on, but heroes like the Claude, heroes like Moskov are heroes that should be able to have a good lane against the Leslie. Leslie does have really good damage, but it's not a constant DPS kind of source. It's very burst heavy, and it also requires a little bit of time to scale. So heroes like the Clint can punish the Leslie very, very well in the early stage of the game. So I was about to mention, you were talking about the mid lane. I said I was going to say that the Vexana was left open, but now full respect, right? Vexana and the Xavier have been eliminated. So maybe the Valentina could still come through here. If they want to focus on wave clear, they can go for the Lilia. We've seen it pop in a few times, especially for the women's scene. I think other than that, what would be a viable pick? Faramis is also an option if they want to play a little bit more into these team fights, but a Faramis against something like the Terizla is a little bit risky, and it looks like they are hovering over the Lilia right now.
If they lock this in, I think it's like Lilia so far hasn't had the best success rate. And I mean, it could change. Again, we have to always consider right now, currently, just the day of the patch, that itemization can be a little bit different, of course. And even the emblems, like I'm still waiting to see the new emblems utilized. I'm not sure when we're going to see that, or if we do throughout these qualifiers. But right now that Lilia was locked in, and this could possibly be too. I know it flashed on the screen just a second. We'll be back to the draft in just a second. But that was a Fanny. I'm not sure if it was locked in, but it was shown. I think it was first the Martiz. Yeah, I saw Levi. I was like, huh? Yeah, it was Levi that popped up. It was Martiz, and then a Fanny. So I'm not sure if that's going to be locked in. But if it is the case where it's an assassin jungle, this is interesting, because you're going to be able to move around really quickly, do the things you need to do, and you just have to have the support that you need if it's an assassin jungle. And that's great because they already have a Matilda. Right, the Matilda was locked in. That's a solid choice. You have a Novaria, so if it is, okay, it wasn't. It was the Levi, you know, so he goes with the Martiz, but that's still the Clint. So that's there, and you have great vision. But Eternal also, look at this on the other side. Amon is locked in here. We saw the Amon wreak havoc in the men's games, so we'll see if that can be replicated here by Lore.
Wow, I haven't seen an Amon in the competitive scene for so long. I think there was like 2 patches ago, I think there was like a change with Amon, a little bit of a buff towards Amon, but even since then we haven't seen this hero being picked up. So I personally am super stoked to see how this works out. And like you mentioned, Amon as an assassin against a Martis in the jungle. What do you think? What do you feel about this? Who do you think has a better time in the early stage of the game? Are there differences in their focus? Is Martis going to be more focused on objectives, or do you think Amon is going for a similar route too?
I think part of the job is like early game, you can feel it out. Do you have the support to be able to kill the Martiz? You know that, you know, he, especially like the hard part is Martiz, once you get the Decimate available at level 4, which is pretty early, and somehow, some way you get an early advantage on the Martiz, it gets pretty much very scary because he can snowball really hard. Like, that's the hero. That's the way it works. And, you know, for this case with an Amon, like we saw in the men's matches, you have to kind of switch your game plan throughout the course of the game. Like, different segments of the game, you're going to want to be doing different things on this Amon. So we'll see if Lore can do it.
So let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series. One of the matches that will decide Ghana and Tunisia's fate into the AEC for that final slot to make it to Casablanca. And with that, we'll dive into game number 1. Okay, so Amon,
there it is,
very aggressive with that emblem, as it looks like already.
Nucci might. Oh, okay. I was just saying she flickered out, but Real quick, I wanted to point out too the fact that we're actually seeing it. The new emblem, it's coming out from Tashir Rocks. That is the Temporal Rain emblem that she's rolling with. And so, this is basically, it helps with cooldown reduction for your non-ultimate abilities. So once you use your ultimate, it reduces the cooldown of your other abilities. So that's interesting, especially when you're using it on a Minotaur here.
Yeah, because usually we see the concussive blast to kind of help in the wave clear for the mid laners and for the other lanes. But wait a second, Nucci very aggressive onto the Leslie right now.
Oh, they can't get the kill though, so unfortunate for them, but they're gonna go in it with anyway. Nucci gonna be the one to fall, and now in the bottom lane, a flicker forward. Not sure if Names will be able to escape. So far she does. Yui here to back him up. Lorelor will fall. So unfortunate for Lorelor. They do get a kill though. It's on Nucci, but this is the jungler going down of Ghana, so it's a 1-for-1.
That was a big outplay as well, right? Again, the Names in that gold lane gonna be able to juke out these engages coming through from whichever or whatever or whoever the opponent is. But the kill wasn't for Names. It was actually picked up in by the Novaria. But neutral objective take.
Okay, penalty zone going to be used. Electa already gets the turtle. So good penalty zone to zone the members of Ghana out. And it looks like Vendetta is going to have to run under the turret. She should be fine. But Egypt, once again, will go ahead and get the objective. Nothing too crazy, though, here at Turner. I mean, gold-wise, it's relatively even. Ghana's still doing a pretty good job at keeping things together. It's just really, what's the timing here? Timing-wise for Ghana with the heroes that they have, there's a lot of early damage potential, especially when we talk about the Amon. And we know how Leslie builds up pretty quickly, but it looks like there might be a play here on the bottom side. Yui's going to be in trouble. Endless Shards not going to be used. There it is. Now it's online. They get the kill on Yui. And they might have to be forced to back off here. Once again, Ghana finding a good pick. Looks like they'll back off. They're going to be happy with the one kill.
So we're already seeing a kind of a difference in their playstyle, right? Egypt, they're looking for a little bit more objectives. They're more objective heavy with the utilization of the Martis. We saw that Electa didn't have a problem as well in the early stage of the game to pick up that first turtle of the game, right? Absolutely no contest. And Ghana a little bit more focused on these kills, a little bit more focused on the neutral. Wait a second.
Oh, Lorelor gonna be in trouble, gets wretched. There's the Decimate too. And that's the combination we were talking about with this Martis. Now Electa makes her way under the turret, gets the flicker out. They're still gonna battle it out for a little bit longer. Into the backside they go. Still, the damage potential is there. Astral Echo gonna be dropped, might get the shot. Gonna poke him down. Electa gets another kill on the board on the Martis. And now left to its own devices, Sapphire's in trouble, has to pop the Black Shoes. Waiting for the team to get here in time, a one hit away. Will be able to get away for now, but the turret going to be worked on. The ultimate's going to be dropped, forced back a little bit longer. Yui there to help keep them at bay. Lorelor might look for a kill. Has the Endless Shards, but is going to take her time not to press it any further. Gets poked down, but that looks like it's going to be it for now. The turtle is up as both teams want to go ahead and get in position.
I was about to say, right? I was about to say that Ghana were more focused and more focus centralizing on the kills, but it looks like Egypt found an opportunity to take it for themselves as well. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, as this neutral objective spawns, Electa is 2 levels ahead. Let's see the take coming in from Lorelor, if they're going to be able to contest at all, rather.
Yeah, Vendetta able to get Yui with the falling star moon, but the turtle, who does it go to? Electa grabs it. Now they're going to go for the fight. Endless Shard's going to be used. Teshir Rocks goes down. Vendetta still in the backside, forcing Velvet back a little bit further. Has the shields that she needs, but she's going to get forced back herself. Waiting for any support here from Sapphire. And she'll be just fine, able to withstand. Jumps back in with the falling star moon. Might have been a mistake as Vendetta goes down on the top side.
That should have been a 1-for-1 trade. Well, technically a 2-for-1 trade with the neutral objective taken in by Egypt. But that re-engage coming in from Vendetta with the falling star moon, gave it over. Oh, wait a second. That's another pick over for Egypt. And now they're picking things left and right. The scraps given over by Ghana. Earlier on, Names was able to get a turret in the bottom side, and now they're going to be able to pick up a turret in the top side as well. But look at the mid side.
Oh, Lord, trying to get those endless shards off, but it won't be enough damage to pick up the kill. Still have to be careful about the damage potential from Lore. She's able to do quite a bit. They're still working on this mid turret. Not sure if they'll be able to get it just yet. Velvet also making her way there. And so right now you find yourselves Ghana just making some mistakes that don't need to be made. You know, I mean, a lot of times it looks like they could just be happy with the trade that they get, but they continue to press on when they don't necessarily need to. And then they get punished, and that's why now you're looking at nearly a 4,000 gold lead for Egypt as they look to set their sights on these turrets now.
Yeah, and with that gold lead, we see that Novaria already picking up the enchanted talisman. The fact that she's been able to spam out her abilities, go in for the pokes before Ghana goes in for these setups, for the skirmishes or even the team fights, has been a big problem, right? That burst coming through, that nearly hit onto a Korfa there on the Leslie would have been a problem, would have actually forced her into a recall. And there you go, Names again with the endless battle, one of the next core items that a Clint already has. You talked about the gold lane earlier on in the drafting phase, the fact that they should try and go and respect it for Clint. And again, we're seeing the prowess that Names has on the Clint already with the core items. And now she's going to be able to contribute a lot more damage in this team fight and this neutral objective take that Ghana completely gave over for Egypt to take.
Yeah, I just don't think, you know, at this point there was much that Ghana could do. Better if they just kind of try to defend, but a huge penalty zone again from Velvet, able to find the set. Multiple members going to fall here. They're going to go ahead and trade it out. Velvet finally falls 2 down, though, for Ghana. Again, a massive set from Velvet. She's been doing this all night long this time around on the Turizla. But they're going to be happy with what they get. They get that tier 1 turret down and a couple more, plus the resources. And they get themselves a little further ahead now for Ghana. They got to do something at this point in the game. You're looking at a minute and some seconds here for this Lord, and you're wondering if Ghana has the firepower to fight back. Electa once again fighting under the turret. Akafora in trouble. Nowhere to go. Gets caught down under the turret, and now Lore is going to be next. Gets decimated. Turret at the tier 2 in the bottom lane will fall for Ghana. And now Egypt looking for possibly more. They get the shields down on the turrets this early on. That's the best they can do. Still making plays in the mid lane, keeping Vendetta in the mid. Keeping them at bay here. Also, Velvet walking that wave up top. Still making it work, and we're 30 seconds away from the Lord here.
This is a big problem for Ghana. It's a big problem if they want to make it to the AEC in Casablanca, Morocco, because, ladies and gentlemen, this is complete control over for Egypt. And you were asking about timeline for Ghana, and I'm also wondering what it is, right? Are they just supposed to kind of wait into the late game, wait for a Korfa to get into those core items? But even then, they don't have the proper setup. As look at this.
Huge circling eagle. 4 man's endless shards not going to be enough. Ultimate Snake going to be used as well. But man, what is Egypt on right now? Again, time and time again, showing the prowess here. Velvet keeping some of the members of Ghana at bay alone. And it's so tough to see here for Ghana as they were holding together in majority of the early game. But right now it's slipping through their hands. Turret's going to be worked on the tier 2. Nucci might still want more. Circling Eagle once again gets the flicker up from a Kafora. And now Velvet. Ultimate Snipe dropped once again, but there's plenty of bodies to block it out. That's going to be a flicker though. Used from Yui, and now Lord is up. Do they want to go for it? Vendetta going to spot out Velvet. And they actually want to contest this turtle, or this Lord here, Turna.
This is going to be so difficult, right? Because granted, not just because of the gold gap, but Electa, she's 3 levels ahead of the Amon. So even if they want to go for a 50-50 on the Retribution battle, it's not going to favor them at all. I'm wondering how they're going to go in for the engage, because technically they don't have the proper tools, but look at this!
Velvet once again, a huge penalty zone, gonna lock down 2. Tashir's gonna fall, Lore as well. Vendetta trying to do her best, keeping the front at bay, but she gets whittled down. Luckily for her, Sapphire was there to help her out. Now Akfora, does she have enough damage in this Leslie? But it looks like they just have to give it up. Down their crucial members. And that's going to be the objective now, secured and locked in for Egypt as they get ready to walk it in, especially this mid lane, the focus.
I mean, technically, Akorfa is doing damage, but like you mentioned, right? I don't think it's enough just yet. I think one of the items that she's picked up already was just the endless battle. I'm not really sure how far she is in terms of items as well, but with how much damage and the timing that is required for her to go for it, it's going to be a lot difficult. And there you go, right? Her first item was actually a sea halberd. So sure, there's damage into it. It's highly respecting, of course, the regeneration coming in from Egypt, but it's not one of her core items. She's going to need a little bit more time. They've sacrificed it for utility, but look at that damage coming through.
Look at the damage from Names. Just a couple shots, but no Inferior going to be used with the Flicker. Trying to keep them here on this part of the base, but Velvet jumps in once again, going to find Akfora. And Akfora is down. And this is troublesome. They lose a ton of damage. Lawrence is going to be working on the Crystal. And Egypt looking to end the game here. And they'll do just that as Egypt takes game 1 against Ghana.
12 minutes. 12 minutes, Naisu. That felt like a really big snowball coming in from Egypt. Yeah. What a way to start this best of 3 series. And I was wondering, right? I mean, Egypt, they've been playing the entire day. I was wondering if they would go through a little bit of, lethargy coming through, the endurance. But man, they're serious about this, right? And they are going to be able to lead this best of 3 series against Ghana. And I think we got some information from the producer earlier on. Naisu, was that Tunisia winning that first game
Tunisia won the first game.
Well, there you go.
That's tough for Ghana, Eterna. Because I'm pretty sure best case scenario for Ghana at this point, I'm thinking, if I'm thinking correctly here, is they need to win the next 2 games and Tunisia needs to lose. Because then that would give Ghana 5 points and Tunisia would have 4. That's what I'm thinking. So we'll see what happens. But Ghana, based off game number 1, let's focus on what happened just here. Early game was okay. They were making plays, and I even like we talked about earlier, I liked what they did in the draft there. The concept was that they really wanted to utilize the fact that they have an Amon to go against, this lineup that Egypt brought to the table. They wanted to assassinate, members early on. That's why you pick the Amon, and then you transition later on to kind of use it to just burst the best you can, and then hopefully your Leslie can follow up. You have a Minotaur that should be able to set things up for you, and we saw a couple of good sets and Minoan Fury combinations with the Flicker, but unfortunately, it's the same story for Egypt, Eterna. Every single time that they have, let's say, met a pretty good match in the early game, they just take off at some point in the mid game. It's usually after they get, maybe it's the second turtle, maybe it's a third, or, they win a key skirmish or something like that. And then Egypt just takes off. And I think a big part of that success rate or what allows them to do that is the fact that so far, too, they have really been loving that Novaria pick. And the fact that they always have the Echo available to them, provides the vision that they need and, increases the hitboxes too. That's a whole thing. It's like the Novaria alone is such a great hero. And it was something that we always saw all the time, and then it fell off a little bit, but it still gets picked up. And the purpose of it works out so well, especially when we're talking about a Novaria Matilda combination. That's just, I don't know. That's just unreal levels of utility that brings to a team. And we saw it. We saw that happening. I mean, and then not to mention Velvet. Velvet, how many times did she land a great penalty zone on multiple members? And this is funny because this is what she does. Velvet does this mostly it's been on Yuzhong. That was banned out. So then she just does pretty much the same thing on the Charizla. And it's funny too because I got my answer earlier when we got to look at the items. She didn't go War Axe. Like she just went Dominance Ice first. So she had that locked in, had the defensive items that she needed because her job, like she understood the job. Velvet was like, I'm just gonna jump in, do my thing, get that debuff up, you know, and then if I die, I die. But I also can rely on the body of Smith, the passive of Terizla, you know, to survive a little bit longer than expected. And this is also what just allowed, you know, utilizing the Martis here, the way that the Decimate works and everything else, like we talked about. Like Electa was able to just have a hell of a time, like just a fun time, I would say, like on a Martis, because of the way that you utilize the utility you utilize the fact that you have a Terizla that's just, you know, in Velvet's hands, I guess you could say, and it's just it worked out. Egypt executed it really well, as they have for all the games we've seen them play.
Because like as a general whole, that's what we're seeing. But even the small decision making that they made, right? You were highlighting the Terizla, you were highlighting Velvet, the fact that she went in for that item first, right? The dominance ice first. It's because
Yeah.
she knows in her lane who she's going against with. Like she's not going to be too greedy with her build. She's not going and looking for too much damage, but she also knows that one of her main winning conditions is also to try and shut down the Esmeralda, because honestly, I would say that the Esmeralda is one of their only active tools for them to utilize in team fights, right? Because sure, Minotaur has the Minoan Fury, but it's a little bit more passive, it's a little bit more reactive as compared to something like the penalty zone that can really look in for these picks in these team fights. So they're trying to she knows that she needs to shut down the Esmeralda to take away the falling star moon possibilities in these particular team fights, because without any tools to set up, I mean, in general, the composition that Ghana brought was very dependent on this fact, right? I mean, Lilia requires that proper setup. She doesn't have the CC in her kit to utilize in order for her to be able to maximize on her damage. She needs somebody to be able to lock them in place. And that wasn't there necessarily for Ghana earlier on. And it could be similar to what Amon needs and even Leslie as well. So I understand the beauty of the drafts for Ghana, but if I had to
Mm-hmm.
compare in between the drafts with them and Egypt, I think Egypt kind of thought about it a little bit more with the winning conditions that is also required from their drafts, and they executed it so well. I don't know, Leslie in the gold lane, what do you think about that?
It's funny because I was literally just looking Leslie up right now. And part of the reason why I'm doing that is because of just the way that, like, the build, I guess the build path is. I was trying to wonder, like, why the Sea Halbert first? I get that you have a Matilda over there. You know, I get that there's like some shielding and sustainability you want to work through, but like, Sea Halbert first can work because you know, this is Leslie we're talking about, but it's just like, I don't know. There was not enough time. I can't remember. Second item was an endless battle. Like, did she pick up this endless battle second item?
I think so, yes.
Like, Leslie is. Don't get me wrong. I love playing Leslie too because of those big true damage numbers.
Yeah.
And I just think that in this case, maybe they assumed. Again, we don't know, but what Ghana was planning here, but maybe they just assumed it was going to be names on the Clint, like we called out in the draft. We said, you know, Clint's open, most likely. Remember, they banned out the carry, and they banned out one other. Ghana banned out one other marksman, and it was all to basically maybe say, like, okay, go ahead and pick up the Clint. And so the answer then was their Leslie, and I just like, I'm thinking maybe it was a range to range thing. Like, that's what they wanted. And then they just hoped that, you know, at some point you really get to build up and have that true damage potential that Leslie's so known for, and you're stacked. But again, I just feel like the timing wasn't there, like with what their game plan was. And part of it too was the fact that they needed to play around the fact that they had an Amon. And so I think that was kind of the idea of like, let's let the Amon shine in the early game, buy enough time for this Leslie
Yeah.
to farm up and get to where, you know, she needs to be. But you know, like I said, the answers were just there because how many times do we see an Endless Shards try to get a kill? So like you have to think about it, and this is the case usually for any assassin jungle. Like every single time that you are committing to get a kill, especially with an ultimate like Endless Shards for the for this Amon, and you don't get it, like there's so much downtime in between waiting for that ultimate again. You know, so like, and then it's like, well, then we can just pay attention and shut down the gold lane, and that's what Egypt did. So I think, again, if you want to go Leslie, especially into a Clint from Names, who has had a phenomenal performance on this hero alone, you have to really be able to like farm up, and all that means is extend the game. So that just means also, most likely, pick up a utility type jungler to you know, make it as long as you can, like extend the game as long as you can, because Amon's not going to be able to do that for you, especially against a Martiz, who is, you know, it's weird. Like Martiz is such a weird hero because he can actually go toe to toe with utility junglers. Like if the Barretts and the Fredrin weren't banned out and those are picked up, Martiz is a completely like he's an okay choice. But what's weird about him is the fact that you can actually turn him into an assassin himself. Like the way you played in the early game, and we saw this from Electa, and get decimates after decimate after decimate, and get these kills, get these stacks going. It's weird to like just be an Amon, and like then it gets to a point where like, and I'm not sure 100% on her build. We'll have to take a look at this later when we eventually get to the highlights. But the Martiz build can usually even go to the side of tankiness a little bit, you know, and that's why again, you really didn't get to utilize the Leslie pick because of just the timing of the game as a whole. And so I think if you're going to do that, if you're going to kind of readjust here for Ghana, I think they need to lock down their gold lane a little bit better. Like I always say this, Eterna, I always say, give them the gold lane experience. And that's what they need. Like by gold lane experience, that just means like, and we see this in our metas, both of ours, you know, in Philippines and Indonesia, where it's like you go and farm your heart out, and we will take care of the rest of the
Your
game. And then
mind's
later
off.
on, and then your mind's off, and then later on, you go and you shine as a gold laner, right? So I think that's the biggest thing is like have that gold lane experience, and that's kind of what needs to happen here for as they get readjusted for game number 2.
I think the story about the Leslie is a little bit similar to the story about Hanabi, right?
Yeah,
Sure, there are certain scenarios where these kinds of heroes can work, but as a general rule of thumb, these kinds of heroes, they need so much time to scale to that
yeah,
late game that we don't necessarily have time to get, right? Because it's always ended in so early of the minutes, right? I think the longest game we've had so far is 16 minutes, and that was a one off. The average has always been 10, 12 minutes. Our first match for this best of 3 series also 12 minutes. So
hmm
that's not nearly as enough time for these kinds of heroes to get to that item power spike, unless, of course, it's a full rampage, full snowball. Something we saw from the Hanabi, I think, by Egypt themselves. No, actually, it was by Namibia. Yeah,
hmm
Namibia in match number 1 where they were able to make this Hanabi work. So I agree with you, right? You were talking about timing. I completely agree with you. Just to underline that as well. And I'm wondering whether or not they're gonna start respecting this Clint. Because so far nobody has been able to
yeah.
go toe to toe in the gold lane against this Clint. I don't know how this Clint works because when I think about lane bully, I'm thinking about heroes like Moskov, like Harith, but with the Clint coming into the fray, if you utilize something like the Moskov, a hero that we've seen become very prioritized in the gold lane, do they go head to head, or does Clint do better in the lane, or does Moskov do better in the lane?
That's a good question. Like currently, right now, I think the Moskov would actually like early game. I don't think Moskov would do very well. Like you're just clearing the waves because like
Right.
Clint, especially like if okay, then we consider like level 4. Once you get that the grenade bombardment, like Clint's gonna face value. He's gonna out damage the Moskov unless the Moskov I feel like is able to get the stun off or able to you know, just utilize the fact that you get those resets and everything with the second skill. So it's just like I think Clint still wins, especially depending on how you build the Clint. And the overall raw damage, I would say, is better in the 1v1 versus Moskov. Now, again, Moskov can get around with his Spear of Destruction and do all his things, and if he's able to get the stuns off and then just unleash, then yeah, that's great. But I don't know. They need something to deal with the Clint, and maybe that's just a ban, you know, as we jump in here into the draft for game 2. Maybe we see them ban it, maybe we see them take it, but there's a lot here. I think they should also think about taking or banning out the Novaria. I feel like Novaria has been a problem, but they go the Yuzhang, the Akai, Louis taken out here. Maybe the Chip is next, and of course Frederick and Barrett's like we saw in the previous game.
Well, right now they've both swap sides, right? Coming to the drafts here in game number 2. So with Ghana on the blue side, they could very well be either taking away the Clint or the Novaria, right? Put Egypt in position where they have to kind of prioritize what they want to go in for the bans, you know, pick your poison kind of scenario. Because again, with Ghana on blue side, they also have first pick. So they do have priority in that regard. What do you think? Do you think that's something that they could do? Because again, right, other than Novaria, I think the Clint, again, has been such a problem. Give names, put names on a different type of hero, because she's been popping off. But the Roger does get banned out now for Egypt, and Novaria gets banned out. You mentioned it earlier on, Naisu, but that does mean that the Clint once again is left open for them to take.
Okay, I want to see what this last ban is going to be, because there's so much open here at Turner. Like, if this is not the Chip, I just feel like Chip is not the flavor, like for any of the African teams, whether it's men or the women. They just don't really want to play around with the Chip here and the kind of the way he shakes the games up, I feel like. So if this isn't Chip, I'm wondering, what do they want to ban out for this next one? Because with a lot left on the table, you're talking still the factor. It's Fredrin. Barrett's is available. I'm just wondering, maybe does Lorelor want to take the Barrett's, have that utility, like I was saying, because this is the thing, like, get a utility jungler this time around, give Akorfa the time she needs to build up on whatever gold lane she's going to pick, because she could find herself just going against the Clint again, you know, from names here. So let's see what the game plan is going to be, because even a Harith is open. You could technically throw the Harith in the gold lane. I know we don't see that all the time, but it's a possibility. But they will take an Angela, who again has been a reoccurring pick when it's left open. This is what I want to see. If this is locked in, I want to see the Malefic gun. I want to see how this works on, because as soon as they said increases the range, I feel like everybody would automatically think of Layla. Like, this is a great item, Malefic gun, give it to Layla. She's already got long range attacks. Why not increase it by 15%? But it's not going to be. They go to Matilda Baksha.
Yeah. I was about to say, because you were talking about the Barretts and you were talking about these utility junglers, and I was like, why not just pick up the Angela first, right? And then you can kind of flex in what your junglers should be. If the enemy picks up the Barretts, you can pick up the Baxia. If they pick up the Baxia, then you can pick up something like the Barretts. But it looks like they're not even eyeing the Barretts at all. Ghana have a completely different playstyle in mind, and they're going to be able to deny the Terizla away. They actually go for Sun. So I think you mentioned that you've seen the Sun here in the African qualifiers. What sense are you getting here from the Sun? Is it a little bit more utility? What's going on here?
I'm trying to remember. I think we saw a Sun pop up maybe once in the men's.
Okay.
And it didn't, if I remember, it didn't work out too well. I think, was it Place? I think it was Place in the XP lane too. But this time around, if it's jungle, if this is actually a jungle Sun, I've played jungle Sun myself, and I actually enjoy it. It's decent but against a Baksha with a Matilda, like this very meta, like combination, I don't think it's going to be fun. I think even if I think you could go as far as saying that if there was any invading going on, or like just stealing your camps, or even just putting pressure on the camps, like just with Nucci alone on the Matilda, Jungle Sun is not going to be fun. Interesting. Oh, they banned out the Barretts. They banned out the Barretts, and why is that? Is that just because they don't want to go against Barretts in the XP lane? Because the box is already locked in here. That's interesting.
We've actually seen the Barretts in the EXP earlier on by Tunisia, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe that's what they're anticipating. They don't want to put the Terizla in that lane, but honestly, one of the greatest counters towards the Terizla in that lane would be the Xborg, right? So
yeah, Xborg.
Usually we see an Xborg being banned out, but it's actually the Barats and the Esmeralda. So maybe they know something that we don't, right? Maybe Velvet enjoys utilizing these kinds of heroes. And by the way, these are 3 respect bans towards Velvet. The Yuzong, we have the Barats, as well as the Esmeralda, if that's true. But it looks like the Natan has been locked in against the Brody, Naisu.
Okay. All right. I was waiting. I've been waiting for either Vexana or Aurora to pop up. I'm so interested in all the mid lane heroes right now at Turner because of the new changes with the items and the way that that kind of changes the dynamic. Like even Clock of Destiny, you don't need time to build up anymore. It scales. Oh, and perfect hero to talk about that with. Sicilian, who does scale up, based on how many hits he gets, of course, and was one of the heroes that really likes that Clock of Destiny. Well, now we're going to see if Sicilian actually still goes for that first build Clock of Destiny, given the fact that, yeah, you just get those, you just get the full stacks, I believe it is, with the new iteration of Clock of Destiny. So if this is an R-Lot locked in, seems to be this case, it's going in the XP lane versus the Terizla. That's going to be a huge 1v1 battle between them. And interesting, because if you look at the lineup here, once again from Egypt, this is a very solid lineup. Nathan, especially late game, is scary.
For sure, but how would you compare the Natan to a Sicilian in the late game, right?
Oh.
Unlimited stacks for the Sicilian, that damage is just going to keep on scaling indefinitely. So if we're talking about late game, honestly, both of these teams have something to offer, and there's an argument to be made about Ghana in the later stage of the game. And I think there was a moment that we saw a Sicilian in a tournament. Was it MPLID playoffs? I'm not really sure, but I think I mentioned my distaste about Sicilian. I was like, I don't really like the Sicilian in this current meta because of how fast-paced these games are going. The Sicilian needs a little bit more time to scale and to deal out the damage, but I stand corrected, right, with the Sicilian back then. The Sicilian in certain scenarios, well, depending on the pilot, obviously, can have a lot of damage in the early game and not have too many issues with mana as well, depending, of course, on the emblems that have been utilized. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is, match points in this best of 3. Ghana want to try their best to force a game number 3 under Egypt if they still want to make it to the AEC in Morocco, in Casablanca. And here we go into the land of dawn for game number 2.
Man, I was hoping, Eterna, as we were talking about the Sicilian pick, I was just kind of thinking in my mind, like, Sicilian would also be a good hero to take one of the new emblems, the Temporal Rain. Because the Temporal Rain, like once you use the Bat's Feast, it reduces the cooldown of your other abilities, and that would be perfect for getting, the claw off, and of course, the bat wings here, and building up the stacks, of course, and just kind of playing around with it. It would have been great to see, but in Pure Rage works too. You want to get that mana, of course, but that's still what I'm wondering about with the Sicilian is the build path. Like I'm still expecting Clock of Destiny to be picked up or at least rushed, but and then from there kind of scaling up, because again, remember, even the new glowing wand works really well now because of you don't have to build the Necklace of Durance anymore. And we know even having Nucci here with this Matilda and the Quantum Charge, that glowing wand will actually really help out with this. So Interesting to see if the Sicilian's going to be work out here. Also does pick up the mana boot, so has that available right now. It's really just up to Ghana, I feel like, to set the pace, to get things going. And part of that too is the fact that there was a role swap, and this happened quite a bit through Africa qualifiers here at Turner, where most of the players were able to switch roles. And so yeah, it is Lorelor on the gold lane this time around, with a Korfa on that sun in the jungle.
Already a roster swap coming through, ladies and gentlemen. So keep your eyes peeled at what we're going to be expecting later on. But I think for the early game, mid trios. Oh, wait a second.
Velvet might get caught out a little bit. Actually goes in with the final slash. Kafora gonna have to fight her out. Looks like Turtle's gonna be secured by Electa, but penalty zone goes in as well. No one falling just yet. Flicker over the wall will keep Vendetta alive. But Egypt will go ahead and get the objective. So still, both teams kind of feeling out the situation here.
Yeah, what I was about to say before that is Egypt, they have the mid-trio prio, right? They have the better wave clear, they have the Matilda, they have the Baxia, and they also have the Lilia, as compared to, the Sicilian, who clears a lot slower and is a little bit more mana dependent as compared to the Lilia. So we're kind of seeing that come to play. Faster rotations went in, and they were able to set up for the neutral objective take a lot quicker as well. And it turns out, though, in the early stage of the game, despite Egypt holding on to that lead, the Sun, right? A Korfa on the Sun still has been able to level out in the playing field, really standing very equal in that EXP against Electa on the Baxia, both at level 6. So this still can swing both ways, depending on how these teams utilize that mid-trio setup, because it looks like Egypt's going to be looking for more here. Very, very active Matilda, and here comes Electa.
Oh, Electa. It's a flicker out, plus the Heart Guard's going to be there as well. They're going to fight under the turret. For now, still going to be alive. Nice first blood from Lorelor, able to get it with a torn apart memory. And now they're going to fire back at Electa, but she's so tanky. We'll see if they just back off from here. But meanwhile, there's still a fight now in the mid lane. A final slash going to be used. Korfa has to get out, using the clones here, of course. Still going to bait him out. And now she backs off a little bit further, but that first blood for Ghana. But it'll be Egypt that gets the objective.
Yeah, it's going to be a kill over to Lorelor, though, right? A Brody in the early stage of the game. What they want to do is to get that snowball in real quick, but is that a rose gold meteor being built in early on for Lorelor? That's a defensive item. That's a very unique build pattern. Perhaps respecting the engage potential, the kill pressure potential coming in from Egypt, but that will reduce her damage by quite a bit.
Okay. Again, these builds are going to be interesting to see which way they go with them, but right now it looks like Ghana is just going to give up the objectives. Hurdle secured here once again. Egypt furthering the lead. It looks like they're going to go up top now. Eyes set up here on the defending this tier 1, but they're going to be pushed in. Sapphire taken out so quickly. Electa there to help them out, cutting them off even further. Forfa by herself. She should be fine though, utilizing the clone. And now Egypt will go ahead and face towards this mid lane. Keep an eye, Velvet, once that final slash is going to be available, she has the flicker. She could force a fight as well, and right now Lorelor goes off, not able to get the kill with a torn apart memory. Not enough marks or damage.
That was really close though, but Lorelor.
That's what I was saying. The final slash going to be used. But all this to just push Lorelor back. Gets the flicker out too. Turret is all Egypt wanted. They know the macro game. They get the objective.
Looks like Corrosion Scythe built in for the Sun. Gonna be able to utilize that basic attack, but Circling Eagle just to go in for the zone at the moment, as it looks like they want to push in the tempo here in the bottom side of the map. And remember, Names has been left untouched, and that's a Starlium Scythe already built in. You don't want that Natan to snowball.
Oh, look at the damage. Vendetta goes in with the penalty zone, actually gets a kill out of the exchange. Still surviving for a little bit longer, but will eventually go down. At least a Vendetta got something out of that. Clearly outnumbered and outgunned. But right now, still going to be working on that bottom lane, trading things across the map for now. That turret will finally go down to the bottom lane, the tier 1, and it looks like Egypt will make their way back to the mid lane, possibly looking for Sapphire. Look how fast Electa is able to move around the map, and it looks like she just forced her back. Turtle's coming up, though, in just a second here. So Ghana, are they actually able to go and dance off for the turtle? Do they just give it up here?
That's a big question, but in terms of that Retribution EXP, both Akorfa as well as Electa are at level 9, so they want to go for the 50-50. It should be possible, but they don't want to risk it. They want to stay disciplined here. They're just going to give it up and, you know, try to buy some more time for, of course, the Sicilian to get into that power spike, get in those stacks as quickly as possible to dishing out that damage, because I think that's what they're hanging, and that's what hangs in the balance right now. But look at that damage output from just the Matilda alone, by the way, as Egypt going in for more, looking in for that siege as that tower in the top side goes down.
Yeah, it's Velvet could be in trouble. Velvet finally going down. Lore here still. This Lore might be the saving grace for some of this game to transition a little bit better. Going to be chased down. It looks like Names is making her way down as well. They might cut in. Goes in with Entropy. Has to go in. There's the Heart Guard. Is it enough, though, to keep him alive? Lore is going to fall. She's down. And now they're going to find it out a little bit longer. Tashira Rocks gets the brunt of the damage as it's a double for Names. And Egypt, once again, dominating this side of the map. Taking what they can. Battling it out for the resources as well. And still trying to go in for more. They get the clone out. But still, they're 40 seconds away from the Lord. So Egypt will continue to take the turrets if they can. It looks like they're going to keep putting the pressure here. Not much Vendetta can do all by herself.
Very aggressive, right? And they're still trying to keep to their tempo. They're still digging in with their claws at full strength over on to Ghana. They're putting out some damage onto Lore, but they do have to respect the Brody. Right? I think you mentioned the Brody. She was sitting at a 2-0 earlier on. She did get shut down earlier on before, but she does have her first core item to be able to deal that damage and siege in those turrets. But very aggressive. She's actually opting to go in for the clear. Akorfa also goes in for the invade. And they don't know. Egypt, they have absolutely no clue. They're picking up scraps over from Egypt, slowly but surely, to keep their eye on the game.
It's the best. I mean, at this point, Eterna, Ghana really has to kind of just be very cautious in the way they approach some of these, even parts of their jungle, right? Because they're going to have to give up objective after objective. It doesn't seem like they really want to be in the position to fight for the objectives, or what we call, you know, these objective dances. There is no dances. It seems like they might possibly just want to go for split pushes and get what they can across the map. But even with that, they're going to get spotted out. Korfa has to go back. Looks like Velvet's going to try to stop it in the tracks. Goes in with the final slash. There's the Heart Guard. Now Velvet on the run. That is the damage from the sun we were talking about before, and even under the turret, they're going to chase Velvet. They get the flicker out. Here comes Electa, now might want to fight back. They know the Heart Guard's not there anymore. And meanwhile, on the bottom side, Vendetta will get taken down by Names. 4-0-1. We know exactly what happens when Nathan gets the damage that this hero needs, and it's exactly where she's at right now. Egypt now looking to take the resources and march in with the Lord in the mid.
I think before that entire dance, Names was able to get that Holy Crystal, so that damage is there, and she is already at a power spike. But look at that damage coming through.
Once again, shield's going to be popped. Lord's still going to be up for now. Ghana has to make work of it, but Egypt, could they end the game here? Divine Glaive also being picked up. Circling Eel goes in, fighting under the turret. They're just going to battle it out. Heart Guard going to be used. Electa could be in trouble. Has the Revenge Strike, but Vendetta going to be the one to go down. Lord's still going to be up here. Egypt, is this the end for them? Working on the base. It's a monster kill for Names. She does it again, and Egypt will sweep the series, taking out Ghana here in their hopes to lock in that slot.
Clean entirety for Egypt, right? I just want to like scroll through real quick of all the games that Egypt has played, and it's a clean match. They have not dropped a single game throughout the entirety of this African regional qualifiers to get into AEC. And it's been insane. Like, what? What is this team made of?
Sheesh. I don't know. I actually don't know, Eternal. Like, this is like Egypt. I'll say this. They are 100% impressive, and I think they are ready to go. Like, I mean, they still got to get to the they still got to do AEC, but like, I feel like this team is competitive at an international level. Like, so far from what we've seen from Egypt, I think that eventually, I'm just going to say let's say we're one of the teams that secures through AEC. So far from what we've seen in these past couple days, these guys are competitive on an international level. Tunisia. So we got word too. Tunisia won 2-0. So I'm pretty sure, we'll get the final confirmation for that, but I'm pretty sure that means that it is Egypt and Tunisia that will be those 2 slots from Northern Africa that lock in those slots to AEC. Very dominant showing here. Egypt, we saw this even before with the men's group. Like, they had the same points. I think they did have 6 points as well. But again, great performance here.
Completely. And now we're going to take a look at the highlights from game number 1 in this best of 3 series between Egypt as well as Ghana. And for game number 1, right, it felt like you mentioned, right, Naisu, there was a saving grace for Ghana, right? They were utilizing the kill pressure with the Amon. They were utilizing this Amon pick to get in more trades. Sure, they lost in those objectives, but they were able to get these trade kills in to kind of level it out in the gold lead and the gold difference between themselves and Egypt. But eventually, Egypt understood that they kind of needed to buy a little bit more time until they were able to get those power spikes from coming through. And when it hit, Egypt pulled in the trigger and they were able to get kills and have the kill pressure themselves. It started here in the bottom lane, as you guys can see right now. The fact that they were able to kind of duke it out, and as well as trigger in the black shoes, push in some damage, get in more trades and kills, and eventually kind of equalize that over and collapse it over to the neutral objectives, just really paved the way for this Maritis to scale and to snowball from this 5th minute of the game.
And, as you watch through this, like I said, Ghana actually did some pretty good things like throughout the series. It's just unfortunate that, again, they were up against the, arguably the best group to deal with throughout the women's here for Africa online qualifiers. And it was apparent that, in some instances they had the right ideas. I even liked, the role swap that they did in game 2. But with this, as you see, like Egypt, just the way that they kind of play around the compositions that they have, the set potential, whether that was Velvet, like a lot of times, again, Velvet's insane. Whatever hero she's deciding to play, whether it's the Yuzhong, whether it's the Terizla, she seems to always really find those good multiple hero sets. And I think that's really what kind of plays a big part in their team fighting power, for this team from Egypt. And even as you watch this kind of unfold, like, they do have just great responses to dealing with, the way that the enemy teams try to counter pick or, pull things off here. And, their names time and time again, I don't know, I feel like they have to do something about names on this Clint, or even before. Like, the way she performs in the gold lane is definitely very competitive, and I feel like that's something that most of the teams that do play against Egypt kind of struggle with here, is kind of locking down a winning matchup in the gold lane, and then of course also dealing with the fact that Velvet for some reason just is a setting master. Like, she's everywhere, and you'll see it here even unfold in game 2.
Yeah, even though her heroes were kind of respected away from her again on the Terizla, on the Arlet, she was able to make a lot of plays happen. And I was thinking about the Terizla earlier on because I wanted to say, like, despite Egypt being able to win this in a 2-0, and despite that small mistake that we saw from Vendetta in game number 1 on the Esmeralda in the top side when she went in for the re-engage with the Falling Star Moon, there were several moments like this. This is the one that we see on screen where she was able to kind of prolong this by a lot of time and actually extend the series as long as it could have been. And she was able to keep that composure, right? From the first game to the second game, when she transitioned on the Trizla, it felt like the potential was a lot more seen and more viable for us to see. And it's great, right? Despite Ghana losing it 2-0 here, I
Better
just
than
wanted
great.
to really highlight the fact that there is promise and there is potential from this team as well.
It's better than great, Eterna. You know,
Better
that's
than
Egypt
great.
right now. So, you know, with this, you're going to see them just close it out here. And that's the thing. It's 11 minutes. Like most of Egypt's games, I'm not even sure what the average game time that they had. But I will say, you know, they were just a dominant team. Like I felt like they had everything solved and figured out that they needed to. So props to them and the coaches and then the support that Egypt has, because it clearly shows. Like just watching them draft, watching them execute the draft, watching them move around the map and rotate, you know, in certain places and everything, right on like the timings that you're so used to seeing at like some of the highest level of competitive play. It's apparent that, you know, they're putting in the work. And that's why I'm saying, like, I know, again, they still have AEC. I think they will be, you know, the team to beat over there. And we'll see if by that point, you know, any of these teams that we've seen kind of duke it out here throughout the online qualifiers will be able to adjust, because again, you know, they have plenty of time. Like there is that new patch that just came out that was dropped, and you know, there's plenty of time for them to kind of like adjust to it and figure some new things out and then bring it to, you know, Casablanca, Morocco. And I think that's where you'll see the improvements too of what happens from, you know, here to eventually when we find ourselves there.
Mhm. I think I need to get readjusted with everything that's going on, right? Because again, it was a
Same.
big and major patch. We even saw, like you mentioned, the emblems coming through for the Minotaur. It didn't really work out for them in that particular scenario, but we're already seeing a little bit of a glimmer of how these teams are starting to experiment with the new uh the new emblems, the new
Items,
items
emblems.
coming in through as well, and the changes to certain different heroes, with the Yuzong still at 100% win rate. If it isn't played, it's usually banned out.
Yep.
And just the flexibility of everything as a whole. And wow, we've gone through 4 days of the African online qualifiers, and everything has been a 2-0 to the very end, not a third
Oh
game in
yeah,
this
yeah.
best of three series.
That's crazy. Literally 4 days of sweeps that we've had here. There was moments where I thought we were going to get 3 games, but you know, when we go through online qualifiers, and I feel like this is going to be the case for, you know, just online qualifiers in general here at Turner, is like you're obviously going to have teams that have like more experience than others, but you have to look at it this way too. Like I hope that, you know, for some of these teams out there, this experience, like whether they went to the next, you know, stage or not, it's all about the experience that they gain from this, you know, from their experience here. And I think that's for a lot of these teams, like just to go through the online qualifier was like already such a good step in the right direction, depending on, you know, whatever their goals are with competitive MLBB. And it seems like, based on the interviews, all of them really want to go to the next level. So, but again, as is competition, you're going to have teams and players that just have more experience, you know, than others. And so look what happened to some of the other regions, you know, that went through and competed in IESF and then eventually competed in their regional tournaments and everything else. They really improved to the point where eventually they're on an international level and they're competing with the best in the world, right? And some of those players that are in, you know, these big tournaments and stuff were just joining in as a hobby before, or playing it for fun before while they went to school, or, you know, had work and whatnot. So, you know, I hope also the teams and the players that got to join these African regional qualifiers, like they take it in a double way, like as a huge learning experience, like in the game and personally, and then of course, like they're inspired by what is possible for regions like this, like even for the African region.
When you take an L, it's not a loss. It's a learn.
It's a learn. Is that a
Yes.
saying?
I don't know. We like
Oh,
to say that
or
at MPLIT.
oh, is it? I was gonna say,
Yeah.
is this just 4 a.m. things from Eterna's mind?
It could be. It could be. But it's true, right? For every game, for every second that they're in this game, for every moment that they're in this tournament, whether it be here at ISF or different other tournaments, take it as an avenue to learn more, right? To get a bigger grasp on the game, to increase your fly time, to increase your game time in order for you to reach that next level. Because there's like this saying that I usually like to, talk about. It's like every obstacle that you face in life is just for you to get to your power spike, right? And that's like a
Our spike in
similar,
life.
exactly, a little thing that's quite similar to how we see it in the game, right? Because
Yeah.
in order for Natan to get to the Divine Glaive and Holy Crystal, he needs to get what, right? He needs to get more experience. So that's exactly what you can kind of think about in that
Where's the
perspective.
Eterna power spike?
I don't know. I think it's coming. Maybe it's a little late game, waiting on those stacks.
Waiting on the stacks.
But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the three matches that are done and dusted in game number one. We had Namibia being able to go a 2-0 clean sweep against South Africa,
Clean
followed in by
entirety.
two matches from Egypt. 2-0 as well, clean sweeps against Tunisia as well as Ghana, where Egypt were able to get that first slot to AEC, and Tunisia following a very close second.
Oh man, I'm just surprised we did not see at least one game three. But again, I think by the time we get to the AEC, we will. I think there's going to be a lot of adjustments that are made, from now and then, and I think there'll be a lot of new things discovered. Like I was telling Mirko this earlier, Eterna, that I love patches like this because it's always interesting to see like all the experimentation that goes on. Like even if you go into the game right now and you look at the where you go like to pro builds or whatever for whatever hero you want to look for, and you kind of like scroll through that stuff and you see what people are like experimenting with. That's fun to see, and then you do your own experimenting too. So for me as a mage main, like there's those new additional items, there's kind of like the fused or reworked items, whatever you want to call them. And I think this also opens up for an interesting meta that we could be possibly facing in the next couple weeks of these next big tournaments, and that's where I feel like that's where these teams going through the online qualifiers will be able to take a lot of inspiration, as they prep up for their next stage of the tournament and the road to WEC here. So I think there's a lot of like excitement with everything that's happened so far, and even with the patch, because even if you look online, all the MLBB streamers and pros and analytical people are having a heyday right now with this patch. So we got to witness it here first, at least for a little bit, today to round out the African regional qualifiers.
It's always a big challenge to, play on the competitive level when a patch just hits. I think we saw
Yeah.
something similar last year, around what month was it? Maybe June during
Yeah.
SPS, when SPS was coming through, and we saw these teams just really struggle with the new patches that hit. So we're actually seeing that being a challenge to the females here at ISF in the MLBB Women's League right now, where they also have to kind of wrap up with the patch, read as much as they can, analyze as much as they can, and try to readjust their gameplay from before the patch hit to after the patch hit. So the fact that they're able to find this much success, especially for Egypt to still stay consistent before and after the patch, just goes to show that this is a makings of a really strong team, because it's a big challenge, right? Even for us, like if
Mhm.
we're casting a particular tournament and then mid tournament there's like a big patch that hits that will change the force of the game and what is to be expected, it's something that we still need to relearn and kind of wrap our minds around and practice our minds out.
Practice our
So
minds out.
yeah.
That's how you were going with that.
So yeah, um I've been enjoying myself so far, Naisu. What do you think?
Yeah.
How are you feeling after 4 days of ISF, seeing the the male and the female scene at the African regional qualifiers?
Before we close out, I'll say this. I'll say that I was rather impressed overall because, to be honest, before we opened up day one, me and Mirko opened up day one, we collectively didn't know too much about this region. And I think that's a shared kind of perspective from a lot of this side of the world, that we're on, like Southeast Asia especially, where MLBB is the most, it's so competitive and it's very well known, of course. And
Yeah,
it's
okay.
great to see. Yeah, it's competitive. And it's great to see that there are these that what started as small community probably interest, and it grew into something like this. And we know that they also have local tournaments, like we heard from the interviews, and that there's this interest there, and that they are yearning for support. Like this is especially what we heard in the first couple days of interviews. Like they're looking for all the support that they can get. They are so, they love the game. They really want it to grow, and they want to compete on the biggest stages. So I think this was an amazing thing to be a part of and experience and bring to light as well. And I can't wait to see, honestly, what's in store for this region ahead of them, and AEC, and then eventually WEC.
For sure. And it's also the beginning of the different regions as well, right? It's not just we get a little sneak peek and a glimpse into, Africa, but I'm also quite stoked to see what all the other regions have in store for us, regions that don't necessarily find their limelight just yet. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, marks the end of the African regional qualifiers. We will be seeing you up next for a different region, perhaps, and of course at AEC Morocco Casablanca. It's been a blast for the past 4 days, but we are going to close it out here and now. Thank you so much, Naisu. It was an honor to cast
Thank
with
you, Eterna.
you once again. And I think that's it. Do you have anything else you want to say before we close this out?
I was already waving. I mean, I thought we were
Okay,
going.
okay. So we'll see you in the next tournament for ISF, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you soon. Goodbye.